Global Symbiotes, my symbiote is a slime. 501 The eldest son of the Zhao family, highly confidential project. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bearded young man's body flew backward and smashed a tree as thick as a bowl. He was in a sorry state. D*MNU, I'm going to kill you. The bearded young man roared in anger, this is a sneak attack, despicable and shameless. He wanted to escape, but he realized that Ye Feng took a step forward and blocked in front of him. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng smacked out with his palm, causing the bearded young man to spit out blood and fall to the ground. Ye Feng's palm strike was extremely overbearing. Even though the bearded youth was an A-grade symbiotic demon, he couldn't withstand it at all. His entire body was in so much pain that he almost fainted. I ask, you answer. If you dare to lie to me, Ye Feng squatted down with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. What do you want to know? The bearded young man stared at Ye Feng in fear. The palm technique that Ye Feng used just now was extraordinary and its power was shocking. He was completely no match for it. What's your name? Where did he come from? How did you end up in this area? My name is Zhao Yunshan. I'm from the Zhao family in a city in the northern region of the southern mountains, the bearded young man quickly replied. Zhao family? Ye Feng frowned, Zhao clan. That's right. The Zhao family is one of the top forces in the northern region. My father is the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Dongshan, the man said. After hearing this news, Ye Feng was slightly shocked. He did not expect to meet a member of the Zhao family. Furthermore, this Zhao Yunshan was a direct descendant of the Zhao family. His status was prominent. Hehe, you're from the Zhao family? Alright, then tell me, what secret is hidden at the end of this area? Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile. Don't even think about it. Zhao Yunshan gritted his teeth and refused. Hehe. Ye Feng shook his head and his finger drew a line in the air. A snake vine immediately shot out and smacked Zhao Yunshan's head, causing him to feel dizzy. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Then, I'll take your bloodline. After saying that, Ye Feng hooked his finger and the snake vine slithered up like spiritual snakes, binding Zhao Yunshan's entire face. Zhao Yunshan's eyes darted around as he was suspended in the air. There was a deep sense of fear in his eyes. I'll talk, I'll talk. This place is called Fallen Soul Valley, and there are too many corpses buried there. Legend has it that it was a disaster. Zhao Yunshan finally spoke. Oh. Ye Feng was slightly surprised. This place was considered to be synonymous with death. You shouldn't have entered Sky City. Why are you here? Ye Feng continued to ask. Sky City had always been a forbidden place. That could only mean that this was not a normal thing. It was very likely that something had happened, and it was very likely that it was a premeditated incident. Moreover, it was the Zhao family, one of the top 5 wealthy families, who was involved. It was very likely that there were some unspeakable secrets. The Zhao family has the authorization to enter Sky City. We have a research project here. Zhao Yunshan quickly added. Ye Feng frowned. There was actually such a thing. What research project? Ye Feng continued to ask. This might have happened during normal times. After all, Sky City was only a forbidden place, and not everyone was forbidden from entering. However, it was a special period now. The Abyss Alliance was invading on a large scale, and the Zhao family was still so free to carry out scientific research projects here? Ghosts were more likely. The project is highly confidential. As Zhao Yunshan spoke, he was stunned as he saw that Ye Feng was about to attack. I'll talk, I'll talk. Zhao Yunshan was frightened and quickly replied, the research project in Fallen Soul Valley is the Zhao family's top secret and has the highest level of execution. The main purpose is to investigate the extremely rare blood Lingzi mushroom in Fallen Soul Valley. You also know how precious that thing is. The blood Lingzi mushroom is almost non-existent. It is rumored that it only exists in Fallen Soul Valley because all the powerful undead on Earth are gathered here. Only the power of the powerful undead can nourish such a precious spiritual object. Furthermore, the VS use is not only to improve one's strength and nourish one's body. It also has a very important use. However, as for its specific use, this is not something that I can get involved in, hehe. After Zhao Yunchen finished speaking, he looked up at Ye Feng and begged him to let him off. Ye Feng heard this and remained silent. He didn't expect the Zhao family to have such a plan. The blood lingzi mushroom in Fallen Soul Valley was indeed unique in the world. However, Ye Feng already knew about the special effect that Zhao Yunchen mentioned. The blood lingzi mushroom was able to extract a medium for summoning souls that was very similar to the soul-catching stone. Even though it was very troublesome to extract this medium, it was still an easy task to extract it from the blood lingzi mushroom. Once it was extracted, the medium could be completely copied. By then, the millions of undead would be at the Zhao family's disposal. With such ambition, there was no need to say anything more. The Zhao family's plans in recent years were all focused on Sky City, and they had a very close relationship with some evil forces. Ye Feng had already heard of these rumors. Hence, Ye Feng did not give Zhao Yunchen a good attitude from the start. Now that he knew his motive, Ye Feng naturally knew that he could not stay out of it. The Zhao family had to be eliminated. You can leave. Ye Feng waved his hand indifferently. Zhao Yunchen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He quickly got up and ran. Just as Zhao Yunchen had run a few steps away, Ye Feng suddenly shouted, "Get lost!" Bang! Zhao Yunchen was sent flying and fell to the ground. All the bones in his body were broken as he left in pain. Looking at how Zhao Yunchen was running for his life, Ye Feng sneered and took a step forward. Whoosh! The surrounding space suddenly rippled, a suction force came from all directions. It was as if some unknown force was pulling Ye Feng. Ye Feng felt that his limbs and bones were being suppressed, and even his movements became difficult. Roar! Right at this time, all sorts of deep roars resounded from all directions. Many ferocious and terrifying undead broke out of the darkness, revealing their malevolent faces as they pounced toward Ye Feng while roaring. They were extremely fast, and with the howling of the wind, they surged over like a tide. Ye Feng's eyes were cold, as he waved his hands, sword light flickered continuously. Buzz! Buzz! A few sword lights slashed out and killed all the undead that were charging at them. Roar! At this moment, deafening roars and roars came from all directions, and another group of undead swarmed toward them. This time, there were 3 waves. 502 3 waves of undead, the blood ginseng grass's magical effect. Moreover, these 3 waves of undead had all reached the level of fierce beasts, and the number of each wave was greater than the previous ones. This was simply despairing. Boom! Ye Feng's body was submerged in the sea of beasts, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain spreading throughout his body. The pain engulfed Ye Feng's mind, he howled toward the sky. His body was shaking intensely, and veins were popping on his skin. A wave of majestic power instantly gushed out and wrapped around his entire body, resisting the power that was striking his body. Bang! 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 Ye Feng stomped on the ground again and again, causing the ground to crack. At the same time, an illusory sun appeared behind him, golden flames were burning. Ah! 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 Ye Feng shouted crazily. The scorching temperature made the undead nearby not dare to get close. They could only watch from afar and screech continuously, as if they were afraid of the golden flames. There was even some undead that tried to extinguish the flames on Ye Feng's body, but they were burned by the flames. Right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shot out a terrifying light. Pft! 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 He extended his arm and pierced through the chests of the dead souls. Then, he grabbed the spirit cores and pulled them hard. Immediately, the spirit cores shattered and gave off a bright light. Pure death energy flowed out of them. Ye Feng opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing all the energy in the spirit cores into his stomach. His aura was growing, and his physical fitness was increasing. The loss of this energy made the surrounding undead even angrier. The ferocious undead let out shrieks and attacked Ye Feng crazily. Ye Feng forced back a fierce beast with a punch. He then used his claw to tear apart another super undead. A terrifying physical strength burst out. Those dead souls could not withstand Ye Feng's strength and were instantly crushed. And when this energy was absorbed by Ye Feng, it caused the aura in his body to become stronger and stronger. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar rang out. A 7-meter-tall, burly, hill-like skeleton creature slowly walked out. The skeleton creature's eyes were deep black, and its head was translucent, as if a crystal-clear black gem was embedded on the top of its head, making it look enchanting and evil. It was a super skeleton. Human, you dare to absorb our soul power? D*****. You must pay the price, the skeleton creature roared in anger. It waved its bone blade and slashed at Ye Feng. The bone blade was sharp, and it cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Swish! Ye Feng's reaction was fast. He dodged the moment the bone blade slashed down. Boom! A huge ravine appeared on the ground, and the soil and gravel were blown up, filling the air with dust. This super skeleton had extraordinary strength, and Ye Feng did not plan to fight it head-on. He wanted to use this chance to escape. But this skeleton seemed to have sensed Ye Feng's intentions, and it immediately chased after him and slashed out with its bone blade. Even though Ye Feng avoided a direct battle, he was still in danger. D*****. How can these ghostly things be so powerful? Ye Feng frowned. This skeleton's defense was very strong, and he could not break it at all. Furthermore, Ye Feng's strength had not recovered to its peak, and it was not easy for him to escape from the skeleton's attacks. If this dragged on for too long, the undead would continue to rush out, and he would really be in danger. Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. With a thought, he disappeared again. Swish! At the next moment, Ye Feng appeared on a mountain peak. He stood on the peak and looked at his surroundings. I remember that there is a blood ginseng grass on the mountainside. If I eat it, I might be able to improve my cultivation, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. He had already tried to consume that blood ginseng grass. The effect was very good and there were no side effects. It was a pity that he only had 3 fruits left, so Ye Feng wanted to find a quiet place to refine the blood ginseng grass and increase his strength. Thinking of this, Ye Feng could not help but smile bitterly. My luck is so bad. Whoosh! His figure flickered once again as he sprinted toward the mountainside. Voila! Not long after Ye Feng ran out, he saw a cave next to a protruding rock. This location is not bad. Ye Feng's thoughts flashed like lightning. He quickly scuttled to the front of the rock wall, pushing away the dried branches and weeds, and entered. What a dense spiritual energy! The moment he entered the cave, Ye Feng could smell a refreshing fragrance. This cave was very spacious, and it was filled with a thick spiritual fog. Blood ginseng grass. Ye Feng glanced around and saw a foot-long lotus-like plant in the cave. Its petals were white and gave off a faint fragrance. There were also a few tender green leaves. The appearance of the blood ginseng grass was very similar to a lotus root, except that it was dark red in color. Ye Feng was overjoyed. He quickly plucked a flower and sniffed it, his face showing a satisfied expression. Blood ginseng grass was a rare spiritual medicine for ordinary people. It could cure all kinds of serious diseases, such as terminal diseases. But to Ye Feng, who had the ability to change fate, it could be consumed as a miraculous elixir. Ye Feng swallowed the blood ginseng grass. Immediately, a warm current was produced in his body. The heat flow went around Ye Feng's meridians and returned to his dantian. Boom! This heat flow gathered in the depths of his soul and suddenly exploded. Next, an incomparably vast power surged in Yefeng's body. What? Yefeng was slightly surprised. What was going on? He sensed it carefully and realized that his attributes had been rising crazily. Attribute panel. Yefeng mumbled softly. Yefeng. Symbiotic body, warrior slime. Body size, 92%. Subsidiary bodies, 900. Attributes, Strength 79,634, Agility 83,346, Vitality 105,610, Spirit 92,160, Resistance 84,900. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Stench, Stickiness, Sharpness, Water element, Lord of the Ocean. Sequences, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis, Seal, Eternal Devour. Divine Sequence, Dragon God, 60%. Skills, Nether Curse, God's Perception, Gluttony King State, Super Strong Nerves, Slime Cells, Dialogue. Water Elemental Abilities, Frost Arrow, Sea Behemoth, Sea God's Power, Sea God's Blessing. Evolution Progress, 98%. Dragon Seed, 85%. Current level, A+. And right now, in Yefeng's body, other than a cloud of grey mist, there were also drops of liquid floating in his body. The liquid was golden in color, and there was a faint halo circulating around it. It contained extremely dense spiritual energy. This was Yefeng's spiritual energy, but it was golden in color. 503 far beyond the ranks of super powerhouses, team leader Zhao Dashan. What a dense spiritual energy! Yefeng could not help but exclaim in admiration. His current attributes were extraordinary. They had already far surpassed the level of super experts. It was just that Yefeng felt a little regretful. Logically speaking, he already had more cultivation resources and time to search for the shackles to break through to A and grade, as well as the rumored fundamental gene lock of genes. But now, he had no progress at all. However, this fallen soul valley was filled with a filthy aura of death. In fact, even the spiritual energy in the air had a rotten smell. There were no sun, moon, or stars here. Everything was dim and lightless, only a scarlet ball hanging in the sky. Where is this place? No matter. I should continue to follow Zhao Yunshan. Find his base and see what their next step is. Yefeng shook his head. He originally wanted to find the soul-catching stone to help baddies, but now, he had encountered a new problem. He had to solve the Zhao family's matter as soon as possible. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing rhythm. At the same time, he activated the dragon vein technique to absorb the rich spiritual energy around him. Buzz, 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 buzz. A large amount of spiritual energy was drawn out by Yefeng and injected into his body. Yefeng could feel that his body was growing at a terrifying speed, his skin was getting tougher, his muscles were getting tighter, his fascias were getting thicker, and his organs were getting healthier. Bang! Finally, a muffled sound came from his chest. Yefeng's body grew. He was 2 meters tall, and his muscles were tight and strong. Yefeng opened his eyes. Feeling the surging energy, his lips curled into a cold smile. The current me can probably destroy the entire Fallen Soul Valley without a problem. No one can withstand a single blow from me. Yefeng firmly believed that if it was not for the super skeleton, with his current strength, he could easily kill those skeleton beasts. I wonder what the effect of the blood ginseng fruit is. Thinking of the unique effect of the blood ginseng fruit, Yefeng could not help but feel an unbearable itch in his heart. He immediately took out the blood ginseng fruit and put it in his mouth. Goo, goo, goo. The blood ginseng fruit melted in his mouth, and a sweet juice flowed down his throat, nourishing his internal organs. Yefeng closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a long time, he slowly let out his breath. as expected of an incomparably precious spirit herb. Just one blood ginseng fruit is worth 2 years of my cultivation. Ye Feng's heart thumped wildly. The effects of the blood ginseng fruit were too powerful. He even suspected that this thing could help an A grade break through a level. It seems that I have to hurry up and find the spiritual medicine. Along the way, Ye Feng had seen many precious spiritual herbs, but none of them could be compared to this blood ginseng fruit. This thing was too expensive. Ye Feng guessed that there was definitely an expert who came to Fallen Soul Valley and met with danger, dying here. After that, his bone armor was demonized. It looks like the demonic energy in this cave was released by this senior's skeleton. This guy is a little interesting. Ye Feng laughed. He planned to continue plundering around this area. If he was lucky, he might be able to find more treasures. Ye Feng walked towards the left. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting from afar. He was shocked and quickly walked over. There was a flat mountain in front of them, and there were many people standing there. There were men in black and priests in white robes. They were surrounding a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a jade tablet that was shining with a bright light. What's this? Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. These people clearly had some conflict, which was why they were quarreling. But Ye Feng was not interested in interfering. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a stern shout from the side, "There's movement over there." Hearing this shout, Ye Feng turned around, only to see a few figures rushing over. "It's you!" Zhao Yunchen was shocked. "Who is he?" "This is the Ye Feng I told you about." "Good, you actually still dare to follow us. You simply don't want your life." The other man was furious. His name was Zhao Dashan. He was Zhao Yunchen's uncle and the leader of the research project. Zhao Dashan snorted coldly, "Hee, I knew you weren't dead. I didn't expect you to dare to appear. You're really looking for death." Zhao Dashan's eyes narrowed, revealing a savage look. "Oh? Could it be that you're thinking of making a move on me?" Ye Feng sneered, "Do you still think that you are my opponent?" Hearing this, Zhao Dashan could not help but sneer. "Trash will always be trash. So what if you enter Sky City? Does it mean you're awesome? You think you can defeat me? Try it." Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. "All right." Zhao Dashan nodded. He charged toward Ye Feng. He used his fists and legs, disobeying the Zhao clan's secret technique, close combat. Roaring Tiger Fist was the Zhao family's secret technique, and its power was astonishing. Someone had once used this secret technique to kill 3 A-grade symbiotes in one go. If this set of fist technique was practiced to the extreme, it could instantly kill a peak A grade. Boom! 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 The two forces collided, and Zhao Dashan was sent flying while howling in pain. He fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. "How can you be so strong?" Zhao Dashan looked at Ye Feng in shock. His eyes were filled with shock. "Get lost!" Ye Feng could not be bothered with him. He turned around and left. However, at this moment, Zhao Fashion suddenly laughed, "Yeah, I know your background. You are Ye Feng." Hearing this, Ye Feng stopped in his tracks. "You will die for obstructing the Zhao family." Zhao Dashan laughed and waved his hand. "Brothers, kill him." Under Zhao Dashan's command, the surrounding men in black drew their swords and attacked Ye Feng. "Humph! Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way." Ye Feng's eyes shot out cold killing intent. He had already decided that no matter who this group of people was, since the Zhao family didn't have any good people, he would just get rid of them. Swish! Ye Feng waved his hand. Immediately, countless slimes shot out, piercing the necks of a few people. Pft! Pft! These people didn't even have time to react before they were all pierced and devoured by the little slimes. In the end, they all fell limply to the ground and instantly lost their breath. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the remaining people all gasped and their faces turned pale. *mit, his poison techniques are so terrifying. Zhao Dashan gritted his teeth, but he had no other choice. After all, with Ye Feng's strength, even if he joined forces with the others, they would not be his match. Moreover, this guy's methods were sinister and vicious. He couldn't do anything to him at all. 504 Ancient Creature Egg, Combat Team Leader Zhao Ershan. After thinking for a while, Zhao Dashan cursed and ran away. You can't escape. If I don't cut off your head today, my surname is not Zhao. Ye Feng stared at Zhao Dashan's back coldly and smiled faintly. He knocked Zhao Yunshan unconscious with one palm and then chased after him. As for Zhao Yunshan, Ye Feng would deal with him after he dealt with Zhao Dashan. After a while, Ye Feng stood on a mountain peak. There was a winding river at the foot of the mountain, and there was a strong murderous aura in the mountain. He felt that there seemed to be a formation covering the mountain peak. This formation was extremely mysterious. It was hidden in the void and ordinary people could not detect it. There seems to be a powerful creature in this mountain. Ye Feng sensed carefully and discovered that the aura that was being emitted from this mountain was extremely powerful. Even he didn't want to step into it, or he would die. However, although this mountain was dangerous, there were many treasures inside. In particular, there was a strange plant in the depths of the mountain, which contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. It was a tree that was completely emerald green and 7 to 8 meters thick. It stood there like a pillar that held up the sky. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and there was a fruit on it. The surface of the fruit was covered with runes, and it was filled with traces of vitality. The ancient life tree. Once harvested and consumed, one's cultivation will increase greatly. Ye Feng's eyes shined with bright light, and he jumped into the mountain without hesitation. The mountain peak was indeed filled with all sorts of dangers. There were many poisonous insects and beasts, there was even a poisonous centipede. But Ye Feng had the myriad chi golden pill, and he was not afraid of any poison. This poisonous centipede was no different from an ant in Ye Feng's eyes. The mountain peak was filled with miasma, and many giant trees had been corroded into dead wood. Moreover, there were many poisonous insects and fierce beasts in this mountain peak, constantly harassing him. Even if Ye Feng was skilled and bold, he was also somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, a fiery red object appeared in front of him. This thing was like a burning flame, emitting a scorching temperature. Around it, there were some poisonous snakes circling, but they did not dare to get close to the flame. With a thought, Ye Feng rushed toward the location of the flame. As he got closer, Ye Feng finally saw what this flame was. It was an egg. The egg shell was dark purple and covered with mysterious patterns. These patterns contained divinity, making the entire egg's aura extremely powerful. This is a creature egg. Ye Feng's heart thumped wildly. According to legend, the creature egg was an inheritance left by a creature from the ancient times, and it contained a huge power of a fierce beast. If they could hatch it, they would have the opportunity to obtain the bloodline of the ancient demons and dominate the world. Any creature egg was an extremely precious existence. Even if it was just an ordinary creature egg, its value was comparable to a superior beyond A-grade potion. Not to mention, the level of the monster egg in front of him was not low. Roar! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the side of the creature egg. Then, a fiery red figure rushed out of the creature egg and bit the head of a poisonous snake. What a powerful fire attribute demon! Ye Feng's eyes twitched. This fire attribute creature was surrounded by flames. It obviously had an extremely powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Moreover, it was still a young creature. The speed of this demon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the distant forest. Ye Feng did not leave. He planned to wait here. On the other side, Zhao Dashan was leading a group of people in a hurry. As the Zhao family's research team had already settled in Fallen Soul Valley, they had a permanent research station here. It was said to be a research station, but in fact, it was their base camp, where all kinds of firearms and samples were stored. Naturally, there were also many experts. Brother, I saw that guy kill Zhao Yunchen with my own eyes. I must tell Grandpa about this. Zhao Dashan said with resentment. The one-eyed middle-aged man nodded. This time, they came to Fallen Soul Valley to continue the research project. If they were successful, they would become the overlord of a region. But they met Ye Feng, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Humph, that guy is too strong. We can't let him go, or he'll definitely take revenge. The one-eyed middle-aged man's expression was gloomy. He glanced at Zhao Dashan and one of the young men beside him and said, Dashan, you're quite injured. Go and rest first. I'll discuss the rest of the matter with Ershin in detail. Hearing this, Zhao Dashan went back to rest. After all, his injuries were indeed very serious, but he did not dare to say out loud that it was the result of Ye Feng's punch. But this one-eyed middle-aged man saw through it with a glance. Seeing Zhao Dashan leave, the young man called Zhao Ershin stood up. He looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man and said in a low voice, "What's the next step?" The one-eyed middle-aged man shook his head and scratched his beard. We've known about Ye Feng for a long time. He's very famous in Cloud Mist Academy. He's a crazy fighting machine. This one-eyed middle-aged man was the person in charge of their current research project, the second in charge of the Zhao family, Zhao Donggrun. In order to ensure the smooth progress of our research project, I think it is necessary to kill him. Zhao Donggrun looked at Zhao Ershin and spoke in a serious tone. Hearing this, Zhao Ershin frowned and said, I have a feeling that this guy is not simple. I feel that he is somewhat familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere before. I also feel that he is very familiar. Zhao Donggrun nodded, but he didn't dare to confirm. Nonsense. I'm also familiar with him. Have you all forgotten who he is? Big brother, you mean that he is? Zhao Ershin swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Other than him, I really can't think of anyone else who has such strong strength. That's right, I suspect that this little B** starred has already stepped into the A grade. Zhao Donggrun's face was ashen. He did not expect Ye Feng to be so terrifying. His efforts during this period of time were not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Detestable. How did this guy's strength increase so much? I must kill him. Zhao Donggrun clenched his fists, his face full of hatred. No need to rush. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ershin said, Big brother, this is too big a matter. We'd better play it safe. Otherwise, our research will all be in vain. All right. Then let him go for now. Zhao Donggrun grit his teeth. He ordered Zhao Ershin, second brother, bring a team of men and continue to track Ye Feng. Remember, you must capture him and bring him back here. If it doesn't work, just kill him. Zhao Donggrun had long hated Ye Feng to the bone. He wanted to skin him alive and drink his blood. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely capture that little B** starred for you. Zhao Ershin patted his chest and promised. I know. I won't let him get close to our base. Zhao Ershin nodded and left. Zhao Ershin was the leader of the combat team, and he had dozens of masters under him. They were the elites of the Zhao family. Therefore, this time, even if a god were to descend, he would not be able to stop the Zhao family's research. Ye Feng did not know that Zhao Dashan had already gone back to call for reinforcements. At this time, he was sitting on the edge of the cliff, quietly observing the creature egg. Creature egg, creature egg. I'd like to see what kind of divine beast you're breeding inside. Ye Feng was extremely curious. Although he did not know if this demon egg had already hatched, but since it was an egg left behind by an ancient divine beast, it was definitely not an ordinary young creature. Weng, weng, weng. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt the dragon scales on his back trembling, as if they were attracted by something. What? Ye Feng turned around and looked at the black rock at the bottom of the cliff. He could vaguely feel the thick energy that was being emitted from the bottom of the rock. This energy was very pure, and it even had traces of holy aura. It made Ye Feng feel very comfortable. Could it be that there's some treasure hidden under this black stone? Ye Feng stretched out his hand and touched the black stone, but when he touched the surface of the stone, an intense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to withdraw his hand. Hiss, this black stone is actually incomparably hard and even sharper than metal. Even with my current physique, I was actually injured. It doesn't seem like an ordinary item. However, how can I take such a hard thing down? Ye Feng was a little worried. Although he had a way to remove the rock, it would take a long time. Maybe I can try to devour the energy contained in this stone directly. 505 A huge power, battling Zhao Ershan. Ye Feng's eyes flickered. Next, Ye Feng closed his eyes and activated his netherworld eyes. Devour. He tried to swallow the black stone. Immediately, a huge amount of energy burst out, and the impact almost made Ye Feng faint. F***ck. So much energy, it's a super nuclear bomb. Ye Feng was shocked. This huge amount of energy was almost equivalent to the effect of a small nuclear bomb explosion. This was simply heaven-defying. Ye Feng quickly circulated the dragon vein technique, absorbing the surrounding energy. This time, the absorption and cultivation of the dragon vein technique was much faster. After half an incense's time, Ye Feng opened his eyes and revealed a smile. Haha, it is indeed useful. My strength has increased by quite a bit. Ye Feng was extremely excited. This was what he was looking forward to the most. The more powerful the dragon vein technique was, the greater the potential of his future dragon bloodline. And as Ye Feng's cultivation level increased, his cultivation speed would also increase. After reaching a certain level, no amount of resources could keep up with his cultivation. Thus, Ye Feng had to become stronger as much as possible. Only by becoming strong enough would he have the hope of truly reaching the peak of A and grade. Hoo. Ye Feng sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. His physical body was extremely strong, while he was devouring the energy, his body was also getting stronger. At the same time, somewhere in Fallen Soul Valley. Crack, crack, crack. Leader, we've detected traces of human activity not far ahead. The man who spoke was looking at the young man in the lead. And behind the young man were a total of 10 extremely strong experts. This group of people was the elites he had brought out from the base. This time, Zhao Ershan was determined to capture Ye Feng. He had no choice but to kill him. After all, Ye Feng was the #1 threat to the Zhao family's research team. If they left Ye Feng alone, their plans might all fail. Very good. Once you find Ye Feng, you don't need to report back and attack immediately. Zhao Ershan ordered. The surrounding experts nodded and scattered in all directions. Just as they were about to move, a deafening sound immediately rang out as they were attacked. This speed simply made them unable to react at all. The speed was so fast that the group could only stare helplessly. Boom! In the next second, one of them was directly hit on the spot and his body was instantly devoured. Slime! Ye Feng is here! Zhao Ershan shouted in a deep voice, and his aura exploded. You're looking for death! The others roared in anger. Although they were sent flying, they did not suffer any serious injuries. After their auras burst out, they immediately pounced toward Ye Feng. Bang! 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 In an instant, a great battle broke out in this area, and all kinds of energy ran rampant. D*mit. How did he become so strong? Zhao Ershan's heart was filled with hatred. In the short exchange, he felt that his opponent seemed to have made a breakthrough, and his strength had improved. However, Ye Feng had only broken through 2 to 3 realms. Even if there was only one expert left in their Zhao family, they would still be able to defeat Ye Feng. However, at this moment, these experts were being forced to retreat. Not good. Right then, Zhao Ershan's expression changed drastically as he turned around and fled. Do you think you can escape? A cold sneer could be heard. Immediately after, he saw Ye Feng blocking his path of retreat like a ghost. D***M it. You, Zhao Ershan's face was filled with shock and fear. You actually broke through. That's right. You want to know? A cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He extended his right palm. In an instant, Zhao Ershan's hair stood on end. Go to H**LL. A palm struck out. Boom. A violent palm force swept through the surroundings. Pft. 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 In an instant, the dozen or so experts were all sent flying while vomiting blood. How is this possible? It's impossible. We are the elites of the Zhao family. The experts of the Zhao family couldn't believe it. They could not imagine that more than a dozen people on their side could not even withstand one move. Especially this time, Ye Feng had clearly broken through to a new realm. How could he become so terrifying? Ye Feng. Zhao Ershan was furious. Ye Feng's strength made him feel a deep sense of despair. What kind of monster are you? Zhao Ershan gritted his teeth. He felt that his plan had failed. He, Ye Feng laughed. A monster? Ye Feng shook his head. No, I am not a monster, I am just a little stronger than you. After hearing his words, Zhao Ershan was infuriated. B****. You're looking for death. Boom. Zhao Ershan was completely enraged. His body shot out like an arrow. He was in existence at the peak of A grade. How could he tolerate the existence of such an arrogant opponent? Instantly stunned. He was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. And at this moment, Ye Feng also moved. He stomped his foot. Boom. The ground cracked, and the cracks spread like a spider web. Ye Feng punched out. Bang! Bang! Zhao Ershan's body was smashed against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his bones were broken. Then, a huge force pressed down. No! Along with Zhao Ershan's wails, Ye Feng's figure flashed and grabbed him. A miserable cry echoed in the cave. Tell me, where is Zhao Yunshan? Tell me, what's the purpose of your base camp and your research plan? Ye Feng asked in a low voice. His eyes showed that he could not resist. Zhao Ershan's eyes were filled with intense hatred. He stared at Ye Feng fiercely. I don't know, Ye Feng. Even if I tell you his whereabouts, you will still die. I advise you to let me live. Otherwise, even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. Zhao Ershan's heart was filled with despair. He knew that he was going to die today. The only thing he could do was to drag someone down with him and let this hatred be recorded. Oh! Ye Feng grinned. This means that you already know. Haha! Zhao Ershan laughed wildly, so what if you know? You're destined to die anyway. Ye Feng frowned. If that's the case, then there's no point in me keeping you alive. After saying that, he suddenly clenched his fingers. Wait! 506 Zhao Ershan's leak, the research plan of Fallen Soul Valley exposed. Sensing the danger of death, Zhao Ershan was shocked. Tell me everything you know, and I promise to spare your life. Good. I do know something, Zhao Ershan said, rolling his eyes. Hearing this, Ye Feng let go of his hand. Zhao Ershan immediately stretched his body. He smiled eerily at Ye Feng and said, We've set up a secret research project in Fallen Soul Valley. We've secretly built a base, which is mainly used to collect blood Lingzi mushrooms. We'll use the blood Lingzi mushrooms to refine a soul summoning medium, which can achieve the effect of the soul catching stone and summon the dead. When Ye Feng heard this, everything was going according to his guess. Then how do you enter Sky City? Ye Feng was puzzled. After all, this was a forbidden area, and ordinary people would not have the chance to enter. Even if this place was managed by the Symbiote organization, it was impossible for them to so easily acquiesce to entering Sky City. I don't know much about this, Zhao Ershan stammered. It was obvious that this question involved a more secretive secret. Ye Feng was curious when he saw Zhao Ershan's current state. He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect to dig deeper. It seemed like there were many stories behind the Zhao family's entry into Sky City. Hurry up and tell me. Ye Feng mumbled, his aura instantly exploded. Ye Feng had the divine perception skill, and it was similar to the leader's oppression ability. He could directly command his own kind with a lower cultivation level. In the past, Ye Feng had used this skill time and time again. He was able to get a lot of information out of him. This ability took effect on Zhao Ershan instantly. Under Ye Feng's powerful aura, Zhao Ershan knelt down immediately. He mumbled, Sargeras led the knights and used the apocalyptic stone to open a space-time gap from the outside world to Sky City. Ye Feng was silent. The content of the message was no longer important. He was all too familiar with Sargeras. After all, he had just killed him not long ago. He was the leader of the Abyssal Knights, Sargeras. Could it be that the Zhao family is colluding with the Abyss Alliance? Ye Feng was slightly shocked. Humans colluded with demonic creatures, this was a traitor to all of humanity. And the Zhao family was one of the 5 top rich families. They actually hooked up with demons. This point made Ye Feng unable to calm down for a long time. Boom! Ye Feng's pupils shrunk, and his heart was beating rapidly. Zhao Yunshan is cultivating there. If you promise to let me go, I'll take you to him. Zhao Ershan continued. All right, I agree. Ye Feng did not even think, and he immediately agreed. Now, he no longer cared about the Zhao family's research content. He would kill anyone from the Zhao family who came. And this was also an opportunity for Ye Feng. As long as he had a strong enough enemy, he could break through. You're serious? Zhao Ershan was stunned for a moment, but he immediately revealed a look of joy. I'll take you there immediately. Buzz. With that, Zhao Ershan turned around and ran outside. But right at this moment, Ye Feng's figure flickered. He appeared beside Zhao Ershan and sent out a slap. Pa! Zhao Ershan's head was like a ripe watermelon, and it exploded from Ye Feng's palm. Blood splattered all over the ground. This scene stunned the other members of the Zhao family. Go! Take me to the Zhao family. Ye Feng did not even bother to look at the Zhao family. Soon, Zhao Ershan's corpse was taken care of by Ye Feng. The group then quickly headed toward the Zhao family. At the same time, in the Zhao family's secret base in Fallen Soul Valley, Zhao Donggrun suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were bloodshot, and his face looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. The Zhao family's fortune has been destroyed. Zhao Donggrun roared in anger, Ye Feng! You're dead! He suddenly stood up and slammed his fist on the table. Ye Feng, you're dead! All of the Zhao family's plans in Fallen Soul Valley had been destroyed by him, and this made Zhao Donggrun go crazy. Big brother, this is not a simple matter. I suspect that there is another expert behind Ye Feng. Zhao Yunshan, who was beside him, pondered for a long time and suddenly spoke. No matter who attacked the Zhao family, I will make him pay the price. Zhao Donggrun clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Ye Feng had ruined his plan, he had to pay the price. Yunshan, bring your men and follow me to capture Ye Feng. Remember, I want him alive. Zhao Donggrun's voice was cold. Hearing Zhao Donggrun's order, Zhao Yunshan immediately nodded. All right, second uncle. The Zhao family's power was very large, and they occupied a large area in Fallen Soul Valley. But Ye Feng did not spend too much time to search the entire valley. Other than the few bases that Zhao Ershan mentioned, he did not find anything. Not only that, but there was also a group of creatures in Fallen Soul Valley. These creatures were huge and had terrifying strength. They also had intelligence. The moment they saw strangers entering, they all showed their fangs. Get lost! Ye Feng took a step forward. His body flashed as he killed the two creatures that were charging at him. Why are there creatures here? Ye Feng frowned. According to his deduction, there should not be any creatures in Fallen Soul Valley. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. How are these things produced? Ye Feng thought for a moment, and he decided to avoid the battle. These creatures were very strong, and they were even comparable to peak A and grade. If he fought them head-on, Ye Feng might not have an advantage. Although Ye Feng was not afraid, he had wasted a lot of time. Moreover, since this place was near the base of the Zhao family, there must be many powerful weapons. If he triggered those things, he would be in trouble. The most important thing now was to solve the threat of the Zhao family's base. Let's take care of the Zhao family's base first. These creatures are nothing to be worried about. As he thought of this, Ye Feng's figure flickered and he left. He was extremely fast and disappeared into the night in an instant. After Ye Feng left for more than half an hour, this group of ferocious creatures finally dispersed and started killing each other. Outside Fallen Soul Valley, Ye Feng was currently flying forward when he suddenly felt something strange. There seemed to be a trace of obscure fluctuation in the surroundings. An ambush. Ye Feng became alert. He quietly took out Slime Blade, ready to counterattack at any time. Whoosh! Right at this time, an arrow pierced through the air. Ye Feng quickly dodged it. This arrow pierced through the tree and landed 3 meters in front of him, piercing into the ground. 507 Wind-chasing arrow youth, battle, and charge. There are archers here. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He raised his head and looked ahead. In his field of vision, he saw a burly young man standing on a tree branch above a house. What? The young man frowned. He seemed to have sensed Ye Feng's aura. You are indeed capable, to be able to dodge my wind-chasing arrow. As he spoke, the young man jumped down from the tree and landed steadily less than 10 meters away from Ye Feng. Whoosh! Another sharp arrow came through the air, this time even more fierce. Ye Feng stomped on the ground and used the instant explosion of the slime blade to avoid this arrow. However, this young man seemed to know that Ye Feng would do this. His body suddenly rose and he waved his arm, blocking the arrow. Hee. Interesting. Ye Feng chuckled. I want to test your capabilities. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, he kicked out. Bang! The tip of his foot landed on the other party's chest, and the other party was knocked back 5 to 6 meters. And Ye Feng landed on the ground. Your strength has actually reached A and grade. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, as if he could not understand. After all, there were very few people here who could be at such a high level. Even if this was the symbiotic continent, those who could enter this place were the best. But A and grade existences were still a minority. Even for the Zhao family, they only had 2 A and grade symbiotes in Fallen Soul Valley. Even in a place like Sky City, they were not filled with A and grade powerhouses. Although Ye Feng didn't use his full strength in that kick just now, he definitely at least had the strength of late A and grade. However, the young man himself was only at the early stage of A+. The gap between him and Ye Feng was quite big. It seems that you're also a genius. You've actually cultivated so quickly. Ye Feng praised in his heart. He understood that in China, talent was the foundation of all strength. If one did not have extraordinary talent, then no matter how fast one's cultivation was, it would be in vain. The fact that this young man was able to fight him to a standstill showed that he was also a genius. Such a genius, Ye Feng naturally wanted to rope him in. Humph! Your talent is indeed not bad, but compared to the Zhao family, you're still far from it. Ye Feng shook his head. I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate as the Zhao family. It is hard to tell whether you will live or die. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the young man laughed as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Haha, what a joke! You dare to threaten me? Do you think you can escape from the Zhao family's control? I'm telling you, you can't leave. Before the young man could finish his words, a majestic force suddenly spread out explosively. Boom! A violent sound was heard, and countless figures suddenly emerged from the forest outside Fallen Soul Valley. These people were covered in flames, as if they had crawled out of H*LL. They were wearing armor and holding long swords. They were aggressive and looked like they were going to eat people. These people's blood energy was extremely dense. Moreover, each one of them exuded a powerful aura. He can actually temporarily increase his level by a large margin. It has reached the peak of A and grade. As expected, the Zhao family has only raised monsters. Ye Feng's expression changed. He had not expected the Zhao family to have so many experts. Furthermore, each and every one of them had a powerful aura. They were clearly very elite existences. This also showed how important the so-called scientific research project was to the Zhao family. If it was destroyed by Ye Feng, the consequences would be dire. This scene was simply unbelievable to Ye Feng. Hehe, little brother, I advise you not to resist, or else. The young man of early A and grade sneered, otherwise, not only will you die, but your friends will also be slaughtered. Not a single one will be left alive. Ye Feng took in a deep breath, and his expression darkened. So you're saying that you're determined to be my enemy? His tone was cold, and his eyes glowed with a cold light. Not bad. The young man of early A and grade sneered. Ye Feng, I will give you two options. Surrender to me or die. You are very talented. I don't want to kill this new star. As long as you are willing to follow me, the Zhao family will let you enjoy glory, wealth, and rank in the future. You will reach the sky in a single step. Hearing this, Ye Feng sneered. Who do you think you are? You're just a mere early A and grade. I can kill you in one hit. Ye Feng was arrogant and overbearing. This made the young man furious and he shouted coldly, You're looking for death. Buzz. He flicked his wrist and a short knife appeared in his hand. He stabbed toward Ye Feng with lightning speed. Whoosh! The blade light tore through the void. His speed was as fast as lightning. At this time, Ye Feng's fingers were already slightly bent. He clenched his fist and punched out. Die! Boom! Ye Feng's fist collided with the short blade. The two forces collided and created a violent ripple that spread in all directions. With a crisp crack, the short knife broke into two. The young man's expression changed. He did not expect that the weapon that he was so proud of was broken by Ye Feng's punch. You, who are you? The young man was shocked. The person who will kill you. Ye Feng sneered. His body closed in and he swept out with his leg. Who? The leg force tore through the sky, leaving behind an afterimage. Bang! The young man was caught off guard and was kicked. He rolled out more than 100 feet like a ball and knocked over 3 towering ancient trees. He was in an extremely sorry state. Humph! No matter how powerful you are, you will die before the Zhao family's troops arrive. The young man wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Ye Feng fiercely. Young Master Zhao said that he will personally cut off your head. Hehe. Ye Feng shook his head. This so-called young Master Zhao was quite arrogant. He was about to continue attacking when suddenly, his expression changed. He turned and looked into the distance. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. There were at least a few hundred of them. Haha. The young man laughed when he saw this. Ye Feng. You're still too inexperienced. Do you think that you can defend against the attack of hundreds of the Zhao family's symbiotes with your measly strength? The only outcome that awaits you is death, the young man sneered. Oh, really? Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He glanced at him coldly. At the next moment, his body charged out. Die! The young man laughed hideously and waved his long spear to meet the attack. Clang! Sparks flew as the young man felt a terrifying force surge into his body. The web between his thumb and forefinger trembled in pain as the spear in his hand fell off and was stabbed into the ground. How is that possible? How can you be so powerful? The young man's expression changed drastically. He could feel that Ye Feng's aura was not any weaker than his. In fact, it was even more profound. Ye Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense, and he slapped out. Pa! With a crisp and clear sound, this slap made the other party's head completely tilt, and his teeth fell to the ground. Ah! The young man screamed in pain. His eyes were filled with fear and despair when he looked at Ye Feng. This was not a power that an A grade could possess. D****it. The young man knew that this Ye Feng was very dangerous. 508 The secret technique of the Zhao family, let's use it together. Whoosh! 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 The young man reacted quickly. He turned around and ran deep into the forest, trying to escape. Hee! Ye Feng laughed indifferently. His body flickered and appeared beside the other party in an instant, and he grabbed the other party's neck and threw him out. Bang! Bang! The man was thrown into the air and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. You dare to hurt me? You're done for. The young man's face was full of hatred. The Zhao family will never forgive you. Oh! Ye Feng's brows twitched. He raised his leg and stepped on the young man's chest. You really think I am afraid of the Zhao family? Of course. The young man gritted his teeth. The Zhao family is one of the top families in China. Young Master Zhao is a core disciple of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family's ancestor is a peak beyond A-grade expert. A single word from him is enough to turn you into dust. I can't bear to see some of the shady things you've done. I didn't come here for you, but I won't stand by and watch. You're dead. Ye Feng said in disdain. Hearing until this point, Ye Feng showed a mocking expression. Hee, I'm not afraid of that. He lifted his leg and kicked the other party away. Then, he chased after him and stomped him to death. The Zhao family. Ye Feng's face was filled with killing intent. No. I have to deal with the Zhao family first. Ye Feng thought to himself. Although his current strength was extraordinary, his cultivation level was still too low. He had no problem dealing with ordinary symbiotes, but against the super experts of the cultivation world, it would be a little difficult. Therefore, he had to raise his realm as soon as possible. However, I first have to deal with the Zhao family's fallen Soul Valley base first. Ye Feng looked at the corpses and traces of battle around him, and he snorted coldly. The Zhao family's people came pretty quickly. I hope they don't disappoint me. He strode toward the dense forest, and at this moment, he frowned. Whoosh! Whoosh! From outside the dense forest came the sound of chaotic wind. Clearly, many people were rapidly approaching. It seems to be the Zhao family. Since that's the case, I'll take you guys down. 2 rays of golden light shot out from Ye Feng's eyes. He then took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he suddenly appeared on a tree branch and looked down at his surroundings. At this moment, in an open area outside the forest, there was already a group of symbiotic demons. The leaders were Zhao Donggrun and Zhao Yunchen. Behind the two of them were over 100 of the Zhao family's symbiotic demons. All of them were dressed in armor and black robes. They held long weapons in their hands and emitted cold killing intent. Buzz! Zhao Donggrun's eyes were like lightning, locking onto Ye Feng. You are Ye Feng? That's right. Ye Feng nodded his head. He could feel the intense killing intent from this group of people. Zhao Donggrun's face flashed with ferocity. Ye Feng, you have provoked us time and time again. No matter where you are from, today will be the day you die. Zhao family's B** starts. Ye Feng spoke word by word, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If you don't want to die, get lost. What? Zhao Donggrun was furious. What an arrogant little B** starred. How can you insult the Zhao family? Kill him. As he gave the order, countless men in black pulled out their sabers and slashed at Ye Feng. You're looking for death. Ye Feng snorted coldly, his figure flickered, and he floated on the spot like a ghost. Chi La. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the middle of the black-robed men from the Zhao family. He shook his right arm and punched out. Boom! This punch contained Ye Feng's immense slime power, and its might was overwhelming. It was like a small mountain sweeping in all directions. Pft! Pft! The first to suffer were the 5 symbiotic demons that pounced at him. These symbiotic demons did not even have the chance to cry out before their heads were crushed by Ye Feng, and fresh blood spurted out. Hiss! The remaining martial artists were scared out of their wits and retreated frantically. Kill! Kill him! Zhao Donggrun roared. He took the lead and charged toward Ye Feng. At the same time, a strange ripple appeared on his body and a huge illusionary figure appeared behind him. This illusionary figure was a 3-meter-tall lion. It was very lifelike and roared toward the sky. It was very majestic and had an overbearing aura. Ye Feng's brows furrowed. He recognized this battle technique. Secret skill. The Lion Emperor Fighting Soul. This secret skill was unique to the Zhao family. It could summon war lions to fight, and it was very brutal. Ye Feng had heard from his teacher before that this secret skill created by the Zhao family was an invincible treasure. It was created by one of the Zhao family's ancestors, but as for who created it, no one knew. However, it was extremely difficult to reach the transcendent realm. It required the successive family heads to spend a lot of wealth and resources, and it also required excellent qualifications. Otherwise it would be difficult to reach the peak. The Zhao family really has a deep foundation. They actually have a transcendent realm fighting soul. Ye Feng was extremely shocked, but at this time, Zhao Donggrun had already swung his spear toward his throat. Wang! The tip of the spear trembled and roared like a wolf. Ye Feng squinted his eyes, he stomped on the ground, and twisted his body to avoid the attack. Then, he flicked his finger, and a sword light slashed at Zhao Donggrun. This sword energy was as thin as a hair, but it was extremely fast. It arrived in an instant. Small tricks. Zhao Donggrun's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a twist of his wrist, the shaft of his spear met the tip of the sword. Clang! The spear and blade collided, and sparks flew as the sword in Ye Feng's hand broke. However, Zhao Donggrun's hand, which was holding the spear, went numb and almost dropped it. His pupils shrank in shock. The moment they clashed, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was in excruciating pain. Ye Feng's strength was simply terrifying. But that's all you've got. Zhao Donggrun's expression turned dark. Immediately, his other hand reached out toward Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng's gaze focused. He flicked his wrist and unsheathed his sword. Chi! The sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh resounded. Zhao Donggrun's palm was directly cut by Ye Feng, and dark red blood flowed out. At this moment, Zhao Donggrun's expression finally changed. He couldn't understand how a young man at A-end grade could have such a sharp attack. And this scene also scared the H*LL out of those symbiotic demons. They were all very clear about young Master Zhao's strength. He was definitely at the top of the younger generation in the Zhao family and could even be called a heaven's favorite. Yet, he had lost. D**mit. How strong is this guy? Everyone's heart jumped, while Ye Feng took the chance to counterattack. Shua, shua, shua. His figure was erratic, and the sharp blade in his hand glowed with a cold light, like a poisonous snake slithering around. Every move and every form was extremely ruthless. Ah! Miserable shrieks could be heard. These symbiotic demons were not Ye Feng's match at all. In an instant, 7 to 8 of them had died in his hands. Trash! All of you are trash! Seeing this, Zhao Donggrun's eyes twitched, and his face was iron-like. Attack together! Kill him! Kill! 509 The Zhao family's combat machine, Zhao Donggrun takes action. In an instant, all the symbiotic demons attacked Ye Feng together, using all sorts of killing techniques. Kill! Ye Feng shouted. He used the ultimate technique of the Dragon Vein technique. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's fist technique blasted out, sending several symbiotic demons flying. Then, he swept his leg out again. Bang! 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 The bodies of several symbiotic demons instantly exploded from the kicks, turning into a mist of blood. What? Seeing this scene, Zhao Donggrun's eyelids twitched and he sucked in a breath of cold air. A trace of fear rose in his heart. Ye Feng was too powerful. Just by himself, he actually suppressed all the symbiotic demons. How is this possible? Zhao Donggrun's eyes widened. Wasn't this symbiotic demon only at A grade? How could he be so powerful? And at this time, Ye Feng's gaze fell on Zhao Donggrun. You should die. Ye Feng's indifferent words entered Zhao Donggrun's ears. Haha, I deserve to die? Who do you think you are? I'm a symbiotic demon, and I have the power of immortality. Zhao Donggrun sneered. He wasn't worried at all. There were more than 100 symbiotic demons present, including 10 beyond A-grade existences. Ye Feng had no chance of escaping. Even if 100 pigs were to work together, they could still kill a person. Kill! Kill him! Following Zhao Donggrun's order, all the symbiotic demons charged forward. Kill! 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 Kill all the enemies! Ye Feng's eyes turned red. He held the slime blade in his hand and charged toward the symbiotes without fear of death. Boom! As the swords were swung, heads were thrown into the air and bodies piled up like a mountain. Zhao Donggrun was trembling with fear. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This guy was too terrifying. *mit. You can't leave this place alive. Zhao Donggrun gritted his teeth, and he raised his arm. A dark golden energy gathered and formed a dark golden skull. This skeleton opened its ferocious mouth and tried to devour Ye Feng. Roar! An extremely shrill roar came out of the skeleton's mouth as if an ancient ferocious beast had descended. Its entire body was pitch black, and it exuded a strong evil and baleful aura. This was an evil technique that Zhao Donggrun cultivated, but Ye Feng naturally did not know what it was. But through analyzing the situation of the skills, Ye Feng could roughly guess the composition of the opponent's skills. It was probably the release of the dark skeleton, which specialized in damaging the spirit and will of the symbiotic demon, causing them to hallucinate. Ye Feng's gaze was cold. The cultivation method of the Dragon Vein technique appeared in his mind. A set of strange and profound cultivation techniques gushed into his mind, and his hands stopped moving. At the next second, black lines appeared on Ye Feng's back, gradually forming into strange runes. What? Zhao Donggrun saw Ye Feng's abnormal behavior and frowned. He knew that the power of his skill was extraordinary. Even a symbiotic demon of the same level might not be able to block it. But at this moment, Ye Feng did not move at all, and he allowed the dark skeleton to approach him. Chi-la! Finally, when it was 5 steps away from Ye Feng suddenly slashed out with his blade. With a crisp sound, the dark skeleton instantly split apart and disappeared. Ye Feng slowly kept the blade. He looked at Zhao Donggrun. I've said it before, you must die. He forced his way over step by step. You're looking for death. Zhao Donggrun's expression was ferocious. He jumped and stepped in the air, pouncing toward Ye Feng. Hu Qi! His fists struck out in succession, fast as lightning, and the momentum of his fists was fierce. Zhao Donggrun's fist momentum was very strange. It contained a corrosive aura. Once one touched it, it would be difficult to escape. Once touched, it would corrode one's bones and muscles. Ye Feng's expression was solemn, and he dodged this fierce attack. Humph! Humph! Zhao Donggrun sneered. Even if you can dodge it, I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death by using my immortal body. He did not care about Ye Feng's attacks. He was fighting with all his might without considering the consequences. I'll see how long you can last. Boom! 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 They clashed and clashed again and again. Ye Feng did not use any blade techniques. He only used his physical strength to block Zhao Donggrun's punches and kicks. The intensity of the fight between the two was beyond imagination. And such a battle had also attracted the attention of the surrounding symbiotic demons. Quickly look! Someone is fighting with the leader. What a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation! Could it be an expert? I wonder who's fighting with the leader. As these symbiotic demons hurried along, they also paid attention to the situation here. Who is this guy? Some people were extremely confused. Ye Feng's entire body was covered in a golden light, and he looked like a god. Who is he? Why haven't we heard of him before? He's a human symbiotic demon from the outside world. What? It was actually a human symbiotic demon. He's fighting with the leading master. Many of the symbiotic demons were shocked. Zhao Donggrun's status in the Zhao family was high. He was extremely powerful and was a veteran powerhouse. However, at this moment, a young man was chasing Zhao Donggrun and beating him up. This was simply unbelievable. How can his strength be so abnormal? Everyone's hearts trembled. What level of master was Zhao Donggrun? The peak of A and grade. None of the symbiotic demons present dared to face Zhao Donggrun, let alone chase after him and abuse him. Zhao Donggrun was also stunned. What the H*LL is this kid? How can he be so strong? Although he did not want to admit it, Ye Feng's speed and defense were both extremely terrifying, and he was not someone an ordinary human symbiotic demon could compare to. Kill! Zhao Donggrun roared and punched out with both fists, leaving after images behind. Wind-breaking palm. He pushed his palms out suddenly, and the wind from his palms made a whistling sound as if a gale was sweeping through. Ye Feng advanced instead of retreating, he went forward to meet them. Kaka! Zhao Donggrun's palms met Ye Feng's iron fist. He felt the power of Ye Feng's fist and was sent flying. Cough, cough! Zhao Donggrun spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with unwillingness. This human warrior had actually defeated him. You've lost. Ye Feng stood on the spot, his expression calm. No. Impossible. Zhao Donggrun's eyes widened. He was unwilling to accept reality. Your dark undead is only for show. It can't even withstand a single blow. You'd better surrender. Ye Feng glanced at him indifferently. He shook his head and sighed. No. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Donggrun was furious. He was not willing to accept reality. He was the second in command of the Zhao family, yet he was defeated by a brat. If word got out, he would lose all his face. Zhao Donggrun pounced at Ye Feng again. This time, his talons were like an eagle's, ruthless and merciless. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng punched again. 510 killing Zhao Donggrun, single-handedly fighting off experts. He didn't use any skills in this punch, only brute force. Zhao Donggrun was sent flying and smashed into a stone wall. Ye Feng's gaze was cold. He walked over and struck out with his palm. Pada! A huge head rolled to the ground. Zhao Donggrun was dead. Hiss! This scene caused many of the spectating symbiotic demons to gasp in shock. What kind of monster was this guy? In the distance, someone's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "It's Ye Feng. He is Ye Feng. Yes. It's definitely him. This guy also came out from the secret plane. He's too terrifying. What's his strength?" Everyone looked at Ye Feng in shock. This person was too abnormal. Zhao Donggrun was at the peak of A and grade, yet he had been killed in 3 moves without being able to put up any resistance. This was simply unbelievable. This guy seems to be of a higher rank than the team leader. But he shouldn't have this kind of strength even if he's at the same level as him. Could he be hiding his strength? It's possible. This kid must have taken some kind of medicine. Tisk tisk, the effect of this potion must be good. If I encounter it, I'll get some no matter what. Everyone looked at Ye Feng in shock. At this moment, Ye Feng looked around, and his expression was indifferent. If you don't want to die, then get lost. His sudden outburst made everyone's hearts tremble. Mother! It was too terrifying. This guy is so arrogant. Is he crazy? A newbie who just came out of the secret plane dares to provoke us. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Kid, what did you say? Do you know who we are? Do you know who our backer is? Hee hee. What a joke. A little guy who just came out of the secret realm still needs our backing? Haha, it's so funny. Little brat. Be tactful. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. These people had a high and mighty appearance, they did not put Ye Feng in their eyes at all. Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward and slowly approached this group of people. You're looking for death. Since you're looking for death, we'll fulfill your wish. A slightly older young man snorted coldly and drew his sword. Buzz. Silver light flickered, a sword ray soared into the sky, and a cold glint attacked Ye Feng as fast as lightning. However, before this sword ray could reach Ye Feng, it dissipated, and the sword energy within the sword ray also disintegrated and disappeared. What? The young symbiotic demon was startled, but his expression soon turned solemn. You are very powerful. However, you're too arrogant. Kill. He roared and waved the sharp sword in his hand. Your swordsmanship is not bad. Ye Feng nodded slightly. He stretched out his right hand. His fingers grabbed the sword and twisted it. Kaka. The sharp sword was broken, and the tip of the sword fell. With a pft, he grabbed the young symbiotic demon's chest and squeezed. Instantly, the young symbiotic demon's sternum caved in, and his entire body was in pain as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ye Feng threw the young symbiotic demon out, knocking over a few people. He looked at the rest of the people and said, You also want to spar with me? The surrounding people were silent as cicadas in winter, all of them looking at him in fear. Ye Feng had just killed Zhao Donggrun with one punch. His ferocity had shocked everyone, especially those higher-level existences. They clearly remembered that even they were afraid of Zhao Donggrun, but he was killed by Ye Feng with a single slap. This level of combat strength was truly frightening. No need. Let's go. Someone shouted in a low voice, turned around, and ran. With him taking the lead, the others retreated one after another, scuttling into the forest as if they were fleeing. Ye Feng could not be bothered with them. He turned around and continued to head to the base of the Zhao family's research project because more important things were waiting for him. After all, Zhao Donggrun and Zhao Ershan had been killed by him, and the rest of the symbiotic demons had probably fled. As for Zhao Yunshan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, he was the most troublesome. He had clearly seen him following behind Zhao Donggrun just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Ye Feng's first thought was that Zhao Yunshan had escaped back to the base. After all, that was the place where he had the best defense. I have to find Zhao Yunshan and find out all the details. Otherwise, these guys will only become more evil. Ye Feng looked into the distance. He knew that the other party's base was nearby. Of course, he also had to be on guard against any sudden attacks from the enemy. However, Ye Feng had to speed up. Otherwise, if Zhao Yunchen were to upload all the research information back to his family, all his efforts would be in vain. After all, it was useless to kill people. They would still pass back all the information that should be investigated without a word missing. This was a matter that dealt a heavy blow to everyone. Ye Feng had to avoid this from happening. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at a huge building complex made of trees. Ye Feng looked around. This was a place that should have many guards. There was no one there now. Because these people had already finished running. Ye Feng walked straight in. Although this was a group of buildings, they were not big. After all, this was Fallen Soul Valley and they did not have the ability to build such a large building. After passing through a forest, Ye Feng stopped in front of a slightly old building, only to hear a clang. He swung his arm and a black blade flew out. Bang! The pitch-black blade was inserted into the center of the door, making a dull sound. The entire door was covered in cracks, and it collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Ye Feng jumped in and walked up the stairs to the third floor. There were two bodies in the room. According to the aura of these two people when they were alive, they were definitely experts. However, this thought was too ugly. It doesn't look like they've been dead for a long time. It seems like this place was attacked by some creatures. Ye Feng checked and confirmed that these two were dead. He went to the second floor and saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed. His eyes were wide open and he was motionless. It was obvious that he had encountered something terrifying before he died. Ye Feng sighed, took out an injection, and injected it into the other party. Sigh, forget it. I'll see if there's any useful information here. After I'm done collecting it, I'll leave as soon as possible. Ye Feng shook his head and laughed bitterly. He did not manage to gather any valuable information in this mission. Instead, he got himself into a lot of trouble. He was quite depressed. I hope these people won't come looking for trouble again. 511 Super Dragon Phoenix Attack, Terrifying Memory. Ye Feng sighed. He turned around and was about to return, but at this time, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. A gust of cold wind blew in from the window, and Ye Feng became alert. Whoosh! A cloud of black mist suddenly appeared, and a huge, ferocious head popped out from the black mist. Its face was a ghastly green, like a ghost's. Super Dragon Phoenix. It had actually climbed in through the window. Its eyes were filled with hatred, it stared at Ye Feng, its hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded like it came from H*LL. You should die. At this moment, Ye Feng's eyes opened wide, and he revealed a look of disbelief. How is that possible? How could there be a super demon in this place? Ye Feng was shocked. This was the base of the Zhao family. Many of the latest high-tech devices had been set up around it, specifically to guard against these demons. After all, this was Fallen Soul Valley, where all kinds of demons, especially super demons, could be seen everywhere. If the humans wanted to set up a base here, they would have to take various defensive measures. Furthermore, this was the Zhao family. How could it be so easily destroyed by the demonic creatures? And now, Ye Feng actually saw a super dragon phoenix. And it was a living super dragon phoenix. This was simply too shocking. He, are you curious about me? I'm going to eat you, the super dragon phoenix roared and pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng was shocked, he immediately dodged to the side. Swish! The super dragon phoenix instantly wrapped around his waist and pulled hard, sending him flying several meters away. Ye Feng's body flashed with a bright light, he teleported away. Humph, you're really powerful. However, you're still going to die. The super dragon phoenix let out an extremely cold voice. Whoosh! The super dragon phoenix soared into the sky. This is terrible. Ye Feng had a bad feeling. Because at this time, he discovered that his consciousness was actually gradually blurring, and his vision was starting to blur. It was obvious that the super dragon phoenix had affected his mind. Ye Feng felt his body turn cold. His physical strength was very strong, but this did not mean that his will was not weak. The attack power of this demonic snake was more than 100 times stronger than that of a grade human. Its consciousness was eroding his body, just like a poisonous liquid soaking his blood vessels, corroding his internal organs. Ah! Ye Feng gritted his teeth. Using his last bit of energy, he activated the spiritual energy in his body, trying to stay awake, but this little bit of spiritual energy was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was completely useless. The invasion of the other party's consciousness seemed to be an irresistible force. It was as if you were being pressed down by a ghost in bed, and you were struggling to get up, but you were helpless. His consciousness had completely fallen into a coma, and even his spiritual energy had fallen into an illusory state. It was as if his soul had left his body and was floating in the air. At this moment, endless memories appeared in Ye Feng's mind. He seemed to have returned to his childhood in the orphanage, where a gentle and kind mother raised him, bought him snacks, fed him, and accompanied him as he grew up. "Child, quickly come and eat, okay?" Ye Feng heard his mother's kind voice. He looked at the fragrant and hot food on the table, he held back his tears, and walked over. He lowered his head to eat, only to find that the handle of the bowl and chopsticks had been cut off. "Mom, why?" He raised his head and asked in confusion. But the old woman's smile froze. Her lips moved a few times, and then she closed her eyes. He cried, he wailed. "Wuva! Mom!" Ye Feng's memories flashed past one after another, but they were all scenes of destruction. He couldn't stop crying. His heart had collapsed. He saw the old man holding his leg, tears in his eyes, and sobbed, "Child, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. When you grow up, Daddy and Mommy will come and see you. Be good, don't cry, don't cry. Daddy, Mommy." He called out his parents' names, but his parents had already left. "Don't abandon me. Please don't leave me, don't." Ye Feng knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. He felt an intense pain. This was the feeling he hated the most. It was as if someone had stabbed him in the heart. The pain almost made him faint. He raised his head and saw that the super dragon phoenix was looking at him with greedy eyes. "Kikikikik, your body is delicious. I smell a familiar scent. It's the person I'm looking for." The super dragon phoenix let out a sinister laugh. Ye Feng's heart trembled, and he knew that he could not hold on much longer. The strength of this super dragon phoenix was too strong. Even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be able to defeat it. Not to mention that he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. But Ye Feng did not plan to give up. "You want to kill me? In your dreams!" Ye Feng shouted in anger. A strand of slime power shot out from his finger and instantly ignited the entire table. Hoochie! The slime grew rapidly and eroded the super dragon phoenix in the blink of an eye. "Lowly mortal ant, I'm going to eat you!" The super dragon phoenix let out a sharp cry, and a terrifying pressure burst out from its body. With a boom, it actually destroyed the slime power. "Haha, useless trash! Do you think you can hurt me with just a slime? You're too naive." It sneered, its huge snake tail swept and directly sent Ye Feng flying. Bang! Ye Feng crashed onto the wall, his bones were broken and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. He struggled to stand up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were determined. "I still have a chance to win, I haven't lost yet." He took a step forward and cast the nether curse again, trying to bind the super dragon phoenix. What? The super dragon phoenix let out a surprised sound. It seemed to have noticed the special nature of the nether curse, but it immediately sneered. Was it that thing of yours that trapped me? Hee hee. What can a mere spiritual skill do to me? The super dragon phoenix was disdainful. It opened its mouth and spat out a gust of foul wind, blowing away the nether curse. Next, it stretched out its claws and tried to grab Ye Feng. Ah! Ye Feng screamed in pain. His chest was pierced. A hole appeared in his chest. Plop! He fell to the ground, and Ye Feng's aura rapidly dissipated. Brat, although your talent is heaven-defying, you're still an ant after all. You're not worth mentioning, the super dragon phoenix sneered in disdain. 512 Super Dragon Phoenix Killer, Purple Bead. I've said it before, I still have one last move. As long as I use this move, you'll die without a doubt. At this moment, a magnetic and domineering voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, the door was opened and a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes walked in with a smile. Not bad, well done. If my uncle was still alive, he would definitely be impressed by my smart plan. Zhao Yunchen looked at Ye Feng, who was still on the ground, and laughed wildly. It's a good thing that uncle left a super demon in the base, otherwise I would be in trouble. However, your life is short. I will not hesitate to possess all the remaining spiritual energy in your body, and your body, which is extremely precious. Unfortunately, you encountered the super demon of the Abyss Alliance that we have cultivated. Ha ha ha, you can die with no regrets. After Zhao Yunchen finished speaking, he turned and looked at Ye Feng. As the figure walked over, he activated the energy in his body, trying to absorb all the remaining energy in Ye Feng's body. He turned it into his own use. After all, even though Ye Feng was in such a state, he still had a large reserve of spiritual energy. It was enough for Zhao Yunchen to use. Hee hee, little brat, to think that you would have such a day. I don't even understand why you want to touch our interests. Now, you're dead. Give me all the slime power. The moment Zhao Yunchen shouted, Ye Feng's body suddenly flashed with a golden light. Buzz! Ye Feng stood up with a whoosh, the corners of his lips curled up. What? Zhao Yunchen kept retreating. His eyes were wide open. You're still alive. He was incomparably shocked, but immediately became ferocious. I've said it before, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ye Feng snorted coldly, and the aura in his body burst out. He had pretended to be dead just now to lure Zhao Yunchen out. He did not expect Zhao Yunchen to really come out. Since he had found his target, Ye Feng's battle could begin now. Immediately, blue slimes were shot out, instantly surrounding the super dragon phoenix in the distance. Hiss, 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 hiss. The super dragon armor was burning fiercely, and it kept twisting its body. D*MN, how do you still have strength? Zhao Yunchen's expression changed. He wanted to escape but he could not. The slime power was released at an extremely fast speed, and it had already hit him in the blink of an eye. Roar! Shrill wails could be heard continuously. Zhao Yunchen's body was emitting black smoke. His body was constantly twisting as if he was being baked in a giant oven. No! I can't hold on any longer. A pained expression appeared on Zhao Yunchen's face. This feeling was too difficult to bear. And this feeling was getting worse. Ah, ah, ah! Get out of my sight! Bang! Zhao Yunchen finally could not take it anymore. He smashed the incoming force with his palm. Ye Feng's face also turned as pale as a sheet, and he had clearly reached his limit. However, he did not fall. He relied on his will and continued to hold on. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Yunchen. Kid, how much power do you think you have? Zhao Yunchen sneered. Even if you have the power of a slime, you can't withstand my attack. Not bad, you do have some strength, but you will still lose. Zhao Yunchen walked forward step by step and revealed a sinister smile on his face. However, before you die, you can also get a very good ending. That is to become my food. Ye Feng's heart sank. He did not expect Zhao Yunchen to be so crazy. And this super dragon phoenix was actually his puppet? Hee. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Boom. Ye Feng roared, and half of the house collapsed from the impact. Immediately after, countless water element powers, like streams of water, came from all directions and attacked Zhao Yunchen. You're looking for death. Zhao Yunchen sent a meteorite flying with a kick. His eyes were filled with a fierce glow. I'm sorry, but I've already made preparations. He raised his right leg and kicked out. A black whip mark that was 30 meters long and as thick as a bucket was created, and it flew toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. This attack contained a terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. The two attacks collided together, and Ye Feng's body was sent flying by a huge force that he could not withstand. Puchi! Ye Feng's body crashed onto the wall, and fresh blood spurted out. Haha, this is the difference. Little brat, I advise you to listen to my orders obediently, or you will die even faster. Zhao Yunchen was extremely arrogant. Ye Feng bit his lip until it bled. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as he glared at Zhao Yunchen. I've said it before, no one can save you today. Zhao Yunchen laughed and walked closer. Suddenly, Ye Feng's body shot up and he threw a punch at Zhao Yunchen. Small tricks. Zhao Yunchen did not care. A sinister look flashed past Ye Feng's eyes, a slime blade suddenly appeared in his left hand. Swish! He slashed at Zhao Yunchen's throat. Zhao Yunchen was so frightened that he quickly dodged it. However, the blue dagger grazed his neck and blood started to flow. Both of them had paid the price for this confrontation. Zhao Yunchen was severely injured. He glared at Ye Feng with a sinister look and could not wait to tear Ye Feng into pieces. You're just a small fish. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're dead. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Feng's body suddenly disappeared from where he was standing and he threw a punch at Zhao Yunchen's chest. What? Zhao Yunchen's pupils constricted. This scene was exactly the same as when he first saw Ye Feng. The only difference was that Ye Feng appeared out of thin air. How is that possible? Impossible. Zhao Yunchen's face was filled with fear. Boom. Ye Feng's fist landed on his chest. Pfft. Zhao Yunchen could no longer control himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. I knew it. You won't let me go, so I prepared some things in advance, Ye Feng said coldly. Ye Feng looked at his right hand. He was holding a purple fruit with a purple bead on it. Is this all you've got? 513 Zhao Yunchen's final counterattack, his screams reverberated through the sky. Ye Feng's face was filled with disdain. You are still so weak. I can easily get rid of you. Humph. Zhao Yunchen snorted angrily. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you used so many secret weapons. Today, I'll let you see my true strength. Phew. Hoo. Hwalala. A strange sound rang out. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He realized that a layer of black fog had appeared in his surroundings, enveloping him. The black mist became thicker and thicker, and finally turned into a black ball. Zhao Yunchen's figure also became clearer. His entire body was wrapped in endless demonic energy, and one of his arms had completely turned black. This was demonic energy entering his body. His height had also increased by several times, and when he stood on both feet, he was like a small mountain. His eyes had also turned black, and a devilish red glint flickered in his eyes. Brat, your death is here. Boom. Zhao Yunchen raised his right leg and stomped down hard. Ye Feng's eyes focused, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. The next moment, he teleported away. Whoosh! Zhao Yunshan's speed was unbelievably fast. He punched the ground hard, leaving a deep pit. Boom! Boom! The entire ground trembled, and the soil exploded. Boom! Boom! Zhao Yunshan gave chase again. Whoosh! Ye Feng suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 His figure shuttled through the void. Every time he appeared, he would punch Zhao Yunshan. And every time, it was a fatal spot. Zhao Yunshan was beaten up badly, but his body did not seem to feel any pain. What the H*LL is this thing? Zhao Yunshan was extremely shocked and his eyes were wide open. Bang! 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 One punch, one punch, one punch. Zhao Yunshan's body was hit by one punch after another. Every punch could hurt him. Impossible! How can this be? How can this be? Zhao Yunshan roared madly. He was unwilling to believe all of this. A minute passed. Ye Feng was still standing at the same spot, but Zhao Yunshan was already lying on the ground. How can this be? How can this little B*** have such strength? Zhao Yunshan's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible! He must be just lucky. No matter how many secrets you've used, I'll kill you. Zhao Yunshan took out a purple crystal core from his storage space. This. It was the legendary Heart of the Heavenly Demon. F***ck, is this for real? The Heart of the Heavenly Demon is a peak grade 1 treasure. What is Zhao Yunshan's background? He actually has the Heart of the Heavenly Demon. Who is he? Ye Feng was stunned. He did not expect the other party to have the legendary Heart of the Heavenly Demon. Where did you come from? Why do you have a treasure of this level? Ye Feng asked in a deep voice. You're not worthy of knowing. Zhao Yunshan roared at the sky. You're not telling me? Good. Since that's the case, then go to H*LL. Ye Feng snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with a cold light. No. Zhao Yunshan felt the threat of death and wailed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure appeared in front of Zhao Yunshan in an instant and he punched down. Boom! Boom! Zhao Yunshan exploded from Ye Feng's punch and turned into dust. After Zhao Yunshan had swallowed the Heart of the Heavenly Demon, his cultivation level had increased by a large margin. His strength had also increased by more than a little. However, his cultivation was growing too slowly. Ye Feng's lips curled into an evil smile. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. Zhao Yunshan's body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. Impossible! He had never imagined that he would be tricked by an ant who had just been promoted to A ant grade. Ye Feng's speed was too fast, he had no time to react. Although his cultivation level had increased, he could not use it because his body couldn't withstand this power at all and would soon explode. Ye Feng's figure suddenly appeared behind him and he slapped Zhao Yunshan's back. Bang! Zhao Yunshan flew out like a cannonball. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. You actually dared to plot against me. Zhao Yunshan said through gritted teeth. That's right, I did plot against you, Ye Feng nodded, but this can't be helped. Little B****, I'm going to kill you. Boom! Boom! Bang! He punched Zhao Yunshan's head. Zhao Yunshan's body was sent flying again. No! Zhao Yunshan screamed in pain. Boom! Ye Feng's body suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't struggle anymore. You can't escape from me now. No! Bang! Ye Feng's body suddenly disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Zhao Yunshan. Bang! Bang! Ye Feng's series of attacks landed on Zhao Yunshan. Zhao Yunshan's body was badly mangled. Blood and flesh flew everywhere while his bones were shattered. Who the H*LL are you? Zhao Yunshan let out his last roar. You don't need to know. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 One punch after another landed on Zhao Yunshan's chest. His internal organs were all shattered. Pucci! Bright red blood spurted out of Zhao Yunshan's mouth and dyed a large area red. No! Ye Feng's arms trembled and waves of boundless power wrapped around Zhao Yunshan. Ah! A shrill scream reverberated through the sky. No! Zhao Yunshan could feel the blood in his body draining away. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with panic. Pfft! Zhao Yunshan's limbs and body kept on breaking apart. Blood flowed like a waterfall. No! Zhao Yunshan's screams came to an abrupt end and he turned into a pile of bloody mud. This was the terrifying part of the heart of the heavenly demon. It would absorb the blood of all living beings, and within a month, and it would devour all the flesh. In a very short period of time, all living beings would turn into dried corpses. Ye Feng kept the drop of blood in his bag. These drops of blood were the main ingredients for refining the heavenly demon pill. 514 Kill whoever comes, everyone kneels in admiration. What a pity! However, this guy has the heart of the heavenly demon, which is a good thing for me. A devilish smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips. He then flew into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 1,000 feet. However, even though his speed was extremely fast, it was still not as terrifying as the heart of the heavenly demon. Pucci! After absorbing enough blood, the heart of the heavenly demon's heart began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy madly. Ye Feng could only watch as the spiritual energy surged toward the heart of the heavenly demon. He knew that once the heart of the heavenly demon absorbed enough spiritual energy, his strength would once again increase to another level. He finally understood why the heart of the heavenly demon was called the heart of the heavenly demon. The speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy was too terrifying. Even he couldn't help but be envious. The terrifying thing about the heart of the heavenly demon was that as time passed, it would continuously devour the spiritual energy in other living beings. Once the heart of the heavenly demon absorbed enough spiritual energy, it would transform into a perfect heart of the heavenly demon. By then, Ye Feng would not need to worry about breaking through. This was because the heart of the heavenly demon would continuously absorb spiritual energy. No matter how much spiritual energy there was, it could absorb it. This was the true end of a fight to the death. Ye Feng could only hope that Zhao Yunshan could live longer. After all, the power of the heart of the heavenly demon was too terrifying. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. What? Ye Feng looked up. He saw a group of black figures flying in his direction. The group of figures wore black robes that covered their faces, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. However, the thick murderous aura and cold aura that they were exuding had already revealed their identity. They were all from the Zhao family. They probably just rushed back from outside. After all, Ye Feng's provocation had already reached their base. Ye Feng squinted his eyes and asked, "You are all from the Zhao family, right?" A black-robed lady stood out and asked Ye Feng. "You are Ye Feng, right?" "Not bad." Ye Feng nodded indifferently. "Then you don't need to know my identity. You killed 3 important members of the Zhao family. You even dared to kill young Master Zhao. You deserve to die 10,000 times. I'll give you 2 options now. First, surrender and plead guilty immediately. I'll escort you back to the Zhao family. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Second, die." The hostility on the Zhao family disciples grew stronger and stronger, as if they were volcanoes that were about to erupt. "Since you are from the Zhao family, why not?" Ye Feng mumbled softly, "Since you're here, then stay. You're looking for death." The Zhao family's disciple leader shouted in anger. His figure flashed as he led the group of black-robed disciples behind him and charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's body flickered and he appeared in front of them. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's movement technique was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already attacked dozens of times. Every move was extremely terrifying. Bang! 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 Every time he punched out, a series of explosions would occur and the group of Zhao family's disciples would be sent flying. These people were all heavily injured and spat out a large mouthful of blood. So strong! Who is this Ye Feng? To be able to take on so many experts by himself, he's too powerful. Oh my god, they're the most elite team of the Zhao family. I heard that they were out on the most serious mission. They must have received the rescue instructions from their leader, so they rushed back. The crowd discussed animatedly, their faces filled with fear. All of them wanted to escape. Humph! All of you, die! Boom! Ye Feng punched another person's chest ruthlessly. Pucci! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The man's head was smashed into pieces, turning into powder. Pucci! Pucci! Ye Feng punched out again, breaking another person's neck. One punch per person, Ye Feng killed them without any resistance. The aura on Ye Feng's body continued to rise, reaching beyond A grade in one go. Who? Ye Feng let out a breath of air. He kept his weapon, looked at the Zhao clan disciples who were kneeling on the ground and shivering, and laughed coldly. A burly man suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "It's not good, an expert is chasing us." What? There's an expert chasing after us. Quickly run! Upon hearing this, the remaining Zhao family's disciples were so scared that they turned around and ran. Bang! But Ye Feng did not have any intention of letting them go. He stomped on the ground. Boom! Boom! A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from Ye Feng's feet, and those people were directly sent flying. Pfft! Pucci! 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 The ribs of these people had been blasted into smithereens, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. You haven't broken through yet. The female leader looked at Ye Feng in shock. I've already said that you all deserve to die. Ye Feng's voice was bone-chillingly cold. It was like the low groan of a demon from the 9 netherworlds. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng directly attacked. Shua! 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 Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast, and he was like a ghost. In just a few seconds, he had already arrived in front of the woman. He grabbed her throat and lifted her up. No! That's not possible! It's impossible! The woman's legs trembled uncontrollably and her face turned red. She squeezed out a bitter smile with great difficulty. I've been at the peak of A and grade for many years, and I've long matured to find a bottleneck. You can't beat me. You're right. Ye Feng grinned. His right hand suddenly exerted force and directly broke the other party's throat. Gulp! Bright red blood flowed down the woman's throat and dripped onto the ground, dyeing the grass red. Ye Feng threw it aside and said coldly, "You all deserve to die." Swish! Ye Feng's body disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared beside a black-robed man. Ye Feng grabbed out with his hand and directly crushed this person's head. Don't! The woman screamed and struggled violently. Boom! A golden light bloomed from Ye Feng's palm. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Ye Feng smacked him unconscious. Immediately after, Ye Feng looked at the Zhao family's disciples and revealed his white teeth as he sneered, "I won't kill you, but you have to tell me where the top secret information of your base is hidden. Otherwise, I'll..." The group of disciples looked at Ye Feng's sinister smile and trembled in fear. Their eyes widened. Plop! 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 Everyone knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Great God, please spare me. If you don't want to die, then shut up." Ye Feng's eyes were cold. Yes. 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 The group of people hurriedly nodded in agreement, not daring to say another word. 515 Miracle, Super Soul Losing Grass. Because they knew that if they disobeyed Ye Feng, they would only end up dead. They all knew this. Tell me where you hid your secret information, and I can spare your lives. Ye Feng's ruthless words made everyone tremble. I'll take you there. One of them stood up, his body trembling. But you have to promise me that you'll let us all leave this place alive, the man continued. Ye Feng nodded his head. He didn't come here to kill them. He had to get his hands on the Zhao family's secret. Now, Zhao Donggrun, Zhao Dashan, and Zhao Ershan of the Zhao family, as well as the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Yunshan, had been killed by him. In this base, no one could stop him. I promise you. Hurry up and take me there. Ye Feng said, and the other party immediately stood up. After walking for a long time, the two of them came to a very well-hidden place. This was a huge cave. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice this place. The man opened the door and the two of them walked in. This is where we keep our top secrets. You have to fulfill your promise and let us go, the man said. Ye Feng nodded. Go. No one is stopping you. When the person heard this, his figure flashed and he immediately disappeared. It seems like the Zhao family has made a lot of research results. Ye Feng looked at the information and items around him, his eyes were shining. These things were all treasures. If they were to be exchanged for money, they could probably be sold for an astronomical figure. Ye Feng walked to the table and opened the crystal box on the table. What's inside this? Ye Feng opened it curiously. There were 3 pieces of paper in the crystal box. Ye Feng casually picked up one. There was only one word on it: miracle. Miracle? There was actually a miracle here. No wonder the Zhao family would come here to look for opportunities like crazy. Ye Feng took a closer look, there was nothing special about it. He then picked up 2 other pieces of paper. The first one was an introduction to a plant. This plant is a precious plant called blood lingzi mushroom. It's about 50 centimeters tall, has a purple-black stem, and oval-shaped leaves. The leaf veins is light green, and the stem is blue-black. The leaves have purplish-red patterns and the surface of the leaves is covered with a thick layer of moss. It looks very beautiful and very attractive. Ye Feng could understand the content of this introduction. He had seen a similar introduction in a magazine before. However, on the second piece of paper, there was a record of medicinal herbs collection. This herb was called the soul-losing grass. The effect of this herb is to increase the human body's immunity and strengthen the immune system. Through genetic fusion with the blood lingzi mushroom, the effects of this herb will be greatly improved. For example, it will improve the rate of genetic cell division in the flesh. It can also activate the cells in humans. After refining some pills, it can strengthen the body of the symbiotic demon. Under certain circumstances, a symbiotic demon's physical fitness even surpasses that of an ordinary person. But this herb is too rare. It can almost be called a miracle. After Ye Feng read it, he was completely shocked. This was even more terrifying than the effects of the heavenly demon pill. This was simply a heaven-defying existence. If I can get the soul-losing grass, my strength will definitely increase greatly. Ye Feng thought excitedly. The soul-losing grass was the most common plant in the valley. Although it was widely distributed, it was very difficult to find. Ye Feng took in a deep breath, calming his heart. The people here were all trained by the Zhao family. They know the use of these things, so they dare to steal without fear. Ye Feng mumbled, it seems like they know why I am here to find these things. Otherwise, they would not be so cooperative. Ye Feng revealed a cold smile in his eyes. The Zhao family was not afraid of death. Since that was the case, Ye Feng would not hold back. I want the soul-losing grass and the blood lingzi mushroom sample. Ye Feng licked his lips. He placed these 2 items into his storage space and walked into the depths of the cave. Inside the cave, there was actually another world. Not only were there all sorts of ores, but there were also wooden boxes that contained all sorts of precious medicinal herbs and spirit fruits. It looked very luxurious. This was one of the Zhao family's treasure troves. Ye Feng walked into the boxes and opened one of them. This place was filled with medicinal pills, and they were all of excellent quality. So many pills! Ye Feng was extremely shocked. Such a huge pile of pills, one could imagine the value. Moreover, the pills inside were made with special materials. Ye Feng waved his hand and kept all the items inside into his storage space. With so many treasures, it was enough for Ye Feng to become rich. It seems that I've really earned a lot this time. Ye Feng chuckled. Then, he continued his search. And this thing? Ye Feng realized that there was a small box inside one of the boxes. There was a huge golden snake pattern on the box. This was a divine artifact. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare divine artifact. Ha ha ha! The Zhao family is really going to pay a huge price this time. They actually sent me so many divine tools and spirit fruits. Ye Feng was extremely excited. He opened the box, and inside was a stone that was emitting a dark light. This stone was completely black, and there seemed to be a naturally formed and lifelike divine beast carved on it. This stone is the soul-catching stone. Ye Feng said excitedly when he saw the stone. He didn't expect that the secret soul-catching stone he pried from the water elemental Dragon King was lying here. The Zhao family had already gotten it. Ye Feng was slightly shocked. Everything was obtained without any effort. He took out the soul-catching stone and placed it on the ground. The moment the soul-catching stone landed on the ground, it released a terrifying pressure. This pressure seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Ye Feng only felt that his entire body was being restrained. This is... Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, his eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. This was the legendary divine level stone. It was said that this was forged from the power of the fallen soul. Just a stone contained the power of the lost soul. Furthermore, it could even absorb the surrounding heaven and earth elements, causing them to produce a wondrous reaction, and from there, turn into pieces of soul-catching stones. 516 The appearance of the soul-catching stone, evidence of the Zhao family's crimes. Ye Feng looked around, he picked up a piece of soul-catching stone and sniffed it. What a magical smell! The soul-catching stone contained a large amount of energy. Once it was released, it would have the power to destroy everything. Although the energy of the soul-catching stone was very little, it could increase the strength of the symbiotic demon. Furthermore, the soul-catching stone was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the symbiote. I'll go. The people of the Zhao family were really rich. A single soul-catching stone has such a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, it was forged from the highest grade of soul power. It was rumored that as long as one had this soul-catching stone, they could easily refine the laws of this world. Ye Feng could not help but gulp. This is great. His face revealed a touch of excitement. The soul-catching stone was a divine-level stone. Moreover, it could also strengthen a person's physique, increase their resistance, and strengthen their consciousness. This was a priceless treasure. Ye Feng was so excited that he almost fainted, because he knew that once he had this magical treasure, his strength would definitely soar. As expected of the Zhao family. Rich and overbearing. Ye Feng sighed. After that, he kept everything in his storage space. I've already ransacked everything here. It's time to look for some information. Ye Feng said. At the same time, in order to not let anyone know the secret of this place, he had also specially set up a powerful barrier, sealing everything here. Here. With his sharp observation ability, Ye Feng quickly locked onto a safe that was hidden very well. There should be some information I want to know in here. Ye Feng said in a low voice. He then used his power to destroy the safe. With a loud boom, Ye Feng had successfully opened the safe. All the information inside was also exposed. Ye Feng picked it up and glanced at it. At the same time, he activated his skill, Dialogue. There was a thick stack of materials here. The contents inside were instantly absorbed by Ye Feng. So that's how it is. Ye Feng's eyes flickered with a strange light, the corners of his lips curled up. It turned out that the Zhao family's research purpose here was for the blood lingzi mushroom and the soul-losing grass. The reason why they could enter Sky City so smoothly was all because of the secret help of the Abyss Alliance. Sargeras led the knights and used the apocalyptic stone to open the space-time gap that led to Sky City. Ye Feng closed his eyes. He pulled out this piece of memory from his memory and looked at it. The apocalyptic stone, this term was still new to Ye Feng. He didn't know what it was that could tear space and enter Sky City. But this was not important. What was important was that a large human family was secretly working with the creatures and demons. Ye Feng was shocked. I didn't expect the Zhao family to be so shameless for such a small benefit. It seems that I have to publish this information. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, it was equivalent to the creatures planting a nail in the human race. As a human, they were actually moles. Didn't they reach some kind of agreement with the demons? If the demonic creatures attacked the humans, everything would be much easier with the Zhao family's support in secret. This was something Ye Feng did not want to see. There was also. Ye Feng continued to retrieve the next content from dialogue. The Zhao family wanted to use the blood lingzi mushroom to produce a medium for summoning souls, which had the same effect as the soul-catching stone, to summon the dead. The effect of the soul-losing grass was to enhance the physical fitness of the symbiotic demon. Once these strengthening agents were used on the symbiotic demon, they would enhance the user's various attributes for a short period of time. As for what they were doing, Ye Feng did not even need to think to know. The entire Zhao family was preparing for battle. Moreover, they were secretly colluding with the Abyss Alliance. Their intentions were indeed very terrifying. Ye Feng had to inform the outside world of this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Zhao family really took action, the humans would be in danger. What is this Zhao family trying to do? Ye Feng mumbled. His eyes were flashing with deep thoughts. The Zhao family, this mysterious and terrifying clan, caused Ye Feng to be extremely interested. Forget it. No matter what you want to do, this is your choice. Since you want to deal with me, I'll give you a big gift. A cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. He did not plan to give the Zhao family any chance. He destroyed the information immediately. After all, humanity's crisis was imminent. After Ye Feng finished reading the content, he closed dialogue. Let's go, it's time for me to leave. Ye Feng stood up, his eyes were filled with a cold light. Afterward, he put away some resources and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. What's going on? I think I'm missing a page from the information I was looking at just now. Could it be my illusion? Ye Feng scratched his head. He couldn't believe this. However, he still decided to investigate further. He immediately sketched out what he had just seen in his mind. That's right, it's this. Ye Feng's expression turned dark, because this was the information he saw when he was dealing with the Zhao clansmen. This was a record of all the leaders of the Zhao family and all the conspiracies that the Zhao family had done in Sky City. In this document, other than recording the various crimes committed by the Zhao family, there were also a few photos that showed the Zhao family making puppets. Puppet. Ye Feng looked at the human-shaped puppets in the picture and frowned. Although they were puppets, they were of a higher level than real people. The Zhao family is actually doing this in the dark. Ye Feng was shocked. After that, he destroyed the documents. It seems like the Zhao family has a very powerful team. I don't know what organization it is, but this organization shouldn't be for the humans. They are after the blood lingzi mushroom and the soul-losing grass. Ye Feng guessed. Ye Feng thought for a while. He then burned the information. Since you've already set your eyes on this, why should I hold back? Anyway, I'm already powerful enough now. Even if I encounter the Abyss Alliance, I might be able to fight them. Ye Feng sneered. If Ye Feng destroyed this information, it would be the same as cutting off all the clues that Zhao family had. They would no longer have the chance to deal with Ye Feng. There's only the Zhao family and the Abyss Alliance left. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Ye Feng had to deal with these three forces first. Otherwise, he would forever be in a passive state. 517 Looking for the Water Elemental Dragon King again and fighting. The Abyss Alliance is a problem. I'd better not provoke it for the time being in case I suffer unnecessary losses. As for the Zhao family, if they want to deal with me, then let them. In any case, I already have the strength to contend against them, and. On Ye Feng's face, a faint cold smile appeared. He already knew how to break the Zhao family. Now that he had obtained the soul-catching stone, as for how to use it, Ye Feng would need to spend some time to study it, but now was not the time to do so. He had to find the Water Elemental Dragon King and kill him before he left the valley. This time, he would not let the Water Elemental Dragon King escape. Moreover, he didn't have time to waste here. After collecting some materials that could prove the Zhao family's crimes, Ye Feng directly destroyed this place. After returning to the lake in front of the valley, Ye Feng looked around. He wanted to find traces of the Water Elemental Dragon King. Unfortunately, this place was still the same as before. There was no change at all. It seems that the Water Elemental Dragon King is not here. However, I can't be so casual this time. If I don't hurry up and deal with the Water Elemental Dragon King, he might be even more troublesome in the future. Ye Feng snorted coldly, and he entered the valley again. He had to make good use of his time and raise his cultivation as soon as possible. This time, he was prepared to search the valley thoroughly. If everything went well, he might even find something extraordinary. I wonder to what extent my cultivation can be raised. If I can break through to a higher level in one day, I won't have to fear the Zhao family and the Abyss Alliance anymore. If I can't break through, then I'll have to consider whether I should give up on this opportunity. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. He then closed his eyes. Time flew by, and a lot of time had passed. During this period of time, Ye Feng had been searching in the valley. He was also absorbing all sorts of spiritual energy here. Although I haven't evolved much, I've absorbed quite a lot of undead energy. The elemental power in my body seems to have obtained a new stabilizing factor. Ye Feng opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. His body suddenly expanded, and black lines appeared on his body, giving off a terrifying aura. His entire person became dignified and solemn. Peak A and grade. This training speed is heaven-defying. I'm only one step away from the bottleneck of the Beyond A grade realm, Ye Feng said with a sigh. However, it's not easy to cross it. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. His eyes were filled with determination. He had already made his decision. No matter how difficult it was, he would work hard to cultivate and increase his strength. Phew! Phew! Ye Feng let out 2 breaths of turbid air, then sat cross-legged on the ground. His body began to spin slowly, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered into his body, fusing into his flesh, blood, and bones. As he circulated the qi and blood in his body, the life essence kept washing over his body. At the same time, his skin began to split and then heal again. The process of this cycle was very complicated and required a day to complete. A day later, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. I've finally improved a little. I've gained a lot, but it's still relatively low overall. I still need to find other opportunities. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the slime symbiosis, the power brought by the bloodline bonus of dragon power was extraordinary. Ye Feng now had the strength of a Beyond A grade transcendent, and with the boost from his blood and slime power, he could already fight against ordinary beyond a grade transcendence. However, the Water Elemental Dragon King, the Zhao family's patriarch, and the Demon King of the Abyss Alliance were all formidable enemies. A sinister smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips. In his heart, he already had the intention to kill that peak beyond a grade stage existence. However, that person was too strong. Ye Feng did not dare to act rashly. But Ye Feng would not give up so easily. No matter what, victory will definitely be mine. Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly. This time, he was prepared to harvest all the spirit herbs in the valley. In the valley, Ye Feng sprinted all the way, and he quickly picked all the spirit herbs on the hill. There were also some spirit fruits and spirit fruit trees. He had also moved them all and was ready to take them all away. His current cultivation had reached the peak of A and grade, so collecting these items was a piece of cake. Ye Feng, you're still alive. Your cultivation has actually broken through so much. This is a miracle. Just as Ye Feng had picked all the spirit herbs on the hill, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw a white-robed old man. The white-robed old man's long silver hair drooped down, and his eyes were deep and cold, giving off an icy feeling. Hee, Water Elemental Dragon King. You've finally come to see me. Do you really think that you can stop me with the hiding place of Fallen Soul Valley? Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. The white-robed old man's eyes flickered with a cold light as he said, Ye Feng, I am indeed not your match. However, there is an even more powerful existence in this valley. Oh? There are even stronger existences. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In this place, other than Ye Feng, there were also some powerful demonic creatures, even super demonic creatures. But in this valley, they did not seem to be afraid of Ye Feng, and Ye Feng was not willing to provoke these demonic creatures. After all, this valley was far more dangerous than the outside world. Therefore, he would rather avoid trouble. The white-robed old man was silent for a moment before saying, Ye Feng, you are not a match for those things. So, get out of here right now and I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ha ha ha. It's really funny. You're a dragon king, and you're actually begging for mercy. It's so funny. Ye Feng shook his head and spoke in disdain. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. The white-robed old man's pupils shrank. Whoosh! With a flip of his wrist, a pitch-black longsword instantly appeared in his palm. The longsword emitted a dense spiritual energy. The moment this longsword appeared, a majestic aura burst out, causing Ye Feng to take a few steps back. 518 The Guardian of Fallen Soul Valley, the King of Lost Souls. This black longsword was actually a weapon. It was a weapon that could control demonic energy. It's actually a divine artifact. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Ye Feng's eyes squinted slightly, and he was shocked in his heart. He had not expected that there was someone in the mortal world who could control such a powerful and mystical being. If the Water Elemental Dragon King had not found something he could rely on when he left him, he would not have dared to provoke him. One had to know that once this spiritual energy was activated, its power would definitely be much more powerful than ordinary divine weapons. It could even achieve the effect of an instant kill. Ye Feng did not want to try it easily. Ye Feng, I will kill you today. The white-robed old man snorted coldly. He waved the divine weapon in his hand and slashed it toward Ye Feng. The power of this slash was comparable to the attack of a late stage beyond A grade. Swish! However, when the divine weapon in the white-robed old man's hand slashed over, he discovered an illusory light screen appearing around Ye Feng. Crack! The divine weapon in the white-robed old man's hand slashed at the light curtain, producing a crisp sound of metal colliding, as if it had hit an iron plate. What? You actually blocked my sword. The white-robed old man's expression changed drastically. This was his ultimate skill. Even human transcendence would not be able to block it. He did not expect that it would be blocked by a thin light barrier. The white-robed old man's eyes widened and his face turned red. A terrifying aura burst out from his body like an angry lion, ready to tear everything in front of him apart at any time. "Get out!" the white-robed old man roared. A huge wave of air swept toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Boom! 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 Dense cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks spread out like a spider web, instantly covering the entire valley. Pucci! Boom! 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 Right at this time, Ye Feng felt the ground beneath his feet shaking intensely. Stone walls started to collapse, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard from deep underground. It was as if a huge lava lake was spewing out. Ye Feng's expression changed. His body hurriedly rose into the air and left the ground, avoiding the lava lake. What's going on with this lava lake? Ye Feng's face was filled with shock. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a pool of lava. His entire body was burning, and black wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. He quickly took out a healing potion and consumed it. This healing medicine was a supreme-grade medicine that Ye Feng had refined, and it could quickly recover the injuries on the body. However, after taking these healing pills, they only healed the injuries on the surface of his skin. They did not completely heal his physical body. D****it. What's going on with this lava lake? Why did it suddenly erupt? Is there some kind of rule hidden inside? Ye Feng's eyes were filled with suspicion. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already fled 1,000 feet. Bang! At that moment, a fireball exploded. The flames exploded and turned into a rain of fire, covering the space within 1,000 feet. Oh no, my slime shield is broken. Just as Ye Feng dodged this attack, an old and deep voice came from below. Then, a hunchbacked old man slowly stood up. His body was covered in black mist and a faint trace of blood. Who are you? I am the guardian of Fallen Soul Valley, the Lost Soul Tree King. The hunchbacked old man stared at Ye Feng. He raised his thin arms and pointed at Ye Feng. The Lost Soul Tree King? There was actually such an existence in Fallen Soul Valley. Ye Feng's mouth opened. He had not expected that there would be such a strange thing in the valley. Little B****, you dare to enter the valley? You're dead for sure. The Lost Soul Tree King slowly opened his mouth, and 2 rays of scarlet light shot out of his eyes. Ye Feng finally reacted. No wonder the Water Elemental Dragon King could say that there was an even stronger existence here. He was waiting for the King of Lost Souls to appear. Otherwise, it was no wonder that the Water Elemental Dragon King dared to face Ye Feng head-on. But Ye Feng was not afraid. You want to kill me? Ye Feng's lips curled up into a mocking smile. Did this old monster really think that he could kill him with his strength? What a joke! I'm an expert of my generation. Do you think you can kill me? Your cultivation is only at the Beyond A grade, so you can't kill me at all. However, I can easily crush you. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Hand over everything and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die. Ye Feng's voice was bone-chillingly cold. It was like 10,000 years old profound ice. Hee, Junior, you want to negotiate with me? The Lost Soul Tree King laughed. He swung his withered tree arm, and the thick arm began to dance wildly. Crystal clear beads emerged from its branches, shining with a bright luster like bright stars. Boom! One by one, the beads flew over like a meteor shower. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Looking at this scene, a trace of fear rose in his heart. Although he was confident that he could block these beads, it would not be easy to intercept all of them. His figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. Boom! 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 One by one, the beads exploded at the spot where he had disappeared. This time, Ye Feng directly appeared in front of the Lost Soul Tree King. "Go to H*LL. Ye Feng shouted. He clenched his fist and punched toward the Lost Soul Tree King's chest. Rumble! The Lost Soul Tree King's body suddenly trembled, and cracks extended from his chest. Ah! The Lost Soul Tree King screamed in pain. He did not expect Ye Feng to be so powerful that he could break his attack. Kaka. Hideous wounds appeared on the surface of the Lost Soul Tree King's body, and blood spurted out, dyeing the entire sky red. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. His fist continued to land. The Lost Soul Tree King's body was riddled with holes, and many of his bone armor had been broken. Bang! Right at this time, Ye Feng's fist landed on the Lost Soul Tree King's head. Instantly, the Lost Soul Tree King's head split into pieces, and black smoke spewed out. He then fled in panic. The Lost Soul Tree King was a plant and had the ability to self-destruct, so when Ye Feng threw that punch, the Lost Soul Tree King knew that he could not be saved, so he escaped in a panic. However, how could Ye Feng let the Lost Soul Tree King escape? He immediately chased after him. 519. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. The Lost Soul Tree King's figure was unpredictable. Every time he jumped, he would move a few hundred feet away from the valley. Ye Feng followed closely behind, punching continuously. Boom! 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 The Lost Soul Tree King's body had been blown up dozens of times, but his speed was still very terrifying. Ye Feng did not dare to delay, and he immediately used spatial bending. Woo! At that moment, the Lost Soul Tree King suddenly made a turn and entered a canyon. D****, he escaped again. Ye Feng cursed, and he chased after them. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded in Ye Feng's ears. In the blink of an eye, he saw a huge figure pouncing toward him. Roar! It was a giant python. The giant python was 7 to 8 feet long. Its body was covered in black scales, and it exuded a cold and eerie aura. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. It's actually a flood dragon. No wonder it's able to display the strength of a late beyond A-grade expert. Ye Feng sighed in his heart. This flood dragon's level was very high, at least at the peak of beyond A-grade, or even higher. I wonder where this water elemental dragon king found so many reinforcements. Roar! The flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out rows of sharp teeth. It bared its fangs and claws as it pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's brows furrowed deeply. This flood dragon was too dangerous. If he was bitten by it, he would definitely be heavily injured. He took a few steps back. Hiss! Roar! The flood dragon let out an angry roar. Its teeth were filled with sharp spikes, and they were like sharp daggers. They could pierce through Ye Feng's neck at any moment. But even so, it could not stop Ye Feng from dodging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But the flood dragon's domain made Ye Feng feel a sense of dizziness. His eyelids felt heavy as if he was about to faint. However, he quickly came to his senses. He had an indifferent smile on his face. Humph, you want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Little B****, let's see where you can run to this time. An awe-inspiring voice sounded. Ye Feng turned around, only to find the Lost Soul Tree King standing not far away, pointing at him. Why are you still alive? Seeing that the Lost Soul Tree King was completely fine, Ye Feng revealed a look of surprise. He had thought that the Lost Soul Tree King had already been beaten into a pulp by him. He didn't expect him to still be alive and kicking in front of him. He was simply a monster. Humph! The Lost Soul Tree King coldly snorted. He looked at Ye Feng with a cruel expression. Little B****, today is the day you die. Saying so, the Lost Soul Tree King opened his arms, his eyes shining with a green light, as if he wanted to devour Ye Feng completely. The Lost Soul Tree King released a terrifying fluctuation, which made people's hair stand on end. Even if Ye Feng was an elite A and grade symbiote, he still felt his hair stand on end, as if he had encountered something terrifying. What is this? What a terrifying aura! It's actually suppressing me. Ye Feng was bewildered. The Lost Soul Tree King's fluctuations were even stronger than Ye Feng's, and even surpassed his own. This made him feel that it was unbelievable. Little B****, let's see where you can run to. You must die today. The Lost Soul Tree King smiled sinisterly and clenched his fists. Boom, boom, boom. The void around him was instantly shattered. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body turned into a stream of light, instantly escaping. Ha 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 ha! The Lost Soul Tree King laughed hysterically toward the sky. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Ye Feng. Kneel down. The Lost Soul Tree King waved his sleeve. A huge black hole appeared behind Ye Feng. The black hole was deep and endless, as if it led to an endless abyss. Ah 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 ah! An extremely miserable shriek came from the black hole, as if there was an extremely terrifying existence struggling to crawl out. Humph! The Lost Soul Tree King snorted and stretched out his hand. Rumble! The black hole trembled violently, as if it was being suppressed by a mountain, trying to come out. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion and the black hole exploded. Ah! A shrill scream came from inside again. What is this thing? Ye Feng was extremely frightened, and a trace of panic emerged in his heart. Humph! This old man is the guardian of Fallen Soul Valley. I specialize in collecting all kinds of evil grudges and soul fragments, and then seal them in the depths of Fallen Soul Valley. The Lost Soul Tree King smiled smugly, as if victory was already in his grasp. What? You're also the guardian of Fallen Soul Valley? After hearing this news, Ye Feng's expression turned dark. He had heard the teachers in the school talk about the horror of Fallen Soul Valley's guardian. There were all dead souls here, and every one of them was very terrifying. The resentment of those who had died unjustly was especially strong. Anyone who stayed there for a long time would lose their nature and eventually become a walking corpse. Little B****, you really know a lot. You should be glad that you didn't kill me, the Lost Soul Tree King said sarcastically. Otherwise, today would be the day of your death. No, I'm not lucky at all. Ye Feng shook his head. Humph! The Lost Soul Tree King curled his lips in disdain. Since that's the case, I can only use my full strength. As the Lost Soul Tree King spoke, he stretched out his palm and slowly grabbed toward Ye Feng. Hoo! An invisible gust of wind blew over, Ye Feng's clothes were blown up. Ye Feng's body moved to the side, avoiding the Lost Soul Tree King's attack. Whoosh! The next moment, the Lost Soul Tree King punched out. Bang! The Lost Soul Tree King's thick arm slammed into Ye Feng's body. Puchy! Ye Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face was filled with pain. Humph! An ant-like cultivator like you dares to act fierce in front of this old man? You really don't know your place. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed disdainfully. His arm shook slightly. He was about to crush Ye Feng completely. Weev. Suddenly, two sword shadows appeared in front of the Lost Soul Tree King. Clang! The two flying swords ruthlessly hit the Lost Soul Tree King's arms, forcing him back several hundred meters before coming to a stop. What kind of ghostly sword was this? Could they be a pair? The Lost Soul Tree King frowned as he looked at the sword wound on his arm, and his expression became grave. He could feel that the two strikes were not ordinary sword techniques. Their power was actually not much different from his soul-losing devil body, and even slightly surpassed his. 520 powerful strength, constantly jumping water elements. The Lost Soul Tree King was a little shocked. This little B** has too many tricks up his sleeves. It seems like I'm going to lose this time, the Lost Soul Tree King thought to himself. Humph. Little b asterisk starred, I don't care what kind of monster you are, but in front of me, the Lost Soul Tree King, you can only obediently accept your death. The Lost Soul Tree King sneered, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Ye Feng. He raised his foot and was about to step on Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng's expression turned cold, and his legs left two clear footprints on the ground. Ye Feng instantly disappeared from his spot and reappeared 300 feet away. Little b asterisk starred, if you have the ability, stand there and don't move. Otherwise, I'll make you die faster. Seeing this, the Lost Soul Tree King angrily shouted. His figure moved, and he chased after him again. The two of them exchanged blows in midair, constantly colliding with each other, erupting waves of violent rumbles. Is this the strength of the Lost Soul Tree King? It's really extraordinary. With just one strike, I've fallen into a disadvantage. Ye Feng's heart trembled. Little b asterisk starred, just wait for this old man to swallow you up, bite by bite. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed wildly. The Lost Soul Tree King was tall and huge. His whole body was covered with blue veins, and his skin seemed to be cast from molten iron. His fingers were bent and as sharp as claws. Hiss! He waved his hand and black branches shot toward Ye Feng like poisonous snakes. Ding! Ye Feng waved his arm, and a metal ring appeared on his wrist. A long sword appeared in the ring, and he stabbed out. Clang! The sword slashed at the black vines, but only a layer of skin was cut. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, and he waved his wrist repeatedly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Golden runes appeared on his fingers. A golden longsword spun rapidly in Ye Feng's hand, forming a strong suction force. Whoosh! A golden sword light soared into the sky and headed straight for the Lost Soul Tree King. The Lost Soul Tree King frowned and hurriedly moved to the side. Pft! Pft! The golden sword projection crashed into the ground, creating two massive chasms that were so deep they couldn't be seen. What a powerful sword technique! Shock could be seen in the Lost Soul Tree King's eyes. He did not think that Ye Feng would use such a powerful skill. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden sword ray cut through the air with a sharp killing aura. Humph! The Lost Soul Tree King's eyes turned cold, and his body exuded a ghastly aura. He used one of his skinny hands to block Ye Feng's sword light, then used his other hand to block it. Ding! Kaka! A crisp cracking sound was heard. After the sword ray touched the palm of the Lost Soul Tree King, it was instantly shattered. What's going on? Ye Feng was extremely surprised, and he looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. Humph, you're still too inexperienced. This is only an avatar of this old man, nothing to worry about. The Lost Soul Tree King sneered. Ye Feng was stunned. He finally understood that he had fallen into a trap from the start. Not good. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a dangerous aura behind him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pucci! The Lost Soul Tree King's skeletal hand grabbed onto his chest. His 5 fingers were like steel knives as they pierced through Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's body suddenly trembled, and a faint smoke was emitted from his body. Ha 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 ha, little b asterisk starred, I've said that you must die. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed sinisterly, and a majestic spiritual energy gushed out of his body. Not good. Run! Seeing the Lost Soul Tree King's actions, Ye Feng's heart thumped. He knew that the situation was bad, and he quickly used teleportation to escape. Whoosh! However, a black vine wrapped around Ye Feng's waist. The vines quickly spread out and bound Ye Feng's waist tightly. Ye Feng felt his movements becoming slower, as if he was being restricted by a huge rock. Haha, little b asterisk starred, this old man advises you to obediently accept your death so that this old man won't waste my time. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed smugly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Ye Feng's hair, wanting to pull him back. However, at this moment, Yefeng's body suddenly lit up with a blue light. The sea stone armor and the sea stone crown instantly burst into a dazzling starlight, repelling all the green vines around them. What? Your defense is this strong? The Lost Soul Tree King's eyes widened. Haha, old man, do you think you can do anything to me with your puny strength? Yefeng sneered. A terrifying aura also burst out from his body, shattering the Lost Soul Tree King's green vines into powder. D***mn, I don't believe that I can't kill you. The Lost Soul Tree King's eyes widened, and he released a huge amount of spiritual energy from his palms. Boom! Black clouds instantly rose around him, covering the sky and the sun as if they were going to drown the entire earth. Hiss! As expected of Fallen Soul Valley's guardian, to be able to activate such a powerful force. This guy is not only a little difficult to deal with, he's extremely difficult to deal with. Thick black vines crawled out from his body, like a black ocean, engulfing Yefeng and trying to drown him. The dark clouds rolled and rolled, as if they could crush people. Yefeng's expression was solemn. Circles of light blue water particles were dancing around his body. Pili Pala. The deafening sounds of explosions rang out in the air. The deep blue water was constantly rolling. See God's power. See Behemoth. Release to the extreme. Yefeng growled. The sea stone trident in his hand appeared in the air and stabbed toward the Lost Soul Tree King. Crack! The sea stone trident stabbed into the Lost Soul Tree King, as if it had stabbed into an extremely solid wall. Bang! The water elements exploded with a loud bang, and the vines on the Lost Soul Tree King's body burst. Little B** starred, just you wait, the Lost Soul Tree King said indignantly and disappeared. Who? Yefeng took in a deep breath. Just now, he had almost been submerged by the black clouds. If not for the 3-piece sea stone set, he would have died under this move. D***mn, who is that guy? How could he be so powerful? Boom, boom, boom. Yefeng had just recovered a bit of his strength, but the qi and blood in his body started to boil again. Ah! Yefeng shouted in anger. He stomped on the ground and ran away. Yefeng knew that although his current strength was not bad, the Lost Soul Tree King definitely had other hidden strengths. If the battle continued, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Escape. At this time, Yefeng could not care about his image anymore. He only hoped to escape to the outside of the valley and wait for other opportunities. Yefeng did not dare to stay any longer. It was as if his legs were stepping on a firestorm wheel as he sprinted into the distance. However, at this moment, a green light flew over from the sky. When Yefeng saw that green figure, his expression turned extremely awkward. Whoosh! He twisted his body and sped into the distance. The green figure was the Lost Soul Tree King. Hee hee! A sinister smile appeared on the Lost Soul Tree King's face. He stomped his feet on the ground and a green soil rose up from the ground, blocking Yefeng's path. Little B** starred, you still want to escape? The Lost Soul Tree King sneered. Whoosh! Yefeng gritted his teeth, and he charged forward again. However, before Yefeng could even get close to the Lost Soul Tree King, his body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yefeng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hee hee! 2 tree vines shot out, directly toward Yefeng. D***mn. Yefeng cursed in his heart. He quickly turned around and ran away. Boom, boom, boom. The tree vines wrapped around his body, making a crisp crackling sound and a shocking crack appeared. Pfft! Finally, Yefeng could no longer endure this huge injury, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, little B** starred, so what if you have the sea stone armor? You still can't resist my attack. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed heartily. Yefeng's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he had completely understood. He was not a match for this guy at all. Unless he advanced to the beyond A grade realm and possessed extreme strength, he would not be able to kill this guy. Whoosh! Suddenly, the lost Soul Tree King's figure disappeared. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. This time, he really felt the threat of death. Hiss! A green light flashed, and the lost Soul Tree King appeared beside Ye Feng. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the lost Soul Tree King waved his arms and a green energy wave shot toward Ye Feng. Boom! Bang! Ye Feng stomped on the ground and his entire body was sent flying, plowing 2 straight ravines on the ground. Pucci! Ye Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. This guy had actually comprehended the law of space and time to the peak. Space and time were both rule forces. At this moment, the two perfectly combined. Little b****, you won't be able to escape tonight. The lost Soul Tree King laughed sinisterly as he approached Ye Feng step by step. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure flickered as he frantically escaped toward the front. The lost Soul Tree King sneered. He grabbed Ye Feng's ankle and dragged him forward. Ye Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. Boom! He kicked the lost Soul Tree King's stomach. Bang! The lost Soul Tree King's body flew backward and fell to the ground. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Ye Feng could actually injure him. One had to know that he was already a peak beyond A grade. This was also the first time that Ye Feng had met such a powerful peak beyond A grade opponent. Even the Water Elemental Dragon King was not as strong as the Lost Soul Tree King in front of him. Little b****, I'll let you know what true power is tonight. As he spoke, the Lost Soul Tree King waved his hand, and the green leaves flew toward Ye Feng. Hiss! Ye Feng's body flashed, avoiding the fallen leaves. However, when he turned around, he found that falling leaves had followed him like cancer. Ye Feng frowned, and he had a thought. Instantly, a large array condensed and formed beside him. Bang! The fallen leaves crashed into the formation and instantly shattered. Humph! You dare to show off your little tricks in front of this old man? The Lost Soul Tree King's body flickered and instantly appeared at the edge of the array. Hiss! The Lost Soul Tree King reached out to grab the array. Whoosh! 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 The pieces of fallen leaves instantly shot toward the Lost Soul Tree King. The fallen leaves seemed to have a mind of their own, and each of them contained an extremely powerful attack. The Lost Soul Tree King's palm easily tore apart the fallen leaves. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the falling leaves suddenly changed their trajectory and flew toward the Lost Soul Tree King at a strange angle. This scene shocked the Lost Soul Tree King. He didn't expect falling leaves to have their own thoughts. Boom! 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 A violent tremor spread out, and the leaves on the Lost Soul Tree King's body exploded one after another. The Lost Soul Tree King's face revealed a trace of panic. Who? The Lost Soul Tree King's body suddenly dodged, avoiding the exploding leaves. He moved his body and pounced toward Ye Feng again. The branch in his hand twitched crazily, bringing with it a wave of tyrannical energy. Break! Yet! Feng shouted, his eyes shone with 2 red lights, and a heaven-shaking aura burst out. This was a power that Ye Feng had never released before, Divine Sequence, Dragon God. Ding! System notification. Divine Sequence, Dragon God 100%. Since that's the case, I'll make you my first target. Ye Feng snorted coldly. The words that came out of his mouth were like the whispers of the legendary Dragon God, every word he said could not be resisted. At this moment, Ye Feng was the legendary god, the Dragon King's descent. The aura that was released from his body had changed into another form. It was the Dragon God's aura. Rumble! Crack! The 2 balls of flames collided with each other, and a series of terrifying sounds rang out from the battlefield. Boom! The two balls of fire exploded at the same time, setting off a storm. Ye Feng's lips turned red, he took a few steps back and almost fell. How is this possible? The Lost Soul Tree King's eyes were filled with horror. Whoosh! Boom! The muscles on Ye Feng's body started to move, and the red in his eyes became even more intense. 521 Penetrating Attack, Release of Divine Rank. Ah! Ye Feng shouted in anger. He stomped on the ground and ran away. Ye Feng knew that although his current strength was not bad, the Lost Soul Tree King definitely had other hidden strengths. If the battle continued, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Escape. At this time, Ye Feng could not care about his image anymore. He only hoped to escape to the outside of the valley and wait for other opportunities. Ye Feng did not dare to stay any longer. It was as if his legs were stepping on a firestorm wheel as he sprinted into the distance. However, at this moment, a green light flew over from the sky. When Ye Feng saw that green figure, his expression turned extremely awkward. Whoosh! He twisted his body and sped into the distance. The green figure was the Lost Soul Tree King. Hee hee! A sinister smile appeared on the Lost Soul Tree King's face. He stomped his feet on the ground and a green soil rose up from the ground, blocking Ye Feng's path. Little B****, you still want to escape, the Lost Soul Tree King sneered. Whoosh! Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and he charged forward again. However, before Ye Feng could even get close to the Lost Soul Tree King, his body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ye Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hee hee! Two tree vines shot out, directly toward Ye Feng. D*****. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He quickly turned around and ran away. Boom! 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 The tree vines wrapped around his body, making a crisp crackling sound, and a shocking crack appeared. Pfft! Finally, Ye Feng could no longer endure this huge injury, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, little B****, so what if you have the sea stone armor? You still can't resist my attack. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed heartily. Ye Feng's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he had completely understood. He was not a match for this guy at all. Unless he advanced to the Beyond A grade realm and possessed extreme strength, he would not be able to kill this guy. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Lost Soul Tree King's figure disappeared. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. This time, he really felt the threat of death. Hiss! A green light flashed, and the Lost Soul Tree King appeared beside Ye Feng. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the Lost Soul Tree King waved his arms and a green energy wave shot toward Ye Feng. Boom! Bang! Ye Feng stomped on the ground and his entire body was sent flying, plowing two straight ravines on the ground. Puchy! Ye Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. This guy had actually comprehended the law of space and time to the peak. Space and time were both rule forces. At this moment, the two perfectly combined. Little B****, you won't be able to escape tonight. The Lost Soul Tree King laughed sinisterly as he approached Ye Feng step by step. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure flickered as he frantically escaped toward the front. The Lost Soul Tree King sneered. He grabbed Ye Feng's ankle and dragged him forward. Ye Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. Boom! He kicked the Lost Soul Tree King's stomach. Bang! The Lost Soul Tree King's body flew backward and fell to the ground. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Ye Feng could actually injure him. One had to know that he was already a peak Beyond A grade. This was also the first time that Ye Feng had met such a powerful peak Beyond A grade opponent. Even the Water Elemental Dragon King was not as strong as the Lost Soul Tree King in front of him. Little B****, I'll let you know what true power is tonight. As he spoke, the Lost Soul Tree King waved his hand, and the green leaves flew toward Ye Feng. Hiss! Ye Feng's body flashed, avoiding the fallen leaves. However, when he turned around, he found that falling leaves had followed him like cancer. Ye Feng frowned, and he had a thought. Instantly, a large array condensed and formed beside him. Bang! The fallen leaves crashed into the formation and instantly shattered. Humph! You dare to show off your little tricks in front of this old man? The Lost Soul Tree King's body flickered and instantly appeared at the edge of the array. Hiss! The Lost Soul Tree King reached out to grab the array. Whoosh! 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 The pieces of fallen leaves instantly shot toward the Lost Soul Tree King. The fallen leaves seemed to have a mind of their own, and each of them contained an extremely powerful attack. The Lost Soul Tree King's palm easily tore apart the fallen leaves. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the falling leaves suddenly changed their trajectory and flew toward the Lost Soul Tree King at a strange angle. This scene shocked the Lost Soul Tree King. He didn't expect falling leaves to have their own thoughts. Boom! 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 A violent tremor spread out, and the leaves on the Lost Soul Tree King's body exploded one after another. The Lost Soul Tree King's face revealed a trace of panic. Who? The Lost Soul Tree King's body suddenly dodged, avoiding the exploding leaves. He moved his body and pounced toward Ye Feng again. The branch in his hand twitched crazily, bringing with it a wave of tyrannical energy. Break! Ye Feng shouted, his eyes shone with two red lights, and a heaven-shaking aura burst out. This was a power that Ye Feng had never released before, Divine Sequence Dragon God. Ding! System notification. Divine Sequence, Dragon God 100%. Since that's the case, I'll make you my first target. Ye Feng snorted coldly. The words that came out of his mouth were like the whispers of the legendary Dragon God, every word he said could not be resisted. At this moment, Ye Feng was the legendary god, the Dragon King's descent. The aura that was released from his body had changed into another form. It was the Dragon God's aura. Rumble! Crack! The two balls of flames collided with each other, and a series of terrifying sounds rang out from the battlefield. Boom! The two balls of fire exploded at the same time, setting off a storm. Ye Feng's lips turned red, he took a few steps back and almost fell. How is this possible? The Lost Soul Tree King's eyes were filled with horror. Whoosh! Boom! The muscles on Ye Feng's body started to move, and the red in his eyes became even more intense. 522 The release method is wrong, the terrifying soul-losing vine. Although this guy's strength was a level lower than his physical strength was too powerful. If Ye Feng wanted to defeat him with his physical strength, it was impossible. Roar! Buzz! Could it be that the way I released the Dragon God was wrong? Why isn't he affected? Ye Feng mumbled. The Dragon God probably only had an absolute suppression effect on the dragon race? Ye Feng was a little curious, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. A ferocious aura gushed out from Ye Feng's body, a fierce demonic beast phantom started to form in Ye Feng's mind. Roar! Ye Feng let out a roar. His eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast, and he was exuding a brutal and ruthless aura. Dragon God's Phantom. The Lost Soul Tree King's pupils shrunk when he saw the phantom image behind Ye Feng. On Ye Feng's body, the Dragon God's power was actually condensed. D****, how did your physical strength reach such a level? Boom! Roar! At this moment, the Lost Soul Tree King suddenly roared, and a dazzling green light burst out from his body. Rumble! Crack! 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 The Lost Soul Tree King was surrounded by green halos, and a powerful energy constantly collided with the green barrier. Hwalalala! The green barrier shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk, he revealed a look of shock. His strength was a level lower than the Lost Soul Tree King, so it was impossible for him to contend with it. Moreover, he was injured. Whoosh! Right at this time, Yefeng's body turned into a shooting star, and he disappeared from his spot. The Lost Soul Tree King snorted and waved his hand. Hiss! The space behind Yefeng trembled. A terrifying suction force appeared and sucked Yefeng in. At the next second, Yefeng's entire body was sucked into the spatial crack. Yefeng felt his vision blur, and in the next second, he appeared in a desert. Yefeng's eyes were wide open, his face turned extremely pale, and he felt a sharp pain all over his body. Hiss! The pain was almost maddening. Yefeng could not help but let out a muffled groan. Roar! Roar! Yefeng had just stabilized his body when he saw a huge cloud of fallen leaves flying toward him. These fallen leaves were like locusts, densely packed and blocking the line of sight. The leaves glowed with green light. Each leaf was as sharp as a needle, carrying a cold aura. Is this your so-called illusion? You really live up to your reputation. Yefeng could feel that the environment released by these Lost Soul Tree King contained a powerful force, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Hiss! Just as the Lost Soul Tree King was in doubt, Yefeng's eyes suddenly opened, and his body was like a cannonball, pouncing toward the Lost Soul Tree King. Shua! 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 Yefeng's body was like a bolt of lightning. As fast as lightning, he punched out. A violent force exploded, everything around Yefeng was shattered. Bang! 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 Yefeng's fist seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword, bombarding the shield of the Lost Soul Tree King time and time again. Cracks began to appear on the shield. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, a maniacal laugh rang out. Bang! A terrifying force instantly sent Yefeng flying. After landing, Yefeng rolled over a dozen times before stopping. Yefeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up. Whoosh! The Lost Soul Tree King's body teleported in front of Yefeng and attacked him with his fangs and claws. The Lost Soul Tree King's attack was very simple. He just used his vines to attack Yefeng. Roar! The vines were extremely fast. Yefeng quickly dodged and avoided his attack. Yefeng was a little worried. After all, although his defense was strong, it was not that strong. If he were to solely rely on his defense, Yefeng's overall condition would not be too good. If they were hit by the vines, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! 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 Yefeng's reaction was extremely fast. Before the vines could touch him, he had already dodged them. However, Yefeng's speed was not fast enough, because the vines could also change their attack path at will. Yefeng had just dodged it when the Desolation Vine attacked again. Rumble! Yefeng dodged again, but the vine was too fast, and he could not dodge it in time. The vine directly hit Yefeng's shoulder. Hiss! Yefeng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed his clothes red. Detestable! Yefeng cried out in pain. The bone armor on his body started to crack. Yefeng had dodged several times, and he had already suffered many injuries. Yefeng's eyes gradually turned dark. The vine's power was several times stronger than before, and Yefeng's strength could not withstand more than a few attacks. If this continues, I'll die here sooner or later. No, I have to leave as soon as possible. Yefeng thought to himself. Although the vines were strong, Yefeng's speed and agility were several times higher. He only needed to stall for some time. When the vines were tired, Yefeng would deal with them. Yefeng's thoughts moved quickly. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. Who? Yefeng's figure turned into an illusion, escaping forward. The vine immediately gave chase. Roar! The vine let out a roar and sped up, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yefeng saw the vine chasing after him, and he frowned and quickened his pace. Who? The moment Yefeng took a step forward, a powerful force suddenly appeared behind him and pushed him. Dong! Ye Feng felt his body was like a cannonball, and he was sent flying back. The vine was too fast, and it did not leave any room for Ye Feng. After Ye Feng fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That was close. If I didn't have the sea stone armor, I'm afraid I would have become a corpse by now. D****. Ye Feng stood up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth and glared at the vine. The vine sneered and continued to charge at Ye Feng. Roar! Ye Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. His speed suddenly increased, and with a flash, he dodged the attack of the vines. Pfft! The vines whipped Ye Feng's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Ye Feng's shoulder caved in, and a wound as thick as a bowl appeared, deeply imprinted on the surface of his skin. Hiss! Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He did not expect the vines to be so powerful. The vine's power was too terrifying, and Ye Feng's current body could not withstand its power. Ye Feng's speed increased again, and the vine could not catch him at all. Ye Feng took this chance to roll on the ground, escaping from the control of the vines. The vine saw that its attack had no effect and immediately pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng dodged again. Shua, shua, shua. The vines waved, making a sharp wind sound. Ye Feng dodged the attack of the vines and started to run again. The vines were too slow, and it could not catch up to Ye Feng. It was like a child learning to walk. It kept waving the vine but to no avail. Ye Feng looked at his surroundings. His eyes brightened and he immediately ran away. The vines saw Ye Feng running away and immediately chased after him. The two of them shuttled through the forest, avoiding the attacks of the vines while looking for an opportunity. Whoosh! Just as the vine's tail was about to hit Ye Feng's chest, Ye Feng jumped up into the air and dodged the vine's attack. Ye Feng kicked the vine's head. The vine was kicked in the head. It felt dizzy and almost passed out. While the vine was in a daze, Ye Feng quickly escaped. The vine regained its senses and realized that Ye Feng had already escaped from its encirclement. Roar! The vine roared in anger. It waved its vines crazily and swept toward Ye Feng. The vines were emitting a strong corrosive poisonous mist. Not good! Ye Feng's expression changed, and he quickly dodged the vine's attack. The speed of the vines was too fast, and Ye Feng could not dodge it at all. He could only face it head-on. Ye Feng's body was directly wrapped up by the vines, and was tightly pulled into the soil. Roar! Seeing this, the vine opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs, biting down at Ye Feng. Hiss! A light blue light enveloped Ye Feng's body, protecting him and blocking the attack of the vines. The vine's fangs slammed into the light. Pang! The vine's fangs were shot away. Roar! The vine was enraged. It opened its mouth again and bit toward Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He clenched his right fist and punched at the vines. Rumble! The vine's head was hit, and its body trembled. Its mouth was also opened, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. Blood dripped down the vine. The vine writhed in pain and immediately tried to struggle free. Ye Feng's body kept shaking. The vine's strength was too strong, and Ye Feng could not break free from it. Roar! The vine was enraged. It opened its mouth again and revealed its sharp fangs. It was ready to tear Ye Feng apart. Whoosh! Just as the vine was about to bite Ye Feng, a stone flew through the air and hit the vine. Bang! The vine's body suddenly trembled, and its body tilted, falling toward the ground. Bang! Ye Feng was pressed to the ground by the vine, and his head was slammed onto the ground. Aya! Ye Feng groaned. He almost cried out in pain. Roar! The vine's body shook again, and one of its heads was smashed. The vine was dead. Ye Feng's eyes almost popped out. He did not expect that the vine would be dealt with so easily. After the vine died, it dissipated into the air and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing on the spot. Who? Ye Feng slowly let out a breath of air, his eyes showing a trace of solemnness. Fortunately, the lost soul tree king's strength has been greatly depleted, otherwise, I might not have been so lucky to escape. Next, it's your turn. Ye Feng's gaze focused. He looked at the lost soul tree king in the distance. The vine's power had been somewhat exhausted, and although the lost soul tree king had also been exhausted, it was still more powerful than the vine, and it was worthy of being a divine beast. The lost soul tree king looked at Ye Feng with a pair of scarlet eyes that were filled with coldness. Who? Who? The lost soul tree king was panting heavily. He felt so hungry that his stomach was growling, and he wanted to swallow the vine. The vine's death was a huge blow to the lost soul tree king, and his battle awareness instantly exploded. He was unwilling to delay any longer. Ye Feng looked at the anxious lost soul tree king and his heart sank. The soul-losing vine is dead. Will the lost soul tree king attack me? The soul-losing vine was in existence on the same level as the lost soul tree king. Now that it had died, it would definitely think of him as the second vine. Whoosh! The lost soul tree king's body moved. He was like a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately dodged. But the lost soul tree king's speed was simply too fast. Ye Feng had just dodged when the lost soul tree king's thick trunk slammed into his body. Bang! The lost soul tree king's body hit him and made a crisp sound. Ye Feng's body was sent flying, he fell hard on the ground. Puchy! Ye Feng spurted out a large mouthful of blood, he felt as if his entire skeleton was about to break. Ye Feng struggled for a while and finally got up from the ground. The lost soul tree king's terror made Ye Feng's heart palpitate. D****ned animal, take this. The lost soul tree king let out an angry roar and charged toward Ye Feng again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lost soul tree king's branches left behind many afterimages in the air as it attacked Ye Feng continuously. Chapter 524 The vines that reappeared, and the body that was comparable to a weapon. The might of the soul-losing vine was comparable to the attack of a peak beyond A grade. Furthermore, the soul-losing vine was corrosive. As long as one was hit by it, even a peak beyond A grade would be injured, let alone a peak A and grade like Ye Feng. Whoosh! The soul-losing vine suddenly stopped their attacks and sped away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. What's going on with the soul-losing vine? Ye Feng was stunned. He didn't believe that the soul-losing vine ran away because it knew it couldn't beat him. There must be something else. Just as Ye Feng was feeling puzzled, suddenly, a green vine flew past Ye Feng's side and shot toward his back. Whoosh! Pan-Dan-0-ve-1-com. The green vine pierced through the wall and into the ground. Ye Feng turned around and looked, and his pupils shrunk. He saw that there was another vine in the wall, and it was frantically absorbing the energy left behind by the fallen vine after its death. The vine was about 3 feet long, and it was dark green in color. It emitted a green luster that made people feel disgusted. The vine absorbed the energy released by the soul-losing vine after it died. Every time the vines absorbed a portion, they would expand a little. After the soul-losing vine's body was sucked dry, it grew to twice its original size. After seeing the vine absorbing the energy in the soul-losing vine's body, Ye Feng frowned. What is this strange thing? After the vine absorbed the energy, its body grew bigger and bigger until it finally turned into a human. Roar! The man roared at the sky, and the green vines on his body slithered around like living snakes. Hiss! Hiss! Whoosh! 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 The green vines danced in the air like pythons, attacking Ye Feng continuously. Boom! 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 The vine collided with Ye Feng's body, creating a loud explosion. Although the attack power of the vines was unparalleled, Ye Feng's defense was also shocking. No matter how the vines attacked, it could not hit him. This thing seems to be devouring the corpses of the soul-losing vine. It seems that this thing is a malignant tumor. The speed of the vines was extremely fast. They moved around Yefeng and attacked his body continuously. And Yefeng's body emitted a golden light, blocking the attack of the vines. Roar! This vine seemed to be unwilling to give up, and it pounced toward Yefeng again. Boom! 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 The vines continued to move, forcing Yefeng to retreat. The vines continued to lash, sending Yefeng flying. Yefeng did not dare to be slow. He held the sea stone trident in his hand and started to slash at the vines. Pa, pa, pa. The vines continued to hit Yefeng's body, producing a crisp sound, like a piece of iron hitting an iron plate. Crack! Although the vine's attack was extremely powerful, when it met the sea stone trident, it was like tofu meeting a knife, easily breaking. Whoosh! Just as Yefeng was about to continue attacking, a vine was like a nimble venomous snake, coiling toward Yefeng's neck. Yefeng hurriedly waved the sea stone trident and slashed at it. Chilla! Pand, an0vel.com. The power of the sea stone trident was so great that it cut off a section of the vine. Yefeng took this opportunity to jump back and avoid the attack of the vines. The vines were like living things. Not only could they repair their bodies, but they could also regenerate. After Yefeng dodged the vine's branches were like poisonous snakes, attacking toward Yefeng. Yefeng once again waved the sea stone trident to block. But surprisingly, the toughness and hardness of the vines were beyond imagination. After the vine was cut off by Yefeng, another section grew out and continued to attack Yefeng. Yefeng was extremely irritated by the vines. What is this thing? How did this happen? The vines did not care and continued to attack Yefeng. Yefeng continued to wave the sea stone trident, cutting the vines apart. But soon, another section grew out. Yefeng continued to use the sea stone trident to cut the vines, but the recovery speed of the vines was too fast. Yefeng's attacks had no effect on the vines. There were many vines, and they were not afraid of Yefeng cutting them. Yefeng's attack was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was devoured by the vines. No matter how fast Yefeng's speed was, he could not be faster than the vines. Moreover, the vitality of the vines was tenacious. Even if it was cut off, it would regenerate very quickly. Yefeng could not cut all of them. He could only try to reduce the danger he was in and try not to fight with the vines. Just like that, Yefeng was entangled by the vines for the entire night before they slowly disappeared. When the sky brightened, the vines had completely disappeared. Yefeng stood up and stretched his body. After a few years of bitter training, his constitution had improved by who knew how many times. He didn't feel any pain when he was entangled by the vines. Not bad, not bad. This vine should be considered a supreme treasure. If it can be refined into some offensive weapons, it'll be awesome, Yefeng fantasized in his heart. After the vines disappeared, a cocoon made of vines appeared on the ground. Buzz! The surface of the cocoon began to shake, emitting an extremely cold wave. Yefeng could not help but retreat. The cold aura on the surface of the vine cocoon was getting stronger and stronger. Yefeng felt a chill down his spine. It was like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The vine cocoon wriggled on the ground for a moment before it finally transformed completely. A human-shaped puppet, whose body was as black as ink, appeared on the ground. Who? Yefeng let out a breath of air, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of the essence of the vines, it is indeed extraordinary. It is truly a surprise for me to be able to give birth to a human. After the human-shaped puppet was formed, it charged toward Yefeng. This fellow was exuding a dense killing intent, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang! 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 When the vines and Yefeng fought hand to hand, every punch and kick of his would release a terrifying power. The two of them fought back and forth for a full half an hour, and it was still difficult to determine the winner. However, Vine's physique was obviously much stronger than Yefeng's. Although Yefeng's body had gone through a few years of training and had become extremely strong, it could be said that his physical body had even surpassed a supreme-grade weapon. Chapter 525 Soul-Catching Fruit, Magical Memory. But even so, he still couldn't resist the attack of the vines. Not long after, the vines finally gained the upper hand. It opened its mouth and bit toward Yefeng's throat. The vine's fangs were very sharp, and once bitten, it would definitely leave a scar. Get lost! Yefeng snorted coldly. He waved the sea stone trident and slashed it toward the vines with the power of the ultimate water element. Chi-la! The sea stone trident struck the vine, and the vine immediately emitted wisps of green smoke and a pungent smell. The Lost Soul Tree King was greatly alarmed, and his figure burst out. He could no longer endure this kind of passive attack. He had to seize the initiative to attack. Boom! 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 With a teleport, the Lost Soul Tree King appeared beside Yefeng. His thick and strong arms directly grabbed at Yefeng's head. Get lost! Yefeng slashed his trident. The Lost Soul Tree King grabbed the sea stone trident with his claws, making a clanging sound. Yefeng felt the power from the sea stone trident. He called out in his heart, "This tree demon is so strong. Even the sea stone trident can't suppress him." The sea stone trident trembled slightly in his hand, as if it was being suppressed. Its usual divine might had actually lost its effect at this moment. The Lost Soul Tree King grabbed the sea stone trident, wanting to pull Yefeng to the ground. But at this moment, the Lost Soul Tree King suddenly saw that Yefeng's figure had disappeared. Shua! 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 The Lost Soul Tree King quickly looked around. But he did not find any traces of Yefeng. Where is he? The Lost Soul Tree King's expression became extremely serious. Yefeng seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The Lost Soul Tree King's pupils contracted violently. He was certain that he did not sense Yefeng's existence, but Yefeng had disappeared. Who? Suddenly, the Lost Soul Tree King felt a dangerous aura. He quickly turned around, only to see that Yefeng had appeared behind him. You! The Lost Soul Tree King was shocked. Yefeng's body had appeared behind his back. He didn't even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain from his neck. Yefeng took advantage of the Lost Soul Tree King's dazed state and slashed him into two. He was actually killed so easily. Yefeng was slightly surprised. This time, I finally don't need to rely on external objects to break through. Whoosh! Yefeng jumped and flew into the air. The Lost Soul Tree King's corpse fell to the ground. This is the effect of talent. If I can have this ability, my strength will definitely double. Yefeng was in a good mood. Defeating the Lost Soul Tree King meant that he would obtain more opportunities and spiritual energy. He could also devour the Lost Soul Tree King and obtain more opportunities for promotion. This was an unexpected gain for Yefeng. However, when Yefeng's gaze landed on the soul-catching fruit on the ground, his lips curled up, his mood became even better. I've really picked up a treasure this time. I didn't expect the Lost Soul Tree King to drop a soul-catching fruit. This thing was an extremely precious medicinal material that contained rich spiritual energy. Eating it will help you quickly recover your spiritual energy. Furthermore, it can also increase one's intelligence. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. To Yefeng, the soul-catching fruit was simply a priceless treasure. Panda N of 1.com Yefeng immediately picked up the soul-catching fruit on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the soul-catching fruit entered his mouth, Yefeng's eyes brightened. After the soul-catching fruit entered his stomach, Yefeng felt a warm current flowing through his sea of consciousness, and some memories entered his mind. An image appeared in front of Yefeng. It was a huge lake. The lake was very vast, with a radius of about 100 meters. The lake water was green in color and rippled with jade waves. In the middle of the lake stood a giant tree. This giant tree emitted a light blue light, as if it was a huge sapphire. This was the soul-catching fruit. The spiritual energy contained in the soul-catching fruit was being absorbed by the giant tree. The giant tree was covered with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. These flowers exuded an illusionary color. Some of the flowers were red, orange, yellow, and other colors. Some were green and black, while some were silver, red, brown, and so on. Each color represented a type of heavenly treasure. Ye Feng could tell at a glance that these were all rare herbs. The soul-catching fruit was the nemesis of medicinal herbs, but the lost soul tree king was the nemesis of the soul-catching fruit. The reason why Ye Feng dared to enter this place alone was because he had already investigated the attributes of the lost soul tree king. This lost soul tree king's special attribute was a counter to the soul-catching fruit, and Ye Feng was just worried that he could not find a way to counter it. Ha ha ha! I can actually enter another secret realm. Lost Soul Tree King, Lost Soul Tree King, let's see how you can continue to act tough. After Ye Feng saw the attributes of the Lost Soul Tree King, he could not help but laugh out loud. Roar! The Lost Soul Demonic Tree was the soul form of the Lost Soul Tree King. This was also one of the reasons why the Lost Soul Tree King was called the Guardian of Fallen Soul Valley. That was, he possessed an extremely powerful soul power, which was also able to suppress all the souls that came here. After his physical body was killed by Ye Feng, the Lost Soul Tree King's extremely powerful soul power did not disappear. Instead, he was extremely furious. After all, his physical body had already been killed by Ye Feng, as his soul power, how could he just give up? The Lost Soul Demonic Tree roared in anger, and the entire forest shook. Rumble! A series of rumbling sounds rang out continuously, as if the earth was shaking. The body of the Lost Soul Demonic Tree continued to expand, turning into a giant tree that was several feet tall. It waved its hand and countless vines shot toward Ye Feng. The Lost Soul Demonic Tree's vines were like flood dragons, bringing with them the sound of the wind as they swept toward Ye Feng. The aura on Ye Feng's body burst out as his figure shot forward. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth between the vines of the Lost Soul Demonic Tree. Although the Lost Soul Demonic Tree's vines were dense, they could not do anything to Ye Feng, they could not harm him at all. Ye Feng continued to move between the Lost Soul Demonic Tree's vines. And at this moment, on a huge tree beside Ye Feng, a figure floated out. This person's appearance was very similar to Ye Feng. However, there was a trace of gloominess on his face, which made him look gloomy and terrifying. This person was the Lost Soul Tree King. Under the control of the Lost Soul Tree King, the Lost Soul Demonic Tree chased after Ye Feng. Chapter 526 The Ultimate Power of the Soul, the Fallen Demonic Tree. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. How could it be easy for the Lost Soul Demonic Tree to catch up to Ye Feng? The Lost Soul Demonic Tree's vines could not penetrate the sea stone armor on Ye Feng's body, and they could not even hurt his skin. Ye Feng moved through the Lost Soul Demonic Tree's vines like a fish, he was extremely agile. Ye Feng's movement technique was very strange. He walked among the vines of the Lost Soul Demonic Tree as if he was walking on flat ground. The Lost Soul Demonic Tree's vines could not attack Ye Feng, but they could not bind him. The more the Lost Soul Demonic Tree chased, the angrier it was. The anger of the Lost Soul Demonic Tree almost burned the sky. Ye Feng looked at the Lost Soul Demonic Tree's anger, the joy in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Lost Soul Demonic Tree, today I'll use you to practice my blade, Ye Feng shouted coldly. He turned around and kicked out with both legs. Ye Feng's foot was like a sharp sword, and he moved 1,000 feet in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, and he appeared in front of the Lost Soul Demonic Tree in the blink of an eye. Bang! A muffled sound resounded, Ye Feng's right fist landed on the Lost Soul Demonic Tree's chest. This punch had the force of 1,000 catties. Kaka! The Lost Soul Demonic Tree was sent flying by this punch and crashed into the tree trunk around the soul-chasing fruit. Pfft! One of the Lost Soul Demonic Tree's arms was broken by Ye Feng's punch, and the lost soul demonic tree spat out a mouthful of blood. Aya! You brat, you dare to hurt this king, you will definitely die a terrible death. With my incomparably powerful soul power, no one can hurt me. Instead you will die without a burial place. The lost soul demonic tree roared and opened its mouth. A ball of flames came out of its mouth. This flame was extremely hot, and once one was touched, they would die without a doubt. Humph, you want to kill me? In your dreams. Get lost. Ye Feng snorted coldly. Immediately, endless spiritual energy was injected into the lost soul demonic tree. Roar! The lost soul demonic tree howled in pain and kept struggling, but it was to no avail. Ye Feng's strength far surpassed the lost soul demonic tree, and the lost soul demonic tree was not his match. The lost soul demonic tree was very unwilling. It was the lost soul tree king. The lost soul tree king was the most powerful soul creature in the valley. It had a combat strength that was not inferior to a peak beyond A grades, and he was known to be the strongest soul existence in Sky City. How could it be defeated by a human? Unwilling, the lost soul demonic tree was extremely unwilling. Hiss! The lost soul demonic tree madly extracted the surrounding trees, turning them into countless branches that wrapped around Ye Feng. Ye Feng's body was tightly bound. Ye Feng did not think that this lost soul demonic tree would be so despicable. It actually launched a sneak attack. See God's power! Yet! Feng shouted. Bang! The branches of the lost soul demonic tree were all shattered by Ye Feng's palm, turning into dust. The lost soul demonic tree was stunned when it saw this. It did not expect Ye Feng to break it. How was this possible? The branches of the lost soul demonic tree were extremely hard. Even a divine artifact would find it difficult to cut it. The attack power of the lost soul demonic tree was shocking, and once it was used, even a true peak beyond A grade would not be able to stop it. However, it had now been easily cracked by a puny human. This made the lost soul demonic tree depressed. The lost soul demonic tree roared in anger. The saplings grew rapidly, turning into countless roots that wrapped around Ye Feng. These roots were like tentacles, wrapping around Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng felt as if his entire body was pierced by thousands of needles. He was in so much pain that he grinned. Please visit panda1.com. Humph! Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, and his body burst out with endless power. Hiss! A golden light suddenly appeared on Ye Feng's body. The golden light rippled like water. The ripples expanded in all directions. Bang! 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 The net of trees that the lost soul demonic tree had set up crumbled inch by inch. Ye Feng's strength was too strong, the vines of the lost soul demonic tree could not block it. Ye Feng's power continued to attack the lost soul demonic tree. The tree could not withstand Ye Feng's power and kept retreating. Bang! The roots of the lost soul demonic tree were once again sent flying by Ye Feng's kick, smashing into a few large trees. The eyes of the lost soul demonic tree widened. It could not believe that Ye Feng was so powerful. D*****. The lost soul demonic tree was furious. The aura on its body exploded again and again. Layers of overbearing demonic energy were released to the entire area, suppressing Ye Feng again and again. After all, in this domain, the lost soul demonic tree was a supreme existence, and everything here was constructed by it. This was the true manifestation of the power of the soul, which was powerful and overbearing. Ye Feng could sense that the lost soul demonic tree had already used its ultimate move. Countless branches were shot out toward Ye Feng. Pada.cm Ye Feng knew what the lost soul demonic tree's ultimate move was. He naturally did not dare to take it head-on, and he dodged the lost soul demonic tree's attack. Whoosh! The lost soul demonic tree turned into an afterimage again and flew toward Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng's body was hit by countless tree branches again. He was sent flying once more and broke a few tall trees. Ye Feng continued to escape. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom. Rumble. After a series of explosions, Ye Feng was struck by the leaves of the Lost Soul demonic tree, and he was bleeding profusely. Although Ye Feng had the protection of the divine armor, the vines of the Lost Soul demonic tree contained an extremely powerful poison. Not long after, Ye Feng was already covered in injuries. Ye Feng felt that the energy in his body had been used up, and he stopped running. His body slowly descended and landed on a large tree. Blood was flowing from his body, and he looked extremely disheveled. Ye Feng sat down. He panted for a moment before regaining his strength. Ye Feng took out a recovery medicine and ate one to recover his strength. He then sat down cross-legged and activated the slime power to recover his body. Fortunately, I'm a slime symbiote, and my self-recovery ability is the limit. Otherwise, I would have died countless times. Ye Feng's eyes shone with a strange light, and he was rejoicing in his heart. Ye Feng already had some experience in cultivation, he had a deeper understanding of the other secret manuals. Ye Feng's cultivation speed was extremely fast. I have to be faster, or I'll be exhausted by the enemy sooner or later. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Ye Feng looked at the purple bead on his wrist, and he had a smile on his face. Earlier, when Ye Feng used the dragon vein technique, he had already understood the details of the Lost Soul demonic tree. Now, he only needed to wait to break through and his strength would increase to another level. Who? Yet. Feng let out a breath of air and slowly stood up. Ye Feng glanced at the Lost Soul demonic tree, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Ye Feng walked to the Lost Soul demonic tree. The Lost Soul demonic tree stared at Ye Feng, its eyes were filled with deep fear. It could feel that Ye Feng's strength had increased tremendously in a single night, and it was also fearful. 527 peak level soul power, Ye Feng's ultimate combat technique. The Lost Soul demonic tree asked. Little guy, what do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to kill you. Ye Feng laughed coldly. His body moved violently as he pounced toward the Lost Soul demonic tree. The Lost Soul demonic tree turned pale with fright. The Lost Soul demonic tree hurriedly activated the power in its body, forming countless tentacles that wrapped around Ye Feng. Ye Feng tried to break free, but he could not. The strength of the Lost Soul demonic tree was too powerful. If Ye Feng wanted to kill the Lost Soul demonic tree, he would need to spend some time. Little guy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Lost Soul demonic tree was furious. A huge force burst out of its body, turning into two tentacles that wrapped around Ye Feng's waist. The power of the Lost Soul demonic tree was so great that once he was bound, he would die without a doubt. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Pfft! Ye Feng opened his palm slightly, and a flame shot out from his palm, burning the two tentacles clean. The Lost Soul demonic tree was extremely shocked. It stared at Ye Feng as if it had seen a ghost. The Lost Soul demonic tree could feel that the strength in Ye Feng's body had far surpassed its own. How is this possible? The Lost Soul demonic tree was shocked. The power of the Lost Soul demonic tree was comparable to a beyond A grade. But in front of Ye Feng, it was as weak as a child. Whoosh! At this moment, the tree turned into a black arrow and quickly fled toward a certain place in the forest. Humph! Don't even think about escaping. Ye Feng's lips moved. He shouted coldly and chased after it. The Lost Soul demonic tree turned into a black light and quickly escaped. Ye Feng used his phantom steps. With a single step, he appeared 100 meters away. The Lost Soul demonic tree looked at Ye Feng, who was getting closer and closer, and it was so scared that its soul almost left its body. Bang! The Lost Soul demonic tree was sent flying by Ye Feng's punch, spitting out blood. Plop! The body of the Lost Soul demonic tree fell to the ground, twitching. It did not think that Ye Feng's speed would be so terrifying. He actually caught up to it. Bang! Ye Feng waved his fist again, directly knocking out the Lost Soul demonic tree. Ye Feng let the slimes tie up the unconscious lost soul demonic tree. Hiss! Ye Feng's body flickered, and he appeared on a flat stone wall. After the lost soul demonic tree was captured, Ye Feng no longer had any thoughts of escaping. Hiss! A pale green light rose from the stone wall, shrouding Ye Feng within. Voila! Ye Feng's body was pulled into a cave by the light. This was a very spacious cave, about 300 feet long. There were a lot of materials piled up in the surroundings, giving off bursts of fragrance, and the smell of spirit herbs. What? Ye Feng frowned. He found that in the middle of the cave, there was a huge tree. The tree's crown was 200 to 300 feet tall, and its roots were as thick as water buckets. Its branches were like steel whips, shining with a cold light. The tree was covered with many terrifying patterns. The trunk was more than 100 feet thick, and the leaves only had 1/3 of the crown. They were all branches, not roots, and had no bark. The main body of the lost soul demonic tree. I didn't expect it to actually appear here. It's really easy to find it. Ye Feng was extremely excited. The lost soul demonic tree was a peak-grade soul power, all the symbiotic demons in the world wanted to obtain it. After all, it was an extremely powerful existence that could greatly increase the power of the soul. It was also one of the treasures that Ye Feng desired the most. Ye Feng did not think that he would be able to find the lost soul demonic tree. This was truly unexpected. Although the lost soul demonic tree was not a top-notch sacred medicine, it was still an extremely rare existence. Crack! Ye Feng clenched his fist. The bone armor on his body let out a crisp sound. Although the lost soul demonic tree was strong, it could not block Ye Feng's power and was instantly twisted into a pile of mud. After the lost soul demonic tree was destroyed, the power of the soul in Ye Feng's body increased explosively. The power of his soul surged into the depths of his soul and condensed into a purple-red ball. The purple ball emitted a strange fluctuation, and a creepy pressure spread out from the purple ball. Ye Feng's face was filled with shock. What the H*LL is this? How can it be so terrifying? This purple-red ball had its own ability to think, and even had a spirit. This was simply unbelievable. Rumble! At this moment, a clap of thunder rang out, and the temperature of the entire valley instantly dropped. A bone-chilling wind blew out. Ye Feng raised his head. A huge shadow covered the sky, and it even covered the entire forest. The lost soul demonic tree's huge trunk appeared in the air. It looked down at Ye Feng. Its mouth opened and let out a hoarse and unpleasant sound. It was like the roar of a wild beast, and it made one's hair stand on end. The lost soul demonic tree's gaze toward Ye Feng was filled with killing intent. Ha ha ha! Little bug, I'll let you know what true power is today. Then, the lost soul demonic tree swung its giant tail, and a terrifying hurricane swept over. The huge trunk of the lost soul demonic tree carried a terrifying force as it smashed toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, he used phantom steps continuously. His figure disappeared from his original spot and reappeared a few hundred feet away. Bang! The huge tree trunk hit the ground with a loud bang. The tree trunk of the lost soul demonic tree caved in and a large pit appeared on the ground. The lost soul demonic tree wailed. Roar! The lost soul demonic tree roared again. Its huge tree legs pushed off the ground and charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's figure turned, avoiding the attack of the lost soul demonic tree. Ye Feng held the slime blade and stabbed at the lost soul demonic tree's abdomen. Clang! Clang! The blade collided with the tree trunk, sending out dazzling sparks. Boom! A wound appeared on the abdomen of the lost soul demonic tree, and blood spurted out. Roar! The lost soul demonic tree roared in anger, venting the pain in its heart. Ye Feng did not continue to attack. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared beside the lost soul demonic tree at the next moment. Boom! 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 The tree body of the lost soul demonic tree was severely injured again. Who? At this moment, 2 more black vines descended from the sky and wrapped around the body of the lost soul demonic tree. Roar! The lost soul demonic tree cried out miserably, letting out a helpless wail. Yefeng's body suddenly disappeared, and he appeared above the lost soul demonic tree. Yefeng raised the sea-sown trident and stabbed down ruthlessly. 528 Defeating the lost soul demonic tree, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king reappears. Crack! The trident pierced through the head of the lost soul demonic tree. Goo goo! The head of the lost soul demonic tree was pierced through, and the power of the soul inside instantly poured out. It flew in all directions and released with a loud bang, forming a beautiful and hazy scene. Yefeng's gaze landed on the corpse of the lost soul demonic tree, and his eyes revealed a heated gaze. The spirit core of the lost soul demonic tree could be sold for a lot of money. It also contained some powerful plant essence, which could make the power of the soul stronger. There was also a huge amount of soul power. Yefeng finished devouring the lost soul demonic tree's soul power and prepared to leave this place. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yefeng had just stood up when he felt a strong gust of wind. Little brat, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat the guardian of Fallen Soul Valley. It seems like I've underestimated you. Hearing this familiar voice, Yefeng instantly returned to reality from the secret realm. In the distance, an incomparably burly figure appeared once again. Water Elemental Dragon King? You've finally appeared. Yefeng said in disdain. The Water Elemental Dragon King, the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King, and the white-robed old man were all incarnations of the Water Elemental Dragon King. If they were to be ranked according to their strength, the white-robed old man was definitely the weakest, followed by the Water Elemental Dragon King. The green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King was a state that the Water Elemental Dragon King had forcibly transformed into after obtaining some external power. It was also the most powerful state of the Water Elemental Dragon King. But Yefeng did not panic at all. After all, it wasn't as if he had never fought the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King before, and he had still been at a disadvantage. However, when Yefeng was fighting the Lost Soul Tree King, the Water Elemental Dragon King gained some time to level up and recover. This was the reason why the Water Elemental Dragon King turned into a green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King again. Yefeng looked at the blood-red green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King in front of him, his gaze was solemn. This time, the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King's condition was obviously much better than the last time. Perhaps it was because the other party had gained more time to recover. Yefeng thought that he could not delay any longer. Let's end the battle quickly. Let me see what you're capable of. In short, you're going to die today, the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King threatened. At the same time, the dragon seed aura on his body and the power of the Dragon King boiled. When this power was released, Yefeng felt that something was not right. He was too strong. It seems like the next battle won't be so simple, Yefeng mumbled in his heart. His figure flashed out. Bang! The two figures collided, stirring up clouds of dust. The two figures intertwined with each other at a speed that was too fast for the eyes to take in. Their fists kept colliding with each other, making deafening sounds. Strong whines that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Yefeng's figure continued to float in the air, and his figure was like a ghost. It was impossible to catch him. But the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King wasn't bad either. He held a huge crystal sword in his hand and slashed at the figure in the sky. Yefeng held onto the trident with both hands, and his body started to spin, bringing with it many afterimages as he clashed with the huge sword. Bang! There was another explosion, and the three sharp points of the trident were cut off. At this time, Yefeng had already arrived beside the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King. The trident in his hand swept horizontally, aiming for the neck of the green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King. Swish! The green-scaled Water Elemental Dragon King held the huge sword and kept slashing. Every single one of Yefeng's attacks was blocked and bounced back. But the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's speed was getting slower and slower. Bang! Another explosive sound resounded as Yefeng's sword landed on the back of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Si La! A wound appeared. Yefeng's lips curled up. It seems like it is time to deal with you. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared, and scales appeared all over his body. His body suddenly expanded, and a huge green-scaled water dragon appeared in the air. Roar! With an angry roar, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out sharp fangs. Swoosh! 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 The fangs bit on the trident, making a tearing sound. They actually directly cut out fine gaps on the trident. Pfft! A huge hole appeared in Yefeng's chest, fresh blood spurted out, and dyed the ground beside him red. Yefeng's body retreated. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared and opened his mouth wide as he charged toward Yefeng. His huge tongue was like a cannonball, smashing onto Yefeng's body. Yefeng's body was sent flying, he fell heavily on the ground. Ha 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 ha, kid, it seems like you're really vulnerable. You can't even take one of my moves, you're really weak. The water elemental Dragon King laughed as he leaped up and pounced toward Yefeng, preparing to swallow him whole. Whoosh! But right at this time, Yefeng's body suddenly emitted a violent water elemental power, completely covering him and concealing his body. Boom! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King crashed into a huge rock, shattering it and revealing Yefeng's figure. At this moment, Yefeng was still injured, but although he looked miserable, his injuries were not serious. They were only superficial wounds. Humph! Green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, you can't be thinking of eating me, right? Yefeng had a mocking smile on his face. Kikikikik. Kid, you're really interesting. No matter what, your flesh and blood will definitely be very delicious. I'm going to taste you now. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King grinned hideously, and his body suddenly expanded. Hiss! Layers of water ripples surrounded the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, and a green-scaled water dragon phantom appeared on his head. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a deafening roar that seemed to be able to shake the entire world. Roar! With a loud roar, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth and bit toward Yefeng. Yefeng's arm shook slightly, and on the trident, ripples started to appear. Bang! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's mouth instantly bit through Yefeng's trident defense, it then continued forward, aiming for Yefeng's throat. Humph! Green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for not being polite. Boom! A black light burst out from Yefeng's body, it was the extremely violent dragon power. Yefeng's body flickered with black light. It was like a black battle robe that appeared on his body. Next, Yefeng's figure disappeared from his original spot under the black light, appearing on the left side of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. 529 Black light appears, the strengthened green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Crack! Yefeng's blade pierced through the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's stomach, and black light entered his body, continuously corroding the water elemental energy within his body. Zilla! Zilla! The black light continued to spread, corroding the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's scales. It even seeped into the water. The water elemental energy was constantly being eroded, and the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King had a bad feeling. His body rolled and all his scales fell off. At the same time, he spat out a stream of icy air that wrapped around his body, trying to stop the black light from continuing to erode him. Unfortunately, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's speed was still too slow. Under the resistance of the water elemental energy, the black light's speed became slower. Within the water elemental energy, there was also a strong dark elemental energy that was constantly corroding the water elemental energy. Yefeng flicked his wrist, and the trident was pulled out from the stomach of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Chi-la! The trident drew a beautiful arc and directly cut off the tail of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king howled in pain, and his huge body twisted crazily on the ground. Whoosh! The trident returned to Yefeng's hand. His right foot tapped lightly on the ground, and his body flew a few hundred meters away, landing above the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared toward the sky. His turbid eyes were filled with anger and horror. Boom! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king rolled and opened his mouth, biting toward Yefeng, who was in mid-air. Yefeng's expression was cold. His right foot pushed off the ground and his entire body flew out. Bang! Yefeng directly dodged the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's attack. Shua! 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 Yefeng turned around and the trident drew a circle in the air, trapping the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Roar! Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king struggled with all his might. Bang! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body was smashed to the ground by the trident, causing a violent explosion. Boom! A huge cloud of dust filled the air, blocking Yefeng's vision. Boom! Yefeng's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and appeared behind the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. He swung his trident down and stabbed at the spine of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Bang! Along with a clear sound, Yefeng's trident stabbed into the spine of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king wailed in pain. His huge tail swept across the ground and sent Yefeng flying, crashing onto the ground. Pft! 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 The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body was surrounded by green-blue lightning. Each of the lightning bolts had a destructive aura as they struck toward Yefeng. Yefeng's body drew an arc in the air before he stabilized himself. Hoo! Yefeng let out a breath of turbid air. He felt a chill in his heart when he felt the terrifying attack just now. Fortunately, the defense of his physical body was very strong. Otherwise, this lightning bolt would be enough to turn him into ashes. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king raised his head and roared. All the scales on his body were trembling, as if he was afraid of Yefeng. Hee hee! You really are a coward! Yefeng mocked. Yefeng did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Roar! Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king understood Yefeng's words, and he was furious. Whoosh! Yefeng's body flickered and appeared before the green-scaled water elemental dragon king again. Whoosh! Yefeng held the trident and stabbed it toward the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Puchi! The sharp trident directly pierced through the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body, piercing through all of his scales. A stream of foul-smelling blood kept dripping down the trident. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king howled in pain. He then quickly retracted his dragon body and rolled on the ground, shooting Yefeng away. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared again. His eyes were red and full of hatred. Aren't you very capable? Why? Are you scared? Yefeng looked at the green-scaled water elemental dragon king and mocked. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a roar, and his body suddenly expanded. Green snake tongues kept extending and retracting in his mouth, which looked extremely terrifying. Pa! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body flickered as he charged toward Yefeng. Its huge dragon claw slammed onto Yefeng's chest. Yefeng's body was pushed back for tens of meters. He then stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. Bang! Yefeng's legs drew an arc in the air, landing on the ground. Hiss! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king opened his bloody mouth, and a dragon core wriggled in his mouth. Buzz! The dragon core was surrounded by a rich water element, and waves of ripples were spreading out from it. The strength of the water element was many times stronger than the fire element. Boom! Voila! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King spat out the water element, directly smashing it toward Ye Feng. Boom! The green water element hit the trident, making a deafening sound. Bang! 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 One after another, the water element hit the trident, making a series of muffled sounds. The 3 runes on the trident kept trembling. Ye Feng felt an immense pressure, and his breathing became hurried. This green-scaled water elemental Dragon King is indeed powerful. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. It would be difficult for him to fight the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King head-on. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King saw that his attack had no effect and immediately went crazy. His body suddenly scuttled, and the scales on his body began to emit a light green fluorescent light, as if he was covered in a layer of green gauze. Ye Feng frowned. Whoosh! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King turned into a cloud of green mist and disappeared from Ye Feng's sight. Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked. He did not dare to delay, and he quickly used his movement technique and chased after him. Bang! A ball of green light bloomed in the air. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King appeared again, opening his mouth and spitting out a ball of green venom. Boom! 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 The green poison that the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King shot out hit Ye Feng's sea stone armor, creating a series of loud sounds. The surface of Ye Feng's sea stone armor started to emit white smoke, blocking the poisonous liquid outside. It could not harm Ye Feng at all. Ye Feng clenched his fists and punched toward the air. 530 Ultimate Battle Aesthetics, Super Strong Offensive Methods. Bang! The air exploded, forming a ripple. Seeing this, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King spat out another ball of green venom. Pang! Ye Feng's fist force and poison exploded at the same time. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King turned into a cloud of green mist again and disappeared from Ye Feng's sight. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's speed was extremely fast, almost reaching the speed of sound. Although Ye Feng could also reach the speed of sound, he had the aid of the trident. Boom! 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 The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's figure appeared beside Ye Feng, clawing at him with a speed that left everyone speechless. Crack! The trident was shattered by the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's claw, and Ye Feng also suffered heavy injuries. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth again and shot out balls of green poisonous liquid at Ye Feng. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body flickered, he dodged again. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion sounded, and the place where the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was standing collapsed in an instant. Ye Feng snorted coldly. His figure appeared beside the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King again, and he slammed his fist down on his head. Boom! 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 An intense collision sound resounded, and Ye Feng's body was sent flying back again. The clothes on his body were already in tatters. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's skin was covered with hard scales. The defensive ability of the scales was simply heaven-defying. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and stared at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, and he pounced over once again. He knew that if he wanted to defeat this green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, he could only defeat him in close combat. A man and a dragon began to fight crazily. Every move contained the power of destruction. The power was extremely terrifying. In a battle of this level, even if the human ceilings came, they might not intervene, because they would be implicated. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King spat out another mouthful of green poison toward Ye Feng. The sea stone armor appeared on Ye Feng's body again, blocking the green poison. This sea stone armor had a terrifying defense and a certain resistance. Ye Feng's figure flickered once more as he charged toward the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King shot out his venom again, but Ye Feng dodged it. Rumble. Another intense battle had begun. Even though the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's attacks were sharp, he could not gain any advantage against Ye Feng. Puchi. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King spat out a mouthful of poison, but it was blocked by Ye Feng's trident, causing green smoke to spray out. Ye Feng's eyes shined with brilliance. 3 runes appeared on his trident, and he aimed at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King and punched out once more. Bang! Ye Feng's fist slammed into the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's head, causing it to fly out. Ye Feng was just about to chase after him and kill him. Boom! All of a sudden, a dull sound was heard. Ye Feng turned around and saw a thick green stone pillar in the forest far away. The stone pillar was at least 10 meters tall. It was dark green in color and its surface was covered with dense cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. At this moment, Ye Feng felt danger, and he wanted to leave this place. But before he could even take a step, the green stone pillar exploded and turned into a huge black vortex that enveloped Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression sank. He quickly activated the defensive power of the trident and blocked in front of him. The black vortex continued to land on the trident's surface, sending sparks flying, but it was unable to harm the trident in the slightest. D*****. Ye Feng's expression was so dark that it was terrifying. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk, a cold light flashed past, and he immediately used the void travel movement technique, wanting to escape. But just as Ye Feng teleported, a spatial fluctuation entered his ears. He stopped once again. A pitch-black chain appeared from the void, coiling around Ye Feng's waist. Ye Feng wanted to break free from these chains, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Furthermore, the black chains were getting thicker and thicker, as if they were going to break Ye Feng's body. Right at this moment, Ye Feng heard a crisp sound from his waist, and the entire chain was broken. Ye Feng took the chance to escape. He sped toward the shore of the east. Ye Feng had a relieved expression on his face. If he had been a second slower, he would have died here. However, just as Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and he quickly turned around. A huge wave suddenly surged toward him. The water wave was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. Ye Feng did not know what the H***ll this wave was. However, judging from the violent waves, it should be an attack released by some terrifying existence in the water. Boom! Right at this time, a huge ice ball appeared out of thin air, bringing with it a biting cold wind as it flew toward Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng roared in anger. His trident pierced through the sky and headed toward the ice ball. Rumble! The two attacks collided in the middle, creating a deafening sound. Dust and dirt filled the air, completely covering Ye Feng and the ice ball. Ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye rippled out and swept in all directions. This was an earth-shattering collision. Rings of ripples spread out in the air like a giant net, mincing and annihilating the nearby trees and rocks. Pfft! Ye Feng spurted out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. This scene was too shocking. A human had actually managed to withstand the attack of a peak beyond A grade without dying. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Even the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's eyes widened when he saw this. He looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. How did you survive? His eyes were filled with unwillingness. My luck is good, isn't it? Ye Feng sneered. Ye Feng had the power of the dragon seed, and he had consumed so many treasures. That was why he had the battle strength he had today. If it was an ordinary A and grade symbiote, even if it was someone who had just stepped into the beyond A grade realm, it would be impossible for them to be alive and standing here. 531 The appearance of the dragon race battle form, the angry roar from the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Although this green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was stronger than Ye Feng, he could not kill Yefeng. Roar, roar, roar. Right at this time, roars could be heard from within Yefeng's body. Their voices were filled with excitement, fanaticism, bloodthirst, madness, and greed. And other negative emotions. What was going on? Why are there so many things in my body? Yefeng's expression changed. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to check his body, trying to find the reason. Hiss! A piercing silver light burst out from Yefeng's body. On every inch of his skin, golden scales began to slowly wriggle. These golden scales seemed to contain some kind of profound meaning, and they exuded a trace of sacred and noble aura. Moreover, the scales seemed to contain a power that could destroy the world. This power was very weak, but it could suppress Yefeng's power. But this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Yefeng could feel a familiar aura from these golden scales. It was the aura of the dragon race battle form. Dragon race battle form? Yefeng was secretly shocked. He finally knew. It was because he had absorbed the power of the dragon race battle form. Furthermore, when he absorbed the dragon race battle form, Yefeng also obtained the memories of this dragon race battle form, which was the cultivation method of the dragon race battle form. Moreover, the dragon race battle form could only be cultivated to a certain level before it could no longer be improved. This was because the power of the dragon race had to be pure enough. This also made Yefeng shocked. The dragon race battle form could actually level up through devouring. It was no wonder that the dragon race battle form could be cultivated to such a terrifying realm. Yefeng could not help but rejoice in his heart. If he had not encountered the dragon race battle form, he would have been a corpse by now. Humph! I don't care who you are, since you dare to disturb this king's slumber, this king will definitely take your life. When the green-scaled water elemental dragon king looked at Yefeng, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Hehe, green-scaled water elemental dragon king, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Yefeng said indifferently. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king sneered, Kid, I admit that you're indeed powerful. However, I've been defeated by you a few times. I don't think you have the power to defeat me this time. You're dead for sure. Yefeng's lips twitched. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly activated the dragon race battle form and charged toward the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Rumble. With the support of the dragon race combat form, Yefeng's combat strength rose to the extreme. Yefeng held the trident tightly in his right hand. He charged forward and attacked the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Roar! Facing Yefeng's attack, the green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared toward the sky and flapped his wings. His huge body rose into the air and charged toward Yefeng, his huge tail whipping toward Yefeng. Pa! Yefeng waved his trident and slashed with all his might, colliding with the other party. Immediately, Yefeng felt an unstoppable force erupting from the other party's body. His entire arm was numb from the shock, and the area between his thumb and forefinger was split open. As for the green-scaled water elemental dragon king, he was only sent flying and wasn't injured at all. What's going on? Seeing this, Yefeng's eyes opened wide, and he was extremely shocked. How strong was this green-scaled water elemental dragon king? He had clearly pushed his power to the extreme and even used the dragon race combat form, so why was he still unable to do anything to the green-scaled water elemental dragon king? Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared and opened his bloody mouth, spewing out black smoke. Chi! Chi! The black fog covered Yefeng's body, causing his movements to slow down. Boom! 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 Yefeng wielded the trident and continued to swing it, but he was still unable to destroy the black fog. DMN, what the HLL are these things? They can actually corrode the essence energy in my body. I have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Yefeng's eyes were filled with solemnness. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king roared in anger. His claws grabbed onto Yefeng's chest and tore it apart. Swish! The clothes on Yefeng's chest were immediately torn apart, and his skin was covered in wounds. The intense pain caused Yefeng to scream in pain. His body was already extremely strong, but it was still easily torn apart by the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. But now, he had been torn apart and was bleeding profusely. Yefeng quickly activated the energy in his body, healing his wounds. However, his injuries were too severe. In just a few minutes, he had only recovered by 80%. Yefeng was extremely anxious. If this continued, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would definitely die here. I don't care anymore. I'll risk it. Yefeng gritted his teeth. He activated the dragon race battle form. On his body, the aura of the water element emerged. This aura burned his blood, bones, and armor, as well as his muscles and veins, making him look like a war god. Who? The aura of water elemental battle was burning on Yefeng's body. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King could sense the dangerous aura coming from Yefeng's body, and he turned pale with fright. Not good, this guy seems to have a trump card. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's speed suddenly increased, and he quickly fled. Seeing this, Yefeng immediately turned around and left. The opportunity before him was a chance for him to temporarily leave the battle. If he continued to waste his energy like this, he would definitely be heavily injured. He needed some time to recover and recuperate. If the battle continued for a long time, not only would Yefeng not be able to take it, he might even die on the spot. He didn't expect the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King to be so powerful this time. Yefeng's feet stomped on the ground. His entire body instantly disappeared from his original spot. One after another, terrifying explosions occurred at the spot where he had just been. When the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King saw that Yefeng had actually escaped, he was enraged and roared, "Dmn you'd human, stop right there." The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King crazily gave chase. Yefeng could feel the hair on his back standing up. Dmn D***mn this green-scaled water elemental Dragon King is too powerful, I can't get rid of him at all. At this moment, a cool breeze blew over, and a delicate fragrance drifted over. Yefeng was overjoyed. He had finally gotten rid of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. 532 hit the dragon at its 7-inch spot, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's rage. It was because he sensed a familiar aura in this delicate fragrance. This aura made his heart beat faster and his body tremble. "Kid, you can't escape, ha 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 ha." At this moment, a sinister voice rang out. As the cold wind blew, a black shadow slowly approached Yefeng. "Is it that B*****? Yefeng looked over, his pupils shrunk, and his heart clenched. "No, this is an illusion." Yefeng's pupils shrunk again. He could clearly see a woman's figure, and she was walking toward him. "No, this isn't an illusion. This is a human soul." Yefeng's heart trembled violently. He could feel that the other party's identity was not simple. The pressure of this soul was several times more terrifying than the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Roar! Right at this time, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King suddenly appeared behind Yefeng and punched at the back of his head. This punch was extremely fast, and Yefeng could not react in time. "Get lost!" Yefeng shouted. He quickly turned around, raised the trident, and swept it backward. Boom! The trident ruthlessly slashed at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's body. But to Yefeng's surprise, when the trident struck the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, it was as if it had hit cotton. It had no effect at all. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's defensive power was beyond his imagination. It was even stronger than a mountain. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's scales seemed to be made of steel. Ye Feng felt as if his spear had stabbed into a mountain peak, and he could not even pierce through the scales. Ye Feng revealed a bitter smile. Was it really an illusion? However, no matter how powerful the illusion was, it would still have flaws. He had been staring at its 7-inch area, so it couldn't be that he couldn't attack it, right? Ye Feng's gaze was fixed on the 7-inch spot of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. As long as the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's weak spot was cut off, his soul would dissipate. When the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King saw that Ye Feng was not chasing after him, he was overjoyed and quickly swam away. Ye Feng snorted coldly, his palms repeatedly hitting the ground. One after another, huge pits rose up from the ground. Each of the pits was blasted into pieces of rock, which flew into the distance. One giant hole after another exploded in front of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Right at this moment, a fist-sized scale on the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's 7-inch long wound broke, and blood started to flow out. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a painful howl. What's going on? Could it be that my guess was right, and those scales aren't real, but made from some strange material? Although this green-scaled water elemental Dragon King is strong, his strength has yet to reach beyond A grade. As long as I cut off this piece of scale, I should be able to find its weakness. Ye Feng pondered in his heart. He stared at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. He found that the wound on the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King was getting bigger and bigger. Fresh blood flowed down the scales and dripped onto the ground, forming small pools of blood. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a miserable wail. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. A rock hit his body. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a painful howl and fell to the ground, twitching. Ha ha ha, brat, it's useless, it's useless. Even if I'm injured, I can still kill you easily. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King laughed wildly, as if he had seen the light of victory. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. He grabbed the spear in his right hand and walked toward the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Brat, you dare! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King looked at Ye Feng as he slowly walked over, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. This Ye Feng was simply too terrifying. He was actually able to fight to a standstill with his physical body. If it was outside, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King would definitely be able to kill Ye Feng in an instant. But now, his soul was heavily injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. He was no match for Ye Feng at all. Hee, why wouldn't I dare? Today, I'll cut off your scales. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King roared in anger, and with a swing of his tail, he charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng held his spear and kicked it. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King took 2 steps back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King looked at Ye Feng in shock. He knew that the difference between him and Ye Feng was too great. Ye Feng's physical body was simply too terrifying. This guy had actually kicked him to the point that he vomited blood. As expected of a heaven's favorite of the human race. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. However, no matter how many trump cards you have, you'll only be beaten up. My soul has already recovered, and you can't defeat me. After I absorb your soul, my soul power will be even stronger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this time, a layer of grey light suddenly appeared 7 inches away from the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. This layer of light was like a giant net that covered the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. Ye Feng frowned. He knew that this was an illusion formation, but he did not panic. He only observed quietly. He believed in his own judgment. This layer of grey mist was definitely an illusory formation. And it was a very powerful illusory formation. Rumble. Right at this time, Ye Feng's body suddenly shook. Dense lightning bolts appeared in the void around him. A scorching aura instantly swept up, burning the nearby vegetation to ashes. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King wasn't any better. Lightning also flickered around his 7-inch area. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a miserable shriek. The flames on his scales were frantically shooting out. Right at this time, Yefeng's spear stabbed into the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's neck. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed Yefeng's clothes red. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out a heart-wrenching wail, and his eyes revealed an extremely painful expression. At this time, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's 7-inch area had no scales. The scale was poked out by Yefeng's trident. The trident pierced through the entire scale armor and came out from the back. Blood flowed down the blade. Yefeng's face was filled with excitement. He didn't stop at all, and continued to stab at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's vital spot. 1 time, 2 times. 533 The power of curse runes, new skill obtained. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's body was filled with holes from Yefeng's attacks, and fresh blood was flowing out. Hoo! 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 The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King panted heavily. He had no more strength to resist. At this moment, he was on the verge of death and was in danger of dying at any moment. Looking at the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's body that was covered in wounds and blood, Yefeng had a cruel expression on his face. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound. He's not dead yet. Yefeng's brows rose, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Just now, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's scales had been pierced through by his trident. How could he still move? When the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King saw the shock on Yefeng's face, a proud smile flashed across his eyes. Brat, you didn't expect this, did you? You stabbed my scales so ruthlessly. I'll let you have a taste of pain. The moment he finished speaking, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth and bit toward Yefeng's shoulder. He had already lost his defense and could only use his teeth to tear. Just as the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King opened his mouth and was about to bite Yefeng's shoulder, Yefeng's speed suddenly increased, and he punched the stomach of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King. This punch had almost used up all of Yefeng's strength. Puchi! This punch directly sent the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King flying. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's head heavily hit the ground, causing it to crack. Immediately after, the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred. Brat, you're dead. A circle of faint golden runes appeared 7 inches away from the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, emitting a dazzling light. Yefeng frowned slightly. A heavy expression appeared in his heart. Although the other party was on his last breath, he was still very difficult to deal with. Moreover, this seal was very troublesome. Once this thing was activated, he would become much stronger. In that case, let's try. Saying so, Yefeng took a step forward and appeared before the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King, punching out at him. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King let out an angry roar. Following that, a golden rune shot out from his mouth, instantly enveloping Yefeng's fist. Bang! Yefeng's fist landed on the seal, shattering this golden seal. But immediately after, the seal turned into a golden light and entered Yefeng's body. Boom! 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 At the next second, Yefeng felt as if there was a huge flood that burst out from his body. His entire body was submerged in the golden light, and countless golden runes kept washing over his body and soul. These were curse runes. Are these curse runes? Yefeng's eyes widened. He had never encountered such a situation before, and had never seen the power of the curse runes. What the H*LL is this? This is a curse rune created by a wisp of the green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's soul power. It can cause a terrifyingly great amount of damage to the user. The cold voice of the system reverberated in Yefeng's ears. The green-scaled water elemental Dragon King's soul power turned into a rune and entered Yefeng's body. Crack! Suddenly, Yefeng felt that something in his body had shattered. It was a very strange feeling, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Yefeng's eyes brightened, hope rose in his heart. At this moment, the surface of his body glowed with the power of water element. It continued to roll around. His aura was incomparably powerful, not inferior to the other party in the slightest. Crack, crack, crack. Yefeng's body was constantly making sounds of his joints cracking. Yefeng's physical fitness was getting stronger and stronger. Almost instantly, he had a new round of offensive advantage. Hiss! At this time, Yefeng felt that his muscles, bones, meridians, and other aspects were undergoing an earth-shaking transformation. What's going on? Yefeng was stunned. This is the effect of the curse runes. The system's voice sounded. Curse runes. Yefeng's eyes almost popped out. You're not telling me that the curse runes can increase the potential of a symbiote? Hee. That's right. The curse runes can indeed increase one's potential, and even increase one's strength. Then what level of strength should I have now? It's hard to say, but it's definitely many times more powerful than before. Yefeng's eyes brightened, he was extremely excited. His strength had increased too much, he was simply reborn. At this moment, his right arm was covered in scales, and his right hand had become a spear. The tip of the spear in his left hand glowed with a light blue light. Si Law. Yefeng's right arm shook, the slime blade drew an arc and stabbed toward the water elemental Dragon King. Boom! After the slime blade was thrust out, Yefeng felt a terrifying power erupting from his body, and he could not bear it. This power! Is it that terrifying? Yefeng's eyes flashed with shock. His blade had pierced through the void. This was the void. In the universe, the void was very solid. Ordinary beyond A grades would not dare to touch the void, as this was the core of the universe. Once they were surrounded by the void, they would definitely die. But now, Yefeng's stab had pierced through the void. The power of this stab was simply inconceivable. This is the characteristic of the curse runes. The system's voice sounded again. A curse rune can weaken your power. The person who uses a curse rune can transform a person at will. The transformed person will become stronger as your strength grows. This is the terrifying part of curse runes. They can continuously stack curses on top of each other, and in the end, it will make you stronger and stronger. Yefeng took in a deep breath. What about now? Do you have any way to remove this curse? Remove? This curse is not simple. It can only slowly wear down your body. I can slowly grind it. Yefeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ding! System notification, player Yefeng has defeated the curse rune and obtained the curse rune's recognition. He has obtained the skill Devouring Rune. Ding! System notification, player Yefeng has devoured a curse rune and obtained the power of the curse rune. The curse rune possesses the power of a curse. It will permanently increase the power of the curse rune by 10%. Devouring Rune. What an overbearing name. 534 3 curse runes, endless spiritual energy. Yefeng thought to himself. Devouring was to turn an enemy's attack into one's own attack and enhance one's combat power. Of course, not everyone had this skill. Only those with special physiques could learn Devouring Rune. In fact, it was just another way to express the Devour skill. Other symbiotes only needed to devour ordinary items and refine them to raise their constitution to an extremely shocking level. However, Yefeng did not cultivate it. His current strength was not enough to control Devouring Rune. He would slowly study it later. This world was still very vast, and when he truly became a beyond A grade transcendent, he would be able to try to study Devouring Rune. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He looked at the green-scaled water elemental dragon king at the side. A cold smile appeared on his face. Humph! Ye Feng held the sea stone trident. His body slightly moved as he charged toward the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body was shining with a light blue light. His scales were as hard as iron, and he was emitting a cold aura. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light, as if a bloodthirsty desire was brewing. Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king spat out 2 dragon breaths, trying to stop Ye Feng. A devilish smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. A mere dragon breath can't do anything to me. Bang! 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 The sea stone trident instantly pierced through the dragon flames, the dragon scales, and the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body, wreaking havoc inside. Hiss! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a miserable cry. His entire dragon body was pierced and fell from the sky. When he hit the ground, he made a loud bang. Roar! Roar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out an angry roar and climbed up from the pit. At this time, Ye Feng had already arrived before the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king twisted his body, and the scales on his body made a grinding sound. Ye Feng snorted coldly and stabbed out with the sea stone trident in his hand. Wuff! Puchy! Roar! With one spear strike, the scales on the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body were all shattered, and blood spurted out. The pain was unbearable. Boom! 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 Just as the green-scaled water elemental dragon king fell to the ground and wailed, 3 more dragon roars sounded. Boom! Then, another dragon's roar was heard. The 3 dragon roars represented 3 extraordinary curse runes. Ye Feng frowned. The power of the 3 curse runes was very strong, especially the curse of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king, which made him feel suffocated. Ye Feng knew that if he allowed the 3 curse runes to land on his body would definitely collapse. He took a deep breath, and a layer of golden light emerged from his body. A violent aura swept out. Kill! Ye Feng growled, and he swung the sea stone trident. Black lightning jumped around the spearhead, making a crackling sound. Ye Feng took a step forward and directly stabbed the sea stone trident into the green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body. Crack! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's skin instantly burst open. Roar! Roar! Rar! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king let out a mournful roar as his body convulsed. Die! Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. A powerful devouring force burst out, instantly enveloping the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Ah! No, let me go, ah! The green-scaled water elemental dragon king kept struggling and letting out shrill screams. A cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He activated Devouring Rune and devoured the power of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king crazily, strengthening Devouring Rune. Boom! Boom! Ye Feng's physical body was also expanding rapidly, becoming even more powerful. Ah! 15 minutes later. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's body completely shriveled up, turning into pieces of crystal-clear bone armor. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. As expected of the corpse of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king, the power it contains is quite huge. It is at least a few thousand jin. However, it's still far from enough. It's just a green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Devouring Rune, continue devouring. Whoosh! Ye Feng once again used the dragon vein technique, absorbing the dragon breath from the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was transformed from a curse rune. The curse energy it contained was very dense, and its comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was also very terrifying. Goo, goo, goo. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king's corpse quickly became smaller and smaller, and was eventually devoured by the devouring rune. Ye Feng waved his hand, the corpse of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king turned into dust. Although Ye Feng had won this battle easily, he had expended a lot of energy and stamina. However, he had also gained a lot. The number of curse runes on Ye Feng's body doubled again. Whew! Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The harvest this time is not bad. No matter what, he had finally solved some problems this time. Ye Feng stood up and patted his clothes. He looked at the green-scaled water elemental dragon king that was lying on the ground and a smile appeared on his face. Ye Feng stepped on the chest of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king, crushing his body. The green-scaled water elemental dragon king was severely injured and couldn't resist at all. Not long after, Ye Feng kept the corpse into his storage space. Next, Ye Feng walked to the dragon corpse and dug out the dragon pearl. This dragon pearl contained a special energy. It was the original power of the dragon race. There's a powerful inheritance of the dragon race in these dragon pearls. I'll refine and absorb it first. Whoosh! Ye Feng grabbed with his hand and directly grabbed a dragon pearl in his palm. He then stuffed it into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, the energy in the dragon pearl had completely disappeared. This was really an unexpected surprise. The power of the dragon pearl was very terrifying, even more precious than ordinary elixir. This was the legacy power of the dragon race. The dragon race was one of the top races in the prehistoric times. They had endless spiritual energy and could cultivate to become gods. Furthermore, the dragon race had a secret technique that allowed them to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures to increase their lifespan. As for the dragon race's inheritance, it was even more of a priceless treasure. Every drop of blood was a treasure, and some were even the essence left behind by the Dragon Emperor. But Ye Feng was sure that although the Dragon Pearl's power was terrifying, he did not need it to increase his strength. 535 Breaking through the genetic constraint, the threshold of beyond A grade. Ye Feng threw it away, and he flew into the distance. He didn't want to be discovered by others because of the dragon race's origin power contained in the Dragon Pearl. It would cause unnecessary trouble. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew. Ye Feng's body turned cold. Ye Feng quickly activated the secret technique and dispelled this chill. He had gained a lot during this period of time, but Ye Feng still needed some time to refine all of them. Based on the number of treasures he had obtained, he estimated that he could advance from AN to an even higher tier. Beyond A grade. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to advance directly. Ye Feng's eyes shined with anticipation. After all, this level was something that ordinary people had never heard of. Even he had only heard of this level after entering the symbiotic continent. There were even existences that were even higher than Beyond A grade, which was S grade. Beyond A grade was already an extraordinary realm, and S grade was even more so. Ye Feng found a place and sat down cross-legged. He started to cultivate. He had to finish converting all the power he had in this period of time as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect himself if he was in danger. Especially during the cultivation period. Ye Feng closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him and poured into his body. This situation lasted for a full 2 hours before ending. In these 2 hours, Ye Feng did not move at all. He was like a statue. His skin gradually turned into a faint golden color, as if it was plated with a layer of light. In the golden light, golden symbols appeared on Ye Feng's skin. These runes were like pictures, densely covering the surface of his skin. They appeared extremely profound and filled with a mysterious aura. At this moment, Ye Feng's aura became extremely deep. Whew! Ye Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with a bright light, like glass. Whew! Ye Feng let out a breath of air. My body has fully recovered. Next, I will refine the energy of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Ye Feng waved his hand and the dragon meat was absorbed by him. He then threw it into his mouth and started chewing. Crack! 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 Ye Feng chewed the dragon meat into pieces and swallowed them. An hour later, Ye Feng had completely digested the dragon meat. The strength of his body had reached an unprecedented peak. Ye Feng started to refine the bloodline of the green-scaled water elemental dragon king. Although this guy did not have much power, his bloodline was extremely terrifying and could be said to be heaven-defying. Only to see that on Ye Feng's forehead, lines of runes had appeared, like chains. Then, the lines began to twist and finally condensed into a green-scaled water dragon. Ye Feng crushed it and threw it into his mouth. This feeling was very refreshing. It was a feeling similar to the rebirth of flesh and blood. As expected of a Dragon King level creature. Even though its flesh had been regrown, it still contained extremely powerful vitality. After Ye Feng refined half of it, he stopped. This kind of bloodline is too complicated. It's not suitable for me. Ye Feng stopped his refinement. He threw the remaining half into his mouth and started chewing. For a demonic creature of this level, Ye Feng did not plan to refine anything else. He was going to extract its flesh and blood to temper his body. Woo! Ye Feng's finger made a small cut on the blood and he smeared it on his face. Then, he peeled off the water elemental dragon king's body, roasted it with fire, and smeared it on his skin. Soon, the blood of the body dimmed and became dry. In the end, it turned into a pool of white bones and completely disappeared. Ye Feng continued to roast the meat while absorbing the blood of the water elemental dragon king. The blood in his body was getting purer and thicker. The strength in Ye Feng's body was also slowly increasing. The speed was extremely slow, but it was a solid increase. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a violent thunderclap was heard. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over, only to see that in the distant sky, dark clouds were rolling. Balls of lightning were falling from the sky, pouring down like a waterfall. Lightning represented the might of the heavens. The lightning tribulation represented the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth. This kind of baptism was a test of heaven and earth for immortal cultivators. In this world, other than cultivators, all other living things were dead. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous to undergo tribulation here. But Ye Feng had already expected this. His cultivation was not something that ordinary people could compare to. He could ignore this level of lightning tribulation. But Ye Feng was also slightly nervous. After all, he was undergoing tribulation under the heavenly Dao. I wonder if I can successfully pass the tribulation. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the world suddenly became restless. These spiritual energy formed into small dragons and pounced toward Ye Feng, as if they wanted to devour Ye Feng's flesh and blood essence to increase their strength. Ye Feng sneered. You want to devour my essence? Dream on! Ye Feng waved his hand. Countless spiritual energy formed a net and covered the little dragons. He then punched the spiritual energy net. Puchi! A soft sound was heard. The net of spiritual energy collapsed instantly. The small dragons formed by spiritual energy exploded one after another, turning into wisps of smoke. Whew! So strong! This is only the beginning. Ye Feng sighed, but my body's strength is also gradually increasing. No matter what, the feeling of this transformation is really not bad. Ye Feng grabbed another piece of dragon meat and ate it. After a while, Ye Feng felt crack, crack, crack sounds coming from his body. Crack! Crack! These sounds were very clear. Boom boom boom! Just as Ye Feng finished his second piece of dragon meat, a loud sound resounded in the world, the entire sky turned dark, and lightning flashed. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Hwalala! The silver snakes danced in the sky, making crackling sounds. Boom! 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 These silver snakes charged toward Ye Feng in a frenzy, wanting to devour him. Good. Ye Feng laughed loudly, his eyes shot out 2 rays of light. I have long wanted to test the power of these silver snakes. Ye Feng's right hand clenched into a fist and punched toward the sky. Boom! The fist energy landed on the silver snakes, blasting them into ashes and scattering them in the sky. At this time, Ye Feng's left arm suddenly burst out with a powerful energy wave. 536 earth-shaking changes, the power of lightning falling. On the surface of Ye Feng's skin, red lines appeared. These red lines continued to spread and eventually covered his entire body, turning into a set of red battle armor, covering Ye Feng's entire body. Roar! Hiss! 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 Just as Ye Feng finished putting on the armor, from the void around him, a series of roars could be heard. Boom! 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 A thick lightning bolt suddenly struck toward Ye Feng's body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Ye Feng was sent flying back for more than 10 meters. Ye Feng's body was charred black by the lightning. Hiss! 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 Right at this time, countless silver snakes suddenly swarmed over from all directions, wanting to tear Ye Feng into pieces. Roar! Ye Feng howled toward the sky. A wave of demonic aura burst out from his body. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to change color. The wind and clouds changed, and the thunder and lightning interweaved. Thick bolts of lightning roared like dragons and galloped in the vast world. Roar! Terrifying roars reverberated through the clouds as if they came from the netherworld, causing people to shiver. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body flickered. He instantly charged into the group of silver snakes and struck out with his claws. Immediately, countless silver snakes were caught in Ye Feng's hands. They were crushed and turned into blood mist. With one claw, he killed all the silver snakes. Next, Ye Feng grabbed the third piece of meat and started to swallow it. He was already used to the devouring rune. But Ye Feng did not expect that every time he underwent tribulation, there would be so many silver snakes that would attack him. These silver snakes are really persistent. Could it be that all the demonic beasts in this area were slaughtered by me before the tribulation? Forget it, I don't care anymore anyway, the tribulation has already arrived, so I have nothing to worry about. Ye Feng threw the entire piece of meat into his mouth and started chewing. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzg. After Ye Feng chewed the meat, the silver snakes actually let out a zlazla sound. The sound seemed to want to corrode Ye Feng's flesh and blood. However, no matter what they did, they could not hurt Ye Feng at all. These guys are too weak. This won't do, we can't go on like this. We have to find a more powerful one, only then can we finish this once and for all. Ye Feng's eyes suddenly turned to the distance. In that direction, there were bolts of lightning striking down, as if it was divine punishment. Ye Feng's lips curled up, and he revealed a smile. The lightning tribulation could temper Ye Feng's body and soul. Since these silver snakes want my life, I'll eat you all. In an instant, Ye Feng's figure disappeared from his original spot. He charged toward a bolt of lightning in the sky. Boom! That bolt of lightning was crushed by Ye Feng's claw, and it turned into countless lightning bolts. Ha ha ha, this feels good. Ye Feng howled toward the sky. Ye Feng's body emitted a ferocious aura. These lightning bolts were all absorbed by Ye Feng. Ye Feng's strength also increased rapidly with these lightning. Boom! 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 The power of lightning was getting more and more violent. Under the lightning, Ye Feng's body started to burn up, but these flames did not hurt him at all. Roar! Ye Feng roared toward the sky. A huge change occurred in his body. Ye Feng's cultivation also increased. Rumble! Wang! 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 The soul power in Ye Feng's body also expanded by several times at this moment. It was a wonderful feeling. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Yefeng's clothes were torn, and the bone armor on his body was making cracking sounds. Boom! 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 Yefeng's skin also started to crack, and blood started to flow out. Yefeng let out a blood-curdling screech. His body shuddered. Next, Yefeng fell to the ground. At this moment, Yefeng looked like a roasted pig. He was emitting a strong fragrance that made people drool. The clothes on Yefeng's body were torn to shreds by the power of lightning, and his muscular chest and abs were exposed. Yefeng's skin was covered with scales, and he looked extremely terrifying. This tribulation was much more difficult than an ordinary tribulation, and it was more powerful. Yefeng was able to withstand it all because of his strong will. Yefeng sneered, "A mere spiritual intelligence and you dare to provoke me? Explode!" Just as Yefeng finished his words, the little dragons formed by spiritual energy immediately collapsed, turning into specks of starlight and disappearing into the void. Who? As the spiritual energy was refined by Yefeng, the heavenly tribulation also disappeared. The heavenly tribulation this time is really powerful. Luckily, I was prepared. Looking at the blood on his body, Yefeng laughed bitterly. However, a heavenly tribulation of this level could no longer harm Yefeng. After all, the strength of Yefeng's current body was already not inferior to a peak beyond A-grade demonic creature. Not bad, there's still one last stage to go. Yefeng sat cross-legged. This was the most critical stage. If one could not pass through it, they would be rejected by heaven and earth and die. After this, he would be considered a beyond A-grade transcendent. This was the last step to reach the A and grade. Breaking through the gene lock. With Yefeng's research and the help of the system, he roughly knew that the genetic constraint was divided into many levels. However, opening the first level would allow him to enter the beyond A grade. The first level was also the easiest level, so Yefeng had some confidence in it. The genetic lock was a dividing line, and after crossing this dividing line, Yefeng would be considered to have truly entered the beyond A grade. Yefeng's eyes were closed, he was muttering something in his heart. Hoo hoo hoo. Yefeng's body started to emit a faint yellow light. On Yefeng's skin, a layer of thick armor also gradually appeared. On the top of Yefeng's head, a bronze mark appeared, emitting a profound aura. Beside the bronze mark was a blue trident. On Yefeng's right hand, a light blue slime blade also appeared, emitting a huge slime aura. Swish! 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 On Yefeng's body, pieces of armor appeared. The bronze mark on his head emitted a light curtain that covered his entire body to prevent his armor from falling off. Is this the transformation process? It's really mysterious. Yefeng revealed a surprised expression. He felt that this was just like the feeling he had in a game. 537 Advancing to beyond A grade, the war has already begun. Something's wrong. It shouldn't be like this. This power is too strong. If I absorb it directly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Yefeng could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His face was pale. The power that appeared on Yefeng's body was completely formed from all sorts of auras and powers. There were also all sorts of runes around it. These seal scripts looked very simple, but when they were formed into a pattern, they could display extraordinary power. Boom! 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 The runes on Yefeng's body became more and more profound, and he became stronger and stronger. Yefeng revealed a smile on his face. Haha, I've finally broken through. Congratulations to the host for evolving. Water Element, Lord of the Ocean, has been promoted to Water Element, Dragon King. The Devour Rune sequence has evolved. The ability to devour cursed runes has been added. Nether Curse 25% complete. Ding! Congratulations to host, Frost Arrow has evolved into Ice Arrow. Ding! Congratulations to host, Sea Behemoth has evolved into God's restraint. Ding! Congratulations to host, Sea God's blessing and Sea God's power have combined and evolved into Sea God King's power. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Divine perception has been strengthened. Yefeng subconsciously took a look at his status panel. Yefeng. Symbiotic body, warrior slime. Body size, 95%. Subsidiary bodies, 1000. Attributes, Strength 109,634, Agility 93,346, Vitality 145,610, Spirit 142,160, Resistance 184,900. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Stickiness, Sharpness, Water element, Dragon King. Sequences, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis, Seal, Eternal Devour. Divine Sequence, Dragon God 0%. Skills, Nether Curse, 25%, God's Perception, Gluttony King State, Supernerve Network, Slime Cells, Dialogue, Devouring Curse Rune. Water Elemental Abilities, Ice Arrow, God's Restraint, Sea God King's Power. Evolution Progress, 99%. Dragon Seed, 90%. Current level, Beyond A grade. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The battle clouds were rolling. What's happening over there? Could it be that the war between the Abyss Alliance and Sky City has begun? Yefeng mumbled in his heart. The war between the Abyss Alliance and Sky City had nothing to do with him. However, the Abyss Alliance were demonic creatures after all, and Sky City was a human race. Therefore, they had some feelings for each other in this aspect. Even if it wasn't for anything else, he had to stand up for the human side. Since that's the case, I'll go and take a look. I wonder how Baddies is doing. Yefeng mumbled, then his figure disappeared from where he was. At the next moment, Yefeng had already appeared at the edge of the battle clouds. It was better to be careful. If he was exposed too early, it could be a potential danger. What kind of power is this? Yefeng looked at the scene in front of him, and he could not help but frown. The battle in front of them had already become a lose-lose situation. On one side was the Abyss Alliance, which had an even larger number of people, and on the other side was the army of Sky City, which consisted of dozens of people. I don't care anymore. Let's go over and take a look. Whoosh! Yefeng's body quickly rushed over. Soon, he passed through the battle cloud. What was going on? Have the Abyss Alliance and Sky City's army retreated? Yefeng looked at his surroundings. He realized that Sky City's army had disappeared. Something's wrong. Where did that power come from? Yefeng looked ahead. His eyes flickered. On the battlefield in front of them, under a towering tree, there was a man covered in blood. It's him. After Yefeng saw the person's appearance, his pupil shrunk. Yefeng remembered that he had encountered a few Abyss Alliance leaders in the past. Alphys and Thoradin. What is he doing here? Yefeng's heart was filled with doubts. The Abyss Alliance. Outside a mountain range, a vanguard team of the Sky Race was surrounded. Leader. How are you feeling? DMN it, DMN it. The crowd was furious as they looked at the thousands of Abyss Alliance members before them. Humph, the Abyss Alliance? The Sky Army is the guardian bloodline of Sky City. You can't stop us. Yes. Leader, as long as you give the order, we will not hesitate. Everyone in this small team was extremely excited. Don't be impatient. Let's wait and see. The leader of the vanguard team was calm. He knew very well that Sky City had won this battle, and they had the upper hand. The leader of the vanguard team said coldly, "Listen up, I'll gather everyone and prepare to launch an all-out attack. Yes, sir. Sky City's army was extremely excited. And at this time, Ye Feng, who was far away, also saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. Ye Feng knew what the leader of the vanguard team wanted to do. He wanted to use the power of Sky City to destroy the Abyss Alliance in one fell swoop. However, the Sky Army would have to pay a great price for this. Ye Feng's target was not the Sky Race Alliance, so he was prepared to leave. Boom! At this moment, a powerful energy explosion shocked everyone. This energy was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Not good. The leader's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly circulated his power to resist this energy. Unfortunately, his reaction was a step too slow. Even the vanguard squad felt this terrifying fluctuation. Boom! 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 The ground cracked, the mountains crumbled, and the earth collapsed. Not good. The leader's expression was extremely unsightly. At this moment, he was already buried under the ruins. D***mn. No. I'm not willing. The voice of the leader of the vanguard team rang out under the ruins, and then everything disappeared. Phew! Ye Feng looked at the buried ruins, and he let out a breath of air. I thought you guys were powerful, but it turns out you're just so-so. Ye Feng pouted. Then, his gaze fell on the group of people from the vanguard team in the distance. The leader of the vanguard was killed by the explosion. However, Ye Feng would not act rashly just because he was dead. Observe for a while more, and only make a move when there's no other choice. Ye Feng mumbled. The death of the leader of the vanguard team sounded the alarm for the Sky Race Alliance. 538 The vanguard team, Ye Feng's unexpected discovery. The Abyss Alliance's overall strength was still much stronger than Sky City. After all, they all had the strength and confidence to invade Sky City. This made the higher UPS of the Sky Race Alliance feel extremely depressed. They even doubted if they could survive. No, I want to go back. D***mit, I can't die. I can't die here. This human is too dangerous. I need to hurry back and report this to His Highness the Pope. Right. We are going to request for a retreat from His Highness the Pope. Yes. Ye Feng looked at the state of the vanguard, and he showed a mocking smile. The Sky Race was nothing more than this. Ye Feng's body instantly disappeared, appearing on a hill. Whoosh! Black streams of light streaked across the sky. When the Abyss Alliance saw Ye Feng's sudden appearance, they immediately gave chase. Unfortunately, they could not catch up to Ye Feng. They could only watch as Ye Feng flew further and further away, until he could no longer be seen. D***mn, this human is very strong. He actually ran away. D***mned humans. But he definitely can't escape. We'll find him. In a hidden cave. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, his breathing stabilized as he circulated the flame epiphany technique and started to cultivate. This was an ancient secret manual that he had obtained. He had not cultivated it all this while because he had not been strong enough before. If he rashly cultivated it, he would be in great danger. However, things were different now. He had already entered the Beyond A-grade realm. His strength was several times more powerful than before, so he naturally had the right to cultivate it. Rays of 5-colored light surrounded his body and continuously surged into his body. Furthermore, his body was emitting waves of golden light. Ye Feng's body seemed to be plated with gold. His entire body exuded a dense holy aura, like a god that had descended from the heavens. His aura continued to grow stronger. This night, Ye Feng's body absorbed the effects of all sorts of spirit herbs. It wasn't until the next day's daybreak that his aura gradually receded. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. I've finally broken through. I unexpectedly broke through the first stage of the genetic lock. I didn't expect the flame epiphany technique to have such an effect. I really didn't learn it in vain. Ye Feng revealed a smile. Right now, Ye Feng had already grasped the fire and water elements. Although the fire element was only at the beginner level, with the ultimate water element as the main force and the fire element as the support, it could already form a pretty good attack power. As long as he could master the water element more, he would be able to control the ice element. Ice and fire countered each other, so the power would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, he could use the Flame Epiphany technique to learn more fire elemental skills. Flame Epiphany technique, what a magical secret manual! Ye Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. This was an absolute art that could increase one's strength. Although Ye Feng had only just entered the Beyond A grade, his combat strength was already comparable to a mid-stage Beyond A grade. This is... Suddenly, Ye Feng frowned. A pattern suddenly appeared in the depths of his soul. There were circles of patterns on the pattern. This is... Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. In the depths of his soul, there was an empty area with nothing inside. This pattern was like a seed. With a single thought from Ye Feng, the picture floated in front of him. It was a pattern he couldn't understand. It was dark green in color and covered in fine lines. In the center of the pattern, there was a drop of blood. This is... Ye Feng looked at this drop of blood in shock. This drop of blood was actually the blood of the leader of the vanguard team. How is that possible? Ye Feng could not understand. And under Ye Feng's gaze, the blood in the pattern slowly seeped into his body. Ye Feng exclaimed. He only felt a vast and majestic power being transmitted from the blood of the vanguard leader. This power was extremely overbearing. It was filled with destructive power and was as bright as the sun. This is... Ye Feng felt this power, and his heart started to beat rapidly. He could clearly sense how powerful and vast this energy was. Sky City is indeed not simple. Ye Feng felt this power and sighed. As this drop of blood flowed, information started to appear in Ye Feng's mind. It turned out that the Sky Race was a super race and a mysterious race. In their bloodline, there was the power of a divine beast. There were gods living in Sky City, and the leader of the vanguard team had received some kind of blessing from the gods. Therefore, his bloodline had also been blessed, which made his combat power unparalleled. No wonder his blood is so powerful. Ye Feng's eyes flickered. Since my identity has been exposed, I'm no longer hiding. I'd like to see what the Abyss Alliance is up to. Ye Feng's eyes shot out two sharp and cold lights. Sky City. In the Central Palace. Report. An anxious voice came from outside. Speak, she said. A cold voice was heard. In Sky City, the Queen had supreme authority. No one was allowed to disobey. Your Highness, the Abyss Alliance has sent their main force to ambush our people. They're on their way here. The person who ambushed our clansmen. The Queen frowned. Yes, I am. Humph, how dare you cause trouble in Sky City? They're simply courting death. Accept the challenge, the Queen said coldly. Yes. That person immediately retreated. You reckless ant. How dare you break into Sky City? You're courting death. I'll make you wish you were dead. Ye Feng had just walked out of the cultivation place when a group of demonic creatures blocked his path. Get lost! Ye Feng shouted coldly. Ye Feng was shocked that he was discovered so quickly. However, it was a good opportunity for him to practice. He waved his hand, and a violent wind blew over. In an instant, these demons were blown away. Ye Feng's speed was too fast. They could not even see his figure clearly before they were sent flying. A look of surprise flashed across Ye Feng's face. He shook his head and ignored these demonic creatures. With Ye Feng's current strength, it was more than enough to deal with these ordinary demonic creatures. Stop! 539 The Abyss Lord Pharmas, a terrifying pressure descends. Right at this moment, another wave of demonic creatures appeared in front of Ye Feng. What are you guys doing? Ye Feng asked indifferently. Humph! You dare to hurt us, you deserve to die. A figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, his aura was extremely strong. Ye Feng was shocked. His eyes locked onto him. Alphas! Ye Feng was slightly shocked. After all, he had heard of this person and had even seen him once before. They were the kings of the abyssal demons, Alphas and Thoradin. He was the most powerful existence in the Abyss Alliance. I'm not the person you're talking about. I'm his younger brother, the Abyss Monarch Pharmas. Die! Pharmas roared, and the flaming kuruma he was riding exploded with all its might. He snorted coldly and clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He definitely couldn't tolerate this. Then I'll kill you first. Before Ye Feng finished his sentence, his figure had already disappeared from where he was. The next moment, a few demons nearby fell to the ground, blood spurting out of their 7 orifices. Brat, I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up in a very miserable state. Pharma's voice resounded through the sky. Ye Feng smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid of Pharma's. Who do you think you are? Hearing Ye Feng's voice, Pharma's pupils shrunk slightly. He did not expect Ye Feng to be so arrogant. Do you know where we are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today, I'll let you know who the real ruler of Sky City is. Buzz! A huge body appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was 300 meters tall and was covered in golden scales. It had fangs and sharp lips that looked like a sharp weapon, giving off a terrifying aura. Ye Feng said coldly, Who do you think you are? Since when do you have the right to speak in my Sky City? Pharma's expression changed slightly. He was indeed not qualified to meddle in the affairs of Sky City. But, Ye Feng had to die. This time, Ye Feng had barged into his territory and disrupted the banquet in Sky City. How could he let Ye Feng off? Ye Feng was the mortal enemy of the Abyss Alliance. If they did not get rid of him this time, the reputation of the Abyss Alliance would be ruined. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Pharmas was furious. He took a step forward, and the entire palace trembled. Humph! A big dog like you dares to speak such arrogant words. Die! Ye Feng's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Ye Feng was not a person to be trifled with. Furthermore, this Pharmas wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. You dare to insult me? Pharmas was furious. This Ye Feng actually dared to insult him. I'm scolding you. Boom! 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 Pharma's body instantly grew in size and was like a mountain, blocking out the sun and pressing down on Ye Feng. Waves of overbearing aura filled the air, causing Ye Feng to be unable to breathe. What a terrifying aura! This guy's combat strength should be at the beyond A grade level, right? Pharma's aura became more and more terrifying, and even Ye Feng's body started to shake. Humph! Ye Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. Brat, I'm going to kill you with my own hands today. 2 huge wings appeared behind Pharma's and he instantly rushed to Ye Feng's side. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He didn't expect Pharma's to be so fast. Pharma's wings shook, and a violent wind blew. Ye Feng quickly retreated, avoiding this violent hurricane. But when Ye Feng had just retreated for tens of meters, that hurricane came again. No matter how fast he was, he could not beat the speed of the hurricane. Whoosh! Ye Feng only felt as if his body was sucked into a tornado and was ground into dust. Another guy who overestimates his own strength. He's nothing more than this. Pharmas laughed. Just as Pharmas was about to leave, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He stopped in his tracks and looked around vigilantly. He didn't understand why he would suddenly feel danger. This danger made his heart palpitate. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was simply inconceivable. This aura is A cold gaze pierced through the clouds and appeared in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk, and his expression changed rapidly. Pharma's palm came, and a terrifying pressure descended. Ye Feng's body was instantly covered in blue water elemental power, enveloping him and increasing his defense. However, the next second, his smile froze. Because he saw a broken body flying past him. That familiar face, it was Ye Feng. What? Pharmas was very surprised. He did not expect Ye Feng to escape. Impossible. Pharmas did not believe it. How could Ye Feng still be alive? Ye Feng's lips curled up into a cold smile. I'm not as simple as you think I am. In the next moment, Ye Feng turned into a stream of light and appeared beside Pharmas once again, ruthlessly punching out. Boom! Pfft! Pharmas vomited blood from Ye Feng's attack, and many cracks appeared on his body. Ye Feng's strength had already entered the beyond A grade, and he could defeat Pharmas with a single punch. Pharmas' face showed a shocked expression. He was the younger brother of the Abyssal Demon King, and his combat power far surpassed that of a Super Demon King. But now, he was injured by Ye Feng with one punch. This was unbelievable. What kind of freak are you? Pharmas looked at Ye Feng in shock. He felt that Ye Feng seemed to be many times stronger than before. Hee, Ye Feng sneered. At this time, Ye Feng finally had the chance to properly admire this Pharmas' appearance. This Pharmas was burly, had dark skin, and was covered in black hair like a rock. Pharmas was 1.9 meters tall, and his muscles were bulging, exuding a terrifying aura. With a single glance, Ye Feng could see that Pharmas was like a ferocious beast. This Pharmas is really interesting. Ye Feng thought to himself. Ha ha ha! You be ****. Pharmas shouted angrily and grabbed out. A huge claw that was like a pillar that supported the sky came pressing down on Ye Feng. Ye Feng raised his leg and kicked. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's foot collided with that huge claw. 540 Devil's Hammer, Demon God's Body. A terrifying explosive force swept over. Ye Feng was sent flying, landing more than 10 kilometers away. Ye Feng showed a solemn expression. As expected of a little brother who has the potential to become a demon king. His combat strength is so terrifying. Ye Feng's lips curled up into an evil smile. Pharmas looked at Ye Feng, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty cold light. B*****, you actually dare to hurt me. Before he finished speaking, Pharmas waved his arms and attacked Ye Feng. Pharmas' arms were like two heavenly blades, cutting through the air. Ye Feng immediately dodged. However, Pharmas was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Ye Feng. Pharmas' arms shook, and that huge heavenly blade slashed toward Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng immediately used the gold rule. His body emitted a golden light and blocked in front of him. Clang! 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 Each of Pharmas' punches contained a terrifying power, and each of his punches could tear apart Ye Feng's defense. Even his bone armor would be shattered. But Ye Feng was able to resist it. Pharmas' punch after punch did not cause any damage to Ye Feng. D****, how did this kid do it? Pharmas' heart was filled with fear. Since I can't kill you, I'll destroy your body. Pharmas' face darkened and he growled, Devil's Hammer. A huge hammer appeared in Pharmas' hand, with black lines wrapped around it, emitting a gloomy and terrifying black mist. Kill! Pharmas roared. The moment this Devil's Hammer appeared, the surrounding space distorted. Break! Ye Feng stabbed out with his blade. Ye Feng's blade was like a bolt of lightning. It pointed straight at the Devil's Hammer. Humph! An ant who doesn't know his own strength. Pharmas swung his hand and threw out the Devil's Hammer, which collided with Ye Feng's slime blade. Ye Feng's slime blade directly broke apart, turning into fragments. No! It's impossible, Ye Feng's eyes were wide open. The Devil's Hammer was a Demon King grade weapon. Even a peak beyond A grade would find it hard to resist. But now, he couldn't even block a single move from Devil's Hammer. Pharmas took a step forward and appeared beside Ye Feng. He stretched out his right hand and an invisible suction force appeared. Ye Feng could not control his body and rushed toward Pharmas. Devil's Wrath! Pharmas roared. He heard a cracking sound, and Ye Feng's body was instantly torn into dust. Ha ha ha! Your body is not bad, I'll take it back and study it. Pharmas grinned. He grabbed out Ye Feng's body. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Pharma's expression changed. He turned around and saw that Ye Feng had disappeared into thin air. Detestable! Pharmas gritted his teeth and suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! He appeared on a big tree and grabbed it. Come out! Pharmas suddenly pulled the tree down. He saw a person standing on the ground below. It was Ye Feng. Ye Feng was holding the sea stone trident in his hand. Pharmas frowned slightly. You actually didn't die. Hee hee. It's not that I didn't die, it's just that I'm lucky. Ye Feng grinned and sneered. Humph! Pharmas snorted coldly. I'd like to see how strong you are. As soon as Pharmas finished speaking, his figure disappeared. His movement technique is actually so fast. Even I can't dodge it with my speed. Ye Feng praised in his heart. Pharmas' speed was too fast. Ye Feng did not even have time to dodge before he was caught up by him and his fist smashed toward him. Ye Feng's eyes also turned cold. The trident in his hand stabbed out. Ye Feng and Pharmas exchanged a punch. Pharmas immediately flew back. His eyes revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. This brat actually has such powerful strength. He's even more powerful than me. A look of surprise appeared on Pharmas' face. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. Pharmas, your speed is indeed very fast, but to me, you are simply trash. Pharmas snorted coldly. His body flickered, and he turned into a huge demonic shadow. This demonic shadow was at least 100 meters long. Its body was wrapped in black flames, and it gave off a terrifying aura. This is my full power. This is my third body, the demon god body. Pharmas laughed wildly. He clenched his fist, and the flames on his body instantly rose several times. A terrifying power was brewing. Demon god's wrath. Boom! He punched out, and the void collapsed. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world. The terrifying power crushed the surrounding air into nothingness and turned it into dust. Was this the power of a demon king that was beyond A grade? It was really powerful. Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. Go to H*LL. F*CK. Pharmas roared. The demon god's power turned into demonic flames and swept in all directions. Pharmas punched again. A cloud of black mist filled the air, covering the sky. Ye Feng wanted to escape, but he realized that there were no more paths around him. He was trapped in this layer of dark demonic energy. Demon god's power, demon god's wrath. Pharma's eyes turned black. The robe on his body instantly burst apart. The demon god's body was revealed. The demon god's body was even more terrifying than Ye Feng had imagined. Ha ha ha! Your body is indeed not bad. Pharmas laughed out loud. Your body is indeed not bad, but you met me. Ye Feng smiled coldly. What? Pharma's pupil shrank. There's a soul power that far surpasses yours in my body. You're still far from being able to occupy my physical body. Ye Feng's body trembled, and he immediately burst out, charging toward Pharmas. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed a distance of several hundred kilometers. What's going on? My soul power can't keep up with his pace. Pharmas was extremely shocked. Ye Feng's soul power far surpassed his imagination. How was this possible? How could this human have such a terrifying soul power? While Pharmas was still in shock, a hand grabbed his head. Kaka! Despicable ant, how dare you insult my soul! F***ck. Pharmas roared angrily. 541 Breaking the clone, the temporary power of divine lightning. Unfortunately, Yefeng's actions were not slow at all. Yefeng's palm pressed down. A black vortex appeared on Yefeng's palm. The devouring power of the black hole. Pharma's body was instantly enveloped by the black hole. Half of Pharma's soul power was instantly drawn away. No! Pharmas let out a shrill scream. A large part of his soul power was absorbed by Yefeng, his strength was plummeting. You should die! Pharmas roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. As Pharmas roared, a black light shot out of his mouth. Yefeng could feel a dangerous aura. Pharma's blood turned into black snakes. Those black snakes started to attack Yefeng crazily. Go to H***LL. Pharma's soul power was completely absorbed by Yefeng. The black demonic shadow around Yefeng also completely disappeared. Pharma's face turned pale, and his eyes gradually lost their light. Go and die! Yefeng shouted and slashed out. A black blade ray descended from the sky, cutting off those attacks. Pucci! A giant wound that was dozens of meters long appeared on Pharma's chest. Blood flowed out. Yefeng rushed forward and slammed his palm on Pharma's chest. Kaka! Pharma's body immediately shattered. Ah! I curse you to die a horrible death! A cloud of black smoke floated up and fled into the distance. You ant, you killed my clone! I'm going to turn you into ashes! Pharma's resentful voice sounded. Yefeng ignored him, and he continued to plunder. A huge black ball appeared behind him. In the center of the black ball, there was a faint figure. This person was Pharma's soul. Break! Yefeng growled. Boom! A series of rumbling sounds rang out. The restriction that Yefeng had set up was instantly shattered. Pharma's soul escaped. There was a burnt smell on his body. On his chest, there was still a huge scar. You killed my clone. I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to him. Stop! Pharmas roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flames. The flames quickly condensed and transformed into a hideous monster. Roar! The monster roared toward the sky, pouncing toward Yefeng. It was more than 5 meters tall, and its body was covered in scales. Die! Pharmas waved his claws and grabbed toward Yefeng. Petty tricks! Yefeng laughed coldly. He raised his right fist and aimed it at Pharmas. Go! Yefeng shouted and punched out. Boom! The huge object was instantly sent flying thousands of meters away. It hit the wall and fell to the ground. D***mn it, how dare you destroy my clone? You're looking for death. Pharma's eyes turned into 2 black holes, filled with coldness and viciousness. Is that so? Yefeng grinned. Die! Pharmas roared. Sharp spikes extended from his body. Break! Pharmas roared. On his body, countless sharp thorns instantly tore Yefeng's body into pieces. Ha ha ha! Seeing Yefeng turn into dregs, Pharmas laughed wildly in excitement. The soul in Yefeng's body instantly entered Pharmas' soul. Pharmas was instantly stunned. No! Pharmas' face showed pain and disbelief. If the soul was injured, it would have a very serious effect, and it might even directly cause the soul to collapse. And now, Yefeng's soul power had actually invaded Pharmas' soul. It was like someone had stabbed a sharp dagger into his heart. What's going on? Pharmas' face turned pale, and his eyes widened in shock. Ha ha ha! Yefeng's soul laughed. You want to kill me? You're still too young. Get out here! Kill! Pharmas roared. Yefeng's soul flickered, and he retreated from the depths of his soul. His face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. He had almost exhausted all his strength in that moment. *mn how did you do it? A look of fear appeared on Pharma's face. He rolled his eyes and began to think of a way. You want to run? You have no chance. Yefeng's soul flickered and appeared in front of Pharma's. Ah, ah ah! Pharma's soul shouted. His soul had regained its freedom. Yefeng's palm suddenly grabbed at Pharma's neck. Pharma's gritted his teeth and shrunk his body, avoiding Yefeng's palm. Pharma's soul instantly escaped from Yefeng's palm. Yefeng's expression darkened, and he immediately chased after them. But right at this time, an icy blue lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky, striking toward Yefeng's head. Yefeng's expression changed. Break! Yefeng pushed out with both palms, and a powerful force gushed out. Boom! The lightning exploded beside Yefeng, turning into countless energy particles that scattered in all directions. *mn you can actually control lightning. Pharma's face was filled with shock. Yefeng could actually control lightning. How was this possible? Lightning was divine lightning. Only the gods in the legends had the ability to control lightning. Ha ha ha! Yefeng laughed. I know, you must have received some kind of inheritance, that's why you can control lightning. Pharma's expression was ugly. Although he had never seen the power of gods with his own eyes, he had heard many rumors about gods from others. This was why he guessed that Yefeng might have some sort of inheritance. Even if I get the inheritance, I'll let you try the power of a god. Yefeng waved his arm. Streaks of sword intent condensed into a huge sword and slashed toward Pharma's. Stop! Pharma's shouted. His body was once again ablaze with raging flames. But these flames could only block Yefeng's sword light. Boom! This huge sword ruthlessly hacked into Pharma's soul. Pharma's let out a shrill scream. Yefeng was controlling the power of divine lightning. How could Pharma's resist it? 542 Soul Sacrifice, a situation of no end. Go! Yefeng shouted in a low voice. Even more powerful lightning gushed out of his body. A layer of black smoke emerged from Pharma's soul. His physical body had completely disappeared. Pharma's soul floated out of the void. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he turned around and fled. But how could Yefeng let him go? The power of lightning once again emerged from his body. Boom! This time, Yefeng's body had turned completely golden. His entire being was like a golden god of war. Die! Yefeng shouted in anger. His huge body turned into a stream of light and chased after Pharma's soul. Ah 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 ah! Yefeng, who are you? Why are you hunting me down? What do you want? Pharma's flew with all his might. But Yefeng's speed was too fast. Although Pharma's was fast, he was not faster than lightning. In his soul, there were lightning bolts striking down. Ah 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 ah! Pharma's shouted madly. He did not understand why he was being hunted down and why Yefeng would suddenly become so strong. Ah 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 ah! Yefeng's speed increased. The power of thunder and lightning gushed out of his body, forming huge bolts of lightning that smashed toward Pharma's soul. Ah 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 ah! Pharma screamed. What kind of power was this? A bolt of lightning struck his head, and his soul almost exploded. Ah 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 ah! No, I'm begging you. Spare me, spare me. Pharma's wails came one after another. Ah 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 ah! No. Yefeng. Ah! I was wrong, I was really wrong. I will never provoke you again. Please, let me go. Ah! Yefeng revealed a cold smile. Pharma's would eventually end up like this. Boom! 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 Yefeng controlled the giant sword and attacked Pharma's continuously. Plop! Pharma's immediately knelt on the ground. He knelt before Yefeng and begged, please, I'm begging you. I really don't dare to do it again. I'll never provoke you in the future. Please don't kill me. Humph, It's too late. Ye Feng snorted coldly. Pharma's soul power was constantly fluctuating. He wanted to use his soul power to summon his companions. However, his soul could not summon anything at all. In this space, he was a god, a supreme existence. But now, his soul was just a speck of dust. Your soul is very weak. You can only barely form a soul clone. It seems like you are not familiar with this place. Ye Feng's gaze scanned the entire space. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Pharmas begged. Ye Feng said indifferently, you have already committed a heinous crime. You still want to escape punishment? You're too naive. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Pharmas begged bitterly. Let you go? All right, let's make a deal. As long as you offer your soul to this space, I'll let you go. You. What are you doing? Pharma's soul trembled. I'm going to absorb your soul and use your power to refine my body. Pharma's soul shouted. He wanted to resist, but his physical body was completely suppressed by Ye Feng's divine lightning. He could not move at all. So, are you doing it? If you're not willing, then I can only destroy you completely. Ah 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 ah! Pharmas shouted. He was truly afraid. If his soul was completely destroyed, he would never have the chance to be resurrected again. All right, I agree. Don't worry, my soul will offer your soul as a sacrifice. I hope you don't go back on your word, or I'll definitely burn your bones and scatter your ashes. Deep hatred and anger appeared in Pharma's eyes. But now, he had no other choice. He could only agree to Ye Feng's request. His soul slowly left his body. Whoosh! Pharma's soul entered an altar. Swish! A golden light enveloped Pharma's soul. Then, the runes on the altar started to flash. Wang! Ye Feng controlled the power of lightning and charged toward the altar. Boom! 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 The runes on the altar began to burst with a huge power. It had blocked the lightning. Ha 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 ha! Pharma's soul laughed. Ye Feng, I know that you were sent by the Symbiote organization. You are a top genius and you have the strength to surpass us. However, you're only a human after all, while I'm a super demon king from the abyss. I was born stronger than you. So, I'm telling you, if you kill me, you'll suffer the revenge of the entire Abyss Alliance. At that time, you will die without a doubt. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I'll annihilate you completely. Pharma's soul spoke proudly. Is that so? Then I'll try and see if I'll die or not. Ye Feng revealed a playful smile on his face. Ye Feng's eyes flickered with lightning. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Pharma's soul. Pfft! Pharma's soul spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was in great pain, as if it was being pricked by needles. Ye Feng had actually injured his soul. What are you trying to do? I've said it before, we're destined to fight to the death. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later. At that time, you will also die in my hands. Ye Feng took a step forward. A huge force burst out from Ye Feng's palm and slammed toward Pharma's. Boom! 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 A loud sound rang out. Under the impact of that huge force, Pharma's soul was pushed back hundreds of meters. Pharmas felt that his soul was about to be crushed. No! If you dare to kill me, the entire heavenly demon race will not let you off. Boom! 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 Pharma's soul was once again pushed back by a huge force, and finally hit the altar. Kaka! The golden runes on the altar had all shattered. Bang! Bang! Pharma's soul returned to his body, and his face turned pale. 543 The Abyss Alliance's treasure, surrendering to the altar. My soul is injured. I can't accept this. No, I'm going to kill you. After killing you, my soul will be restored. I will definitely kill you. Pharmas roared. He waved his fists crazily and aimed at Yefeng's head. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Yefeng's fist landed on the altar. Puchi! Pharma's body exploded in an instant. A ball of soul fire was absorbed by Yefeng. Before this, Yefeng had already swallowed a few divine pills. He was currently rapidly recovering from his injuries. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yefeng opened his eyes. Hu! Yefeng let out a breath of air. Even though Yefeng did not consume many pills, it still helped him to heal his soul injuries. Not only that, Yefeng could feel that his body had become even stronger. Could this be the so-called soul sacrifice? It can make a person's soul completely submit to the altar and become a part of it. Yefeng fell into deep thought. Yefeng, why are you still hesitating? There must be a battle between us. I'll settle the matter here as soon as possible and then personally send you to H*LL. I'm looking forward to it. However, I'm going to take a look at the thing on the altar first. You must remember that once I succeed in my advancement, I will destroy everything. Don't even think about running away. Not only that, I will destroy this entire continent. You won't be left with even a piece of your soul. Hehe, I won't give you the chance. Pharmas was extremely arrogant. Yefeng was too lazy to talk to this guy. He walked directly to the altar. There was a wooden box there. The wooden box was covered with all kinds of symbols. Boom! 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 Yefeng stepped on it. Those runes were actually emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. This is... Yefeng was extremely shocked. The material of this altar was very strange. It was actually able to block Yefeng's attack. Boom! 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 The wooden box started to move. It slowly moved in front of Yefeng. Crack! The wooden box suddenly split open. A black stone rolled out. This is the treasure of the Abyss Alliance. What is this? Looking at this black stone, Yefeng's eyes were filled with shock. This black stone was completely black and was emitting a faint light. Waves of demonic aura were emitted from it. Yefeng stretched out his hand and grabbed the black stone. Wang! The black rock emitted a black light. The black light quickly enveloped Yefeng. Swish! The black light dispersed. The black stone had turned red. Yefeng saw a human-shaped sculpture within the red stone. The statue was wearing armor. He was wearing a black robe. He held a black sword in his hand and had a dignified and solemn expression. This is the legendary Supreme Heavenly Demon. So strong, such a strong aura. Yefeng could feel that from the statue, there was an oppressive feeling that made his heart palpitate. Yefeng could feel that the blood in his body was boiling. This won't do. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand that person's pressure if I increase my strength by just a little, Yefeng immediately urged. At the next moment, Yefeng's body moved, and he flew out of the cave. Outside the mountain, Pharma's soul also disappeared at the same time as Yefeng. Ha ha ha! Yefeng, in the end, you still can't escape my scheme. I didn't expect this, I didn't expect this. You're so talented and I've actually allowed you to grow to your current level. It's unbelievable. I must kill you in the cradle. I must let you know that there is a gap between the geniuses among geniuses. Ha ha ha. I'll let you know that in the face of absolute strength, any flowery words are futile. You can just wait for your death, ha ha ha. A wisp of black mist flickered in the void. Pharmas had already disappeared without a trace. Outside the mountain, Yefeng had just left not long ago. Pharmas also quietly came out of the cave. Then, he turned around and walked toward a small path. Yefeng left this place. He was searching for the altar in the mountains. Along the way, Ye Feng met many demonic creatures. However, the strength of these demons was very low. In front of Ye Feng, they were as weak as paper. Whoosh! Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. In the next second, he appeared on the top of the mountain. This mountaintop was surrounded by cliffs. There was a huge stone door on the cliff. The stone door was about 10 meters tall. Moreover, there were all kinds of demonic runes carved on the stone door, which emitted terrifying demonic energy fluctuations. This is where the altar is. Ye Feng thought to himself. He stretched out his hands and touched the stone door. A powerful attractive force was transmitted from the stone door. The patterns on the stone door don't seem simple. Ye Feng could feel how extraordinary the stone door was, and he did not dare to touch it. However, he also felt the suction force from the stone door and did not withdraw it. Ye Feng continued to explore. Gradually, dense demonic runes appeared on Ye Feng's palm. More and more demonic runes appeared. The clothes on Ye Feng's body started to be slowly torn apart. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his muscles. Kaka! Right at this moment, Ye Feng's finger touched a bump on the stone door. Kaka! The stone door slowly opened. An intense chill swept out. Ye Feng's body trembled. The coldness of the stone door seemed to have seeped into Ye Feng's bones. A pitch-black vortex appeared above the stone door. What is this? Why do I feel this cold? Ye Feng had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly mobilized the fire attribute spiritual energy in his body. Rumble! A terrifying demonic sound was transmitted from the stone door. A powerful demonic nature spread through the stone door. Not good. Quickly run! 544 Sneaking into the enemy's base and discovering a giant formation. Ye Feng was shocked. He hurriedly rushed out of the stone door. In this pitch-black demonic cave, a kind of fear was spreading. After Ye Feng entered, he immediately felt a sense of danger. Not only that, the temperature around Ye Feng was also dropping at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Ye Feng's body turned cold. Beside him, a large number of white crystals condensed from ice were approaching him. Ye Feng quickly used the flame epiphany technique, circulating his entire body and expelling the cold air. However, Ye Feng could feel the spiritual energy in his body rapidly flowing away. The flow of time seemed to be uncontrollable. Ye Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. He kept charging forward. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng finally felt a trace of warmth. Beneath his feet was a world of snow. Ye Feng lowered his head. Below his feet was a vast white snow region. A cloud was floating above the snow region. This cloud was like a star, emitting a faint halo and a gentle light. With a thought, Ye Feng immediately took this cloud. Ye Feng tried, and he actually managed to grab this cloud. Next, Ye Feng's consciousness entered the cloud. This cloud was filled with dense spiritual energy that was slowly circulating. In the depths of Ye Feng's mind, a picture scroll appeared. This picture scroll was a tall and magnificent building. On the walls of the building, there were many ancient magic symbols and all kinds of ancient characters. And Ye Feng's consciousness had fallen into it. Rumble! Ye Feng suddenly heard that his consciousness was being attacked by something. How did this happen? Could it be because of this cloud? And those patterns just now, are they all written in the language of the Abyss Alliance? Ye Feng sensed this information. I see. Ye Feng suddenly understood something. This is the Abyss Alliance's fortress. Ye Feng was slightly shocked. He actually had such a discovery. He didn't expect to reach the enemy's rear as he walked. How many troops did the Abyss Alliance have in their fortresses? What were they doing? The Abyss Alliance was a huge organization with a wide range of influence that covered every corner of the world. Their combat strength was even more tyrannical. The Abyss Alliance was cultivated from the creatures. Their blood could increase their intelligence and communicate with the spiritual power of heaven and earth, making them more powerful. The Abyss Alliance's fortress could be considered as one of the top defensive forces in the demonic creature's territory. It was a pity that they met Ye Feng. Outside the Abyss Alliance's fortress, there was a group of people guarding the Abyssal Fortress. These people held all kinds of weapons in their hands. Each weapon had been specially processed and could be said to be powerful. They had not rested at all and were always on guard. In front of them was a huge iron gate. Ye Feng looked at these people. They were all wearing armor and had long swords at their waists. These armors were engraved with pictures of ferocious evil spirits. They're the Abyss Alliance's army. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Each of these creatures has the strength of at least A grade. They are definitely experts on Earth. They also have all kinds of weapons. They can be said to be defensive troops. Ye Feng mumbled. Furthermore, Ye Feng remembered that baddies had said that in Sky City, the Abyss Alliance had 3 large fortresses. This place was one of them. Ye Feng did not dare to barge in. He was afraid that if these people found out, he would really be done for. However, I can use these soldiers as bait. Tell them to open the iron gate. Ye Feng's eyes brightened, and he thought of an idea. Although the Abyss Alliance's fortress was very strong, it was not that strong. Ye Feng had the ability to make these soldiers lower their guard. These soldiers were a group of unruly people who would only obey the orders of their superiors. With a flash, Ye Feng entered the sight of the Abyss Alliance's soldiers. Ye Feng's aura was perfectly hidden among these soldiers. The soldiers of the Abyss Alliance did not even notice Ye Feng's existence. Ye Feng was observing from the dark. He realized that there were only about 400 guards here. 400 people, in front of Ye Feng, could not even withstand a single blow. In an instant, Ye Feng had killed all 400 people. Their blood had dyed the entire fortress red, turning it dark red. Ye Feng easily broke through the entrance of the Abyss Alliance's fortress and rushed into it. Roar! In the hall of the Abyss Alliance's fortress, roars and all sorts of other noises resounded. Ye Feng walked into the main hall, looking at the rows of soldiers. They were all waving their weapons. There was a huge metal door behind them. The metal door was engraved with dense symbols. Ye Feng took a closer look. He found that the structure of these symbols was almost the same as the symbols of humans. They were all complex and mysterious symbols. These runes contained a vast amount of magic power that was continuously pouring into the metal door. The Abyss Alliance's fortress had been sealed off. Ye Feng took a look and knew that the seal here was extraordinary. There was definitely a super defensive formation here, and this formation had been in operation for a long time. This sealed fortress was a huge formation. If Ye Feng wanted to break this formation, he would need to expend a lot of energy. After all, this formation was too massive and too powerful. However, Ye Feng had the confidence to destroy this formation. The protection of this formation was very tight, but it lacked offensive power. And Ye Feng's body had already reached a certain level of strength. With the help of the Dragon Vein technique, it was extremely strong, strong enough to destroy any formation. Ye Feng looked at his surroundings. They had already reached the edge of the fortress, which was the lowest level of the Abyss Alliance's fortress. Since you've sealed this place, I'm going to destroy all of you to prevent any accidents. Ye Feng jumped and arrived at the edge of the formation. Ye Feng clapped his hands. A majestic power burst out from his palms and smacked onto the array. Crack! 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 On the array, cracks spread. Ye Feng's strength had already surpassed the transcendent level. And this formation was not an especially high-level formation technique, thus, it was extremely weak in front of Ye Feng. 545 The black-robed old man, strength is the absolute truth. Voila! A huge force gushed into the formation, shattering it and causing it to collapse. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and Ye Feng was sent flying. After Ye Feng landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest had already been injured by the formation, and he had suffered some minor injuries. D*mit. Who are you? How dare you break into the Abyss Alliance's fortress? A black-robed old man walked over. He held a long sword in his hand. He walked toward Ye Feng. Hee, I'm here to send you on your way. Ye Feng sneered. Humph, what an arrogant person. I'd like to see how you are going to take us away, the black-robed old man shouted in anger and slashed toward Ye Feng with a sword slash. Ye Feng's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. The black-robed old man's sword was extremely powerful, cutting a large piece of the ground nearby. If he was hit by this, he would die without a doubt. Ye Feng's body rolled in the air, avoiding this sword ray. Shua, shua, shua. A burst of wind-breaking sound was heard. In the void behind Ye Feng, rays of sword rays suddenly appeared. These sword rays were extremely sharp and emitted terrifying fluctuations. If he was hit by this attack, even if he did not die, he would be injured. What a powerful move! Ye Feng was shocked in his heart. This person's strength was at least at the peak beyond A grade. The old man looked very old. His hair was sparse, and his skin was dry. His eyes were sunken in, and two sharp fangs were exposed in his mouth. Are you a human or a ghost? Ye Feng was shocked. The old man's aura was very different from that of a normal soldier. This old man's cultivation was at least beyond A grade, or even higher. I'm an elder of the Abyss Alliance. We're going to exterminate you humans today, the old man roared, and more sword rays appeared behind him. They swept over in an overwhelming manner, as if they were going to drown the entire world. I don't believe it. I can't possibly die. Ye Feng shouted madly. Abyssal demons? Ye Feng had heard of them before. They were an evil race in this world. They specialized in assassination and controlling dead souls. They specialized in capturing humans and absorbing them. Ye Feng did not believe that these guys would let him go. They would not give up this opportunity. Shua, shua, shua. Countless sharp sword rays attacked from all directions. Ye Feng quickly retreated, avoiding these attacks. However, the speed of the sword rays was too fast. It was like a light shadow, and there was no way to escape. Ye Feng felt a slight chill. His clothes were already torn apart, and his strong muscles were exposed. This scene looked very alluring. But in the eyes of these abyssal demons, Ye Feng was a criminal, a person who should be killed. Ye Feng felt that the back of his waist had been cut by a blade. Ye Feng immediately activated his life energy and wrapped these wounds, stopping the bleeding. Pfft! An arrow of blood spurted out and landed on the ground, causing the dust to rise. Ah! Ye Feng screamed in pain. Pfft! Pfft! Blood spurted out from his back. This time, Ye Feng was really injured, and the wound was very deep. Not only that, but because of the bleeding wound, bright red blood kept flowing out. The inside of the Abyss Alliance's fortress was filled with dense poison. The poison was very strong. On the surface of Ye Feng's body, there was a layer of faint purple light that was resisting the poison. However, Ye Feng's speed was still weakened. Ye Feng could only rely on his speed to dodge these sword rays and find an opportunity. Ye Feng's back had already been cut several times, and fresh blood was flowing out continuously. Ye Feng's speed was getting slower and slower. This was the Abyss Alliance's fortress. There were no rules of survival here. Once he entered this place, he could only use his own strength to conquer everything here. Even the leader of the Abyss Alliance had to follow the rules of this world. Ye Feng could no longer continue to dodge. He had to resist these sword rays. Boom! Ye Feng stepped on the ground. Purple lightning arcs coiled around his body. The might of lightning instantly filled his entire body, enveloping him within. Ye Feng punched out. This punch carried a power that could destroy heaven and earth, and it smashed through the ground. Ye Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura, causing the old man's heart to tremble. Ye Feng's punch landed on the sword ray, directly shattering it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword ray shattered, and a new wound appeared on Ye Feng's arm. Ye Feng continued to dodge the sword rays. Even though he was extremely fast, however, several wounds were still left on his body. These wounds were not fatal, but they had injured him. If this continued, Ye Feng would not be able to hold on for long. Impossible. I can't lose. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and roared, I don't believe it. I don't believe I'll die here. Ha ha ha. Let's see how long you can last. When the old man saw that Ye Feng had been hit by the sword rays, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, kneel down and surrender. You have no hope. Impossible. I can't lose. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and roared, I don't believe it. I don't believe I'll die here. I will defeat you. Ye Feng's eyes had already turned golden. Under the gaze of the golden eye, the old man's figure could not be hidden, and Ye Feng easily found his target. Boom! With a punch, a ball of flame instantly exploded. The flames instantly burned a large area of the sword rays. The flames spread to the old man. The old man's face was filled with shock and he quickly retreated. However, he was still half a step too slow and was burnt by the flames. The old man's entire body was charred black, emitting a pungent smell. He had clearly suffered serious injuries. Impossible. This was impossible. How did your physical body become so much stronger? What? The old man exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. He couldn't believe it. I told you, I will defeat you. Ye Feng roared in anger. His body turned into a blur as he charged toward the old man. Shua, shua, shua. Countless sword rays once again flew over from all directions. Ye Feng stomped his feet on the ground, his body was like a cannonball. He flew out instantly and grabbed a black sickle. The scythe was an ancient weapon. The sickle was engraved with countless patterns of abyssal demons, and it looked very ferocious. 546 Frequent attacks of creatures, ultimate defense state. Die! Ye Feng roared in anger. He slashed the sickle toward the old man's head. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The scythe was blocked and did not land on the old man's head. But Ye Feng was also forced back a few meters, and fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This dagger can actually block such a powerful attack. And its power is so terrifying. Ye Feng looked at the black dagger in his hand. He was shocked in his heart. This black dagger was made of an unknown material and was extremely sharp. Even demons couldn't cut it. Whoosh! Just as Ye Feng was in a daze, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Little B** starred, today is the day you die. Beside Ye Feng, a fierce beast with blazing flames all over its body suddenly appeared. What is this? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He could feel a dangerous aura. Roar! The beast roared into the sky, letting out a mournful howl that seemed to tear the heavens apart. Beside Ye Feng, the body of the beast instantly expanded to 1,000 feet in size. A pair of pitch-black wings spread out to a full 3 meters wide, covered with dense saw teeth, extremely sharp, and exuded a chilling aura. Shua, shua, shua. The beast opened its mouth and spat out sharp teeth that were as dense as raindrops. These teeth were like sharp knives. Each of them 3 feet long. Its sharp fangs glowed with a cold, white light, and it exuded a sinister killing intent. Ye Feng's brows furrowed. What the h**LL is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The appearance of this beast made Ye Feng feel somewhat troubled. Although Ye Feng's strength was strong, facing a creature that was also a beyond A grade, Ye Feng did not have much chance of winning. Furthermore, the strength of this beast had probably far surpassed beyond A grade creatures. If Ye Feng wanted to defeat it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the beast's body could release a powerful flame that could burn away the surrounding sword rays. Roar! A series of shrill howls spread across the sky. That ferocious beast seemed to have lost control. It charged toward Ye Feng crazily, and its sharp claws clawed at Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not dare to be careless, and he quickly dodged. Bang! 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 Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he dodged the sharp claws. Boom! An explosion reverberated throughout the world. The ground under Ye Feng's feet was overturned. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. Ye Feng's expression turned serious. This creature's attack power was too terrifying. Ye Feng felt a sense of danger. If he was in the claws of this creature, he would be torn to pieces. This creature's attack speed was extremely fast, and its attack range was very wide. It was almost impossible for Ye Feng to dodge it. D***mn. Ye Feng punched out. He wanted to use his fist to smash this creature's head. Crack! Ye Feng's punch landed on the creature's head. Boom! Ye Feng felt a wave of backlash, and his fist immediately became numb. Hiss! Ye Feng could not help but take in a deep breath. So hard! What kind of species is this guy? Ye Feng's punch earlier contained all of his strength, but it did not cause any damage to it. However, the creature's head was intact. Even its skin was intact. The creature was enraged. The creature opened its mouth and spewed out a thick flame. The temperature of this flame was extremely high, and even the air was boiling. Not good. Ye Feng's figure quickly dodged. However, the ball of fire still chased after him. Bang! Ye Feng's palm landed on the flame, and the flame exploded. Ye Feng's fist was directly burned red, and it was emitting hot steam. Ye Feng could not help but let out a scream. Ye Feng did not expect this flame to be so powerful. The power of these flames was comparable to some ordinary spells. But it was useless against such a creature. However, Ye Feng did not panic because of this. Humph! Ye Feng laughed coldly. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched toward the sea of fire. Bang! Ye Feng's fist landed. The flame was pierced through, turning into countless tiny fragments. Ye Feng took the chance to rush to the front of the creature, his hands formed into fists as he slammed them toward the creature's head. This creature seemed to have sensed danger. It flapped its wings and dodged Ye Feng's attack. Ye Feng chased after it and attacked continuously. The two of them were like two monkeys, constantly chasing each other in the sky. Roar! Right at this time, the creature jumped up and pounced at Ye Feng. Not good. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He could feel a life-threatening danger looming over him. Who? The creature opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. It looked like it could bite Ye Feng's neck off at any moment. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that this creature's speed would be so fast. It had already arrived in front of him in an instant. At this moment, the creature's claws reached over. Swish! Ye Feng's body moved. He dodged the creature's attack by a hair's breadth. However, Ye Feng's body was still slashed by the creature. Roar! 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 The creature let out a deep sound. It opened its mouth and blew. A hot air current swept toward Ye Feng. The scorching air wave caused Ye Feng's body to twist and distort. It was as if he was inside a meat-roasting furnace. Ye Feng felt that the blood in his body was about to be burnt dry. D***mn. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. His body quickly activated Starfire meditation. Voila! The spiritual energy in his body started to surge. The dragon bloodline power in Ye Feng's body also started to activate, forming a layer of shield. This shield wrapped around Ye Feng's body tightly, like a golden cicada. It was indestructible. Pfft! The scorching hot air current landed on the shield, and the surface of the shield immediately showed traces of black burn marks. Hiss! Ye Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This creature's attack was too terrifying. Around Yefeng's body, layers and layers of defensive barriers were formed. Outside of Yefeng's body, a layer of light blue light appeared. This defensive barrier was formed from water attribute energy. The water attribute was a defensive type of energy. This defensive shield was like an iron plate, firmly blocking the creature's attacks. The creature tried to break through the defensive barrier again and again. 547 Encountering an ancient creature, releasing flame epiphany technique. But every attempt was blocked by Yefeng's defense. Haha, this creature's attack can't do anything to me. Yefeng laughed. Boom, boom, boom. Right at this time, in front of Yefeng, a huge mountain appeared. The giant peak exuded a light green aura, giving off a majestic and spectacular feeling. Boom! Hiss! With a tremor, the giant mountain was split in half from the middle, slowly spreading in all directions. This giant mountain actually has such a powerful attack. Yefeng stared at the giant mountain in front of him with his mouth agape. This giant mountain was simply a giant sword. The surface of the giant sword was covered with dense inscriptions. These inscriptions were all some strange symbols. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the giant mountain moved, the symbols slowly lit up. The closer the peak got to the ground, the more terrifying the energy it released. Boom! 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 Yefeng's body was involuntarily pressed down by the giant sword, he kept on falling toward the ground. Yefeng had no choice but to activate the strength in his body to resist this immense pressure. In Yefeng's body, waves of energy were continuously flowing into his body, allowing his body to improve once again. Bang! Yefeng's body crashed heavily onto the ground, sending up a large cloud of dust. The giant mountain continued to move toward the ground. What is this creature? Yefeng frowned. He looked at the strange patterns on the mountain and felt very puzzled. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the distance. Not good. Yefeng's pupil shrunk. Yefeng hurriedly looked toward the source of the sound. He saw a huge creature flying over from the horizon. This creature was covered in scales and had a ferocious appearance. It had sharp fangs and scarlet eyes. Its body was also extremely huge. On its back, there were 3 huge wings made of flesh. With a flap of its wings, it could easily fly 1,000 meters away. Could this creature be an ancient demon? Yefeng was not sure. After all, this creature did not look like a human at all. Roar, roar, roar! That ancient creature let out a furious roar, its body charging toward Yefeng. Yefeng's figure quickly retreated. But that creature flapped its wings. Like lightning, it caught up to Yefeng in the blink of an eye. The creature stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Yefeng's chest. Crack! Yefeng's skin immediately caved in. His entire arm was also broken by the creature. F***ck. This guy is indeed a little strange. Yefeng was greatly shocked. Swish! Right at this time, the creature's sharp claws stretched out again and grabbed Yefeng's right arm. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound. Roar! The creature growled. Its body shook and directly smashed the rocks on the ground, throwing Yefeng away. Yefeng fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. D****. A blinding white light shot out from his body, forcing the creature to retreat. Roar! Roar! 2 angry roars resounded. The creature charged toward Yefeng again. Yefeng quickly dodged the creature's attack. He activated his skill again and cast a water barrier. Yefeng's water barrier, although it was only at the basic level, its defensive power was extremely strong, it was able to stop the creatures. The 2 of them were fighting in the air. The creature's claws slammed into the water barrier, causing smoke to fill the air. Hoo! Yefeng let out a long breath. His body was a little weak. Yefeng knew that even though his strength had reached beyond A grade, he had not seriously cultivated the flame epiphany technique. Thus, when dealing with this creature, he would still need to rely on his previous strength. The creature's attack landed on the water barrier. The water barrier rippled, but it did not shatter. What kind of creature was this? It can actually tear through my defense. Ye Feng frowned. He had already activated his defense to the maximum, but he was still unable to stop this creature. Roar! The creature's sharp claws landed on the water barrier again, and an ear-piercing sound wave burst out. Boom! After a violent shake, the water barrier finally shattered. The creature's claws landed on Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng's body was instantly pierced through, fresh blood spurted out. Ah! Ye Feng let out a scream. Ye Feng's expression changed. The creature's claws contained a powerful force. This power was enough to pierce through a beyond A-grade transcendent, and even Ye Feng would not be able to withstand it. Ye Feng's body was sent flying backward. Wang! Ye Feng wanted to use his spatial energy to escape, but he was enveloped by a white light. The white light beam enveloped Ye Feng. In the next second, Ye Feng disappeared without a trace. On the other side, in the dark night sky, the stars were bright. The stars were hanging in the sky, and the moonlight shone through the window into the cold and cheerless palace. Who? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from afar. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure sat by the window, holding a cup of fragrant tea. The beautiful woman's appearance was peerlessly beautiful, but her eyes were somewhat cold, giving people a feeling that she was unattainable. Her eyes seemed to contain countless deep vortexes that could absorb everything. I heard that the abyssal fortress in the south is in a state of chaos, the woman said in a low voice. A handsome face appeared in the woman's mind. There was a trace of evil charm on his extremely handsome face, and the corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. Yes, Your Majesty. A guard knelt down on one knee and said in a low voice, according to my subordinate's investigation, it will be completely chaotic in 5 or 6 days at most. The woman nodded and did not say anything. At this time, the guards at the entrance of the palace suddenly barged in a panic. We pay our respects to the Empress. What's the matter? The beautiful woman said indifferently. Your Majesty, the entrance to the abyss has appeared. The guard's face was full of fear. When did that happen? The beautiful woman asked in confusion. There are countless creatures in the abyss, and the most powerful one has the strength of a king that is comparable to an S grade. There are even many creatures that have the strength of a beyond A grade. 548 Elder of the Abyss Alliance, beyond A grade. Hiss. After hearing the guard's words, the woman couldn't help but gasp, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. How do you know about this? A young man named Ye Feng told us, the guard answered honestly. The woman's eyes drooped and she remained silent, but she was thinking to herself, who is Ye Feng? He can actually defeat such a powerful creature. So, chaos is about to arrive. The woman looked up at the sky, her eyes distant. No one knew what she was thinking. Yes, Your Majesty, that's right. The guard nodded. Also, according to rumors, the abyssal creatures this time seem to have descended for that mysterious young man. What? Hearing this news, the woman suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. This news was too explosive. She had already guessed that Ye Feng's identity was not simple, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. Ye Feng had actually defeated a beyond A-grade creature. How powerful was this? What kind of freak is this little guy? The woman couldn't help but mutter. She couldn't wait to see what this mysterious young man was like. Whoosh! A figure was running inside the abyssal fortress at high speed. At this moment, Ye Feng was escaping. His face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked quite miserable. Who? I almost died. Ye Feng let out a long breath. He had indeed been in danger just now and had almost died. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to save his life. If it was a normal beyond A grade symbiotic demon, it would definitely be killed by that creature with a single claw. The trickiest one now is that old man. I have to take care of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the higher UPS of the Abyss Alliance notice the chaos here and send people to help me, I'll be in trouble. Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, this place was the Abyss Alliance's rear. The longer he stayed, the more likely he would be in danger. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible. But before he left, he had to destroy this place. Ye Feng turned around and looked. As he released his perception, he could see everything around him. This place was part of the Abyss Alliance's fortress, so he had to uproot it as soon as possible. According to Baddies, there were 3 large fortresses built by the Abyss Alliance in the entire Sky City. They were scattered in several main locations of Sky City. Based on the current situation, Ye Feng predicted that he was in the south of Sky City. In other words, this place was the large southern fortress of the Abyss Alliance. If they could pull it out, they would release a great deal of pressure from Sky City's rear. Thus, Ye Feng had to deal with the demonic creatures here as soon as possible. Especially now, the strongest person who appeared in the fortress was that old man. That old man was an elder of the Abyss Alliance. If he could get rid of him, Ye Feng would be able to move freely in this place. Thinking of this, Ye Feng activated his power again. He did not have much power stored in his body, so after he devoured the last dragon pearl, he activated most of his power. Rumble! Under Ye Feng's feet, waves of energy exploded and sent his body flying, directly smashing through a few buildings. Roar! Roar! Behind Ye Feng, the few creatures were roaring furiously. They chased after Ye Feng crazily, trying to devour him. Ye Feng's figure moved rapidly through the fortress. He was extremely fast. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Although he was fast, the creature's speed was even more shocking. Before Ye Feng's body could land, he was pushed to the ground by the creature. Bang! The creature's fist landed on Ye Feng's back. The huge impact directly caused Ye Feng to fall to the ground. D****, these creatures are really strong. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, the other 2 creatures attacked from behind. These 2 creatures were both beyond A-grade existences. Their bodies were thick, and their skin was thick. Normal attacks would not be able to hurt them, but the other party could crush him into dust. Bang! Pucci! Ye Feng used all his strength to prop up his body. After dodging the creature's attacks, he landed a heavy punch on their stomachs. Instantly, the 2 creatures bent their bodies slightly. But they did not care about the pain, and they continued to pounce on Ye Feng. You're looking for death. Bang! Crack! Ye Feng once again used his strength and struck the creature's stomach, sending it flying again. Roar! Roar! As for Ye Feng, he did not care at all, because he had killed all the creatures in the blink of an eye, only the old man was left. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ye Feng rushed into the ruins again. This time, I'll definitely *CK you up. Ye Feng swept his way over. He did not leave any room for any obstacles, and he killed them directly. His strength had already reached a terrifying level. A single punch from him could destroy everything. In the Abyssal Fortress, he had already killed 3 creatures. In other words, he had already killed 8 creatures. This kind of battle record was already very dazzling. Ye Feng suddenly realized something. He could sense that there were many treasures hidden within the fortress. The treasures in this fortress were even more precious than the fruits in the forest of Sky City. No matter, let's take the things here first. Ye Feng killed the creatures while searching for the traces of the treasure. Roar! 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 At this moment, a series of roars sounded in the distance. Ye Feng turned around, only to see a huge demon charging toward him. Its body was 7 to 8 meters tall and covered in thick black scales. It held a huge axe in its hand and emitted waves of evil energy as if it had intelligence. It's the Abyssal Alliance's army. Why would there be a demon in this place? This guy's strength is too terrifying. I can't even touch his clothes. Roar. At this moment, the demon's figure suddenly disappeared. What? What's the matter? I clearly saw it just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that these creatures can teleport? Impossible. Behind Ye Feng, there was a loud sound. The sound reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding space to distort. Thin cracks spread out in the void as if it was about to be torn apart. 549 Like a ghost, the demonic ape appears. That was a spatial tear, something that only an expert beyond A grade could create. Such an ability was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoosh! Right at this moment, from the spatial crack, a black light shot out and headed straight for Ye Feng. What? Ye Feng frowned, he slammed out with his palm. Bang! This time, the black light was directly shattered. Roar! At the next second, that demon appeared in front of Ye Feng. Its eyes glowed with a green light, like the eyes of a beast. It stared at Ye Feng, revealing a greedy gaze. Ye Feng could sense that the power within the demon eye was many times stronger than his. However, Ye Feng was not afraid. Roar! The demon opened its mouth wide and spurted out saliva. It had a strong stench that made people feel nauseated. Ye Feng raised his leg and kicked, directly causing that ball of stinky saliva to burst. Roar! The demon let out a miserable cry. Its head was crushed by Ye Feng's stomp. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely sinister and bloody. These guys are indeed not to be trifled with. A cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He then charged into the abyss once more. The demon let out an angry roar and also rushed into the abyss. On the other side of the abyss, a huge body rushed over at an extremely fast speed. This fellow was an abyssal demon, and its eyes flickered with a sinister light. D*MN human, you forced me to do this. Roar! That abyssal demon's eyes were filled with madness and anger. It had already treated Ye Feng as its prey. Wang! It was even faster, like a ghost. In a valley, a thin, pale-faced young man in a tattered robe sat on the ground with his eyes closed. A layer of hazy mist was released from his body. It was like a fairyland surrounded by mist. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind blew on Ye Feng's face. This gust of wind carried a touch of indifference, but it also revealed a trace of warmth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gusts of strong wind blew on Ye Feng's body. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Ye Feng's skin. He was obviously very tired. However, Ye Feng did not move at all. It was as if he was not afraid of the erosion of the wind. This kid is not bad. To be able to withstand the baptism of the wind and rain, this kind of perseverance can be called top-notch. At this moment, a deep voice resounded in his ears. Ye Feng opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. He saw a huge demon standing quietly in front of him. Who are you? You actually dare to enter my domain? Ye Feng frowned and asked. The giant demon chuckled and said, "Hee hee, little guy, you've already forgotten about it." Ye Feng had some memories of this demon in front of him. Wasn't this the elder of the Abyss Alliance in the fortress? You will die. Oh! Ye Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he was mocking something. He slowly stood up, patted the dust off his body, and said, "You are indeed going to die." What did you just say? The giant demon's eyes flashed with anger. You actually want to kill me? You're not worthy. Ye Feng spat out these words indifferently. He took a step forward and directly rushed in front of the giant demon. Plop! A heavy fist smashed over. Roar! The power of the punch sent the giant demon flying. It drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground. Bang! A huge crash resounded on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. The demon's coughing could be heard from the smoke and dust. Roar. Boom. 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 At this moment, the giant demon crawled up from the ground, and black demonic flames emerged from its body. The body of this huge demon continued to expand, and it soon became a huge creature that was 2,000 to 3,000 feet tall. The creature had 2 bodies, 1 arm and 1 leg. Its arms and legs were huge, and each claw could easily tear apart rocks and even lava. What is this? A demonic ape. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He stared at this creature in front of him. This elder's true form was actually a super demonic beast, and a demonic ape at that. This was something that Ye Feng did not expect. The demonic ape's combat strength was extremely strong, this was something that Ye Feng knew. But he didn't expect to meet it here today. Little guy, do you know my true identity? The demonic ape grinned and its eyes kept rolling, flashing with a cold light. No. Ye Feng shook his head. I don't know you, and I've never heard of any demonic ape. Ha 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 ha. You think I don't know? There's a special tradition in our abyssal demon clan, the demonic ape said with a strange laugh. A demonic ape will be born every few hundred years. Moreover, the demonic apes born in every generation are all extremely terrifying. However, because the demonic ape are too rare, after the birth of the last demonic ape, there was no news of the abyssal demon clan. You must be the new demonic ape. Since you're a newly advanced demonic ape, your physical strength should be very strong. The demonic ape stared at Ye Feng's chest, its eyes were shining with excitement, like a hungry wolf that had just seen a little lamb. Ye Feng was not tall. He was just a little taller than an ordinary person. In the demonic ape's eyes, Ye Feng's body was like a piece of fine jade. It could provide it with an endless supply of pure energy. The demonic ape licked its lips, and its eyes were filled with lust. Little guy, you are very strong. I really like your body, but it's a pity that you are going to be my meal today. After the demonic ape finished speaking, it waved its fist and punched toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Wang! Ye Feng bent his right leg, his knees bent slightly, and his body retreated. The demonic ape's fist missed and hit the ground, splashing up a piece of soil. What? The demonic ape's eyes flashed with a strange light. You actually dodged my attack. You're quite fast. Then you shall taste my Tiangang Disha fist. As soon as it finished speaking, the demonic ape's right fist instantly turned into a purple lightning ball the size of a millstone, exuding a destructive aura. Boom! This move contained a portion of the demonic ape's strength and was even more terrifying than the previous punch. 550 light burst out, and he resisted it. Boom! Ye Feng could not breathe from the pressure of this move, he felt like all the bones in his body were about to explode. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Boom! Boom! Ye Feng continued to swing his right fist, meeting the demonic ape's purple lightning balls. He wanted to use his own physical strength to crush the demonic ape's fist technique. Boom! The shadows of the fists collided with the purple lightning ball, erupting with deafening rumbles. At this moment, Ye Feng seemed to have turned into a hero on the battlefield. A single punch was enough to force the opponent to retreat with no way to retreat. Boom! Crack! 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 The purple ball of lightning collided with Ye Feng's fist shadows again and again, shattering them. Bang! 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 The fist shadows were shattered, and Ye Feng's fist was also smashed into a bloody mess. Cracks began to appear on his arms, chest, and shoulders as blood gushed out. However, Ye Feng did not feel anything. He was like an undefeatable statue. Brat, you're very tough, but you won't be able to hold on for long. Boom! As soon as the demonic ape finished speaking, Ye Feng felt a gust of wind blowing from behind him. A pitch-black spike came from behind the demonic ape, bringing with it a sharp wind. Whoosh! This sharp spike instantly pierced through Yefeng's shoulder blade. The intense pain assaulted him. Yefeng could not help but scream in pain. "You're really strong," the demonic ape said proudly. "You're indeed a super monster who defeated the demon king. However, although you are strong, you can't withstand one of my attacks." Bang! Yefeng's fist collided with the demonic ape's fist, and a dazzling light burst out. Boom! Yefeng's body was sent flying by the demonic ape's attack. Bang! In the end, Yefeng fell heavily on the hill. His face was already swollen and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! The demonic ape stood in front of Yefeng, looking down at him from above. "Little guy, I advise you to accept your death obediently. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." "Humph, you wish?" Yefeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Brat, since that's the case, you can go to H*LL. The demonic ape laughed hideously. At the next second, its legs stomped on the ground. Its body was like an arrow that left the bow, and it charged toward Yefeng. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, its figure appeared in front of Yefeng. Its fan-sized fist smashed onto Yefeng's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yefeng's mouth. Yefeng's eyes were filled with despair and anger. Boom! Pfft! Yefeng's body was sent flying again. Yefeng felt that his internal organs had shifted, and he had no strength left in his body. Who? Yefeng panted heavily. His eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. "Demonic ape, you're lucky this time. I won't give up. I'll definitely kill you." Ha 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 ha. The demonic ape laughed out loud. "Kid, don't waste your time. I won't give you the chance." Blood gushed out of Yefeng's mouth continuously, waves of scorching flames were spreading around his wounds, burning his skin. Not only that, but light blue flames also emerged from the demonic ape's body, burning his clothes into nothingness. Ah! Yefeng howled in pain. He could clearly feel that the flames were corroding his skin and flesh. Swish! Yefeng's body suddenly disappeared. "Humph, you still want to escape?" The demonic ape's pupil shrunk. It stepped on a purple gold sword and chased after the place where Yefeng disappeared. A series of rapid air-breaking sounds could be heard. The demonic ape's figure appeared at the place where Yefeng was standing. Where is he?" The demonic ape's eyes narrowed slightly as it looked around, but there was still no trace of him. "Little brat, do you think you can run away?" "Humph!" The demonic ape's face revealed ferocity as it coldly snorted. Voila! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the demonic ape out of thin air, and a hint of mockery flickered in that pair of dark eyes. The demonic ape's body suddenly trembled, and its face was full of fear. You! How did you end up here?" "Because you are too weak." Boom! As soon as Yefeng's words landed, a black palm print landed on the demonic ape's body. Bang! The demonic ape's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Pucci! The demonic ape spat out a mouthful of blood, its face filled with disbelief. "What? You can actually hurt me? No. You can't possibly hurt me. You shouldn't be living in this world." Boom! The demonic ape's body fell heavily on the edge of the pit in the distance, smashing onto the ground. The demonic ape struggled to get up, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Not only did Yefeng not die, he even injured it easily. How is this possible? Ha ha ha, no matter what, you have to die today. You have to die in my hands. Whoosh! The demonic ape's eyes were filled with hatred. With a flick of its wrist, a black sword appeared in its hand. The sword in the demonic ape's hand slashed out rapidly, a sword light flashed out and turned into a black waterfall, slashing toward Yefeng. Yefeng snorted coldly. His body moved and he fled into the distance. A ray of blood appeared, and Yefeng's right arm was pierced through by the black sword. Fresh blood started to flow out. The demonic ape roared in anger. It pulled out its long sword and wanted to tear off the wound on Yefeng's arm. A black snake tail suddenly appeared and wrapped around the demonic ape's body. The black snake tail suddenly twisted with force. Kaka! The demonic ape's body was deformed, and blood gushed out. The demonic ape let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain, and its body twisted and struggled in the air. Little B****, go to HLL. Yefeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the scene in front of him. Fortunately, he had reacted in time and used his body to resist the attack. If not for that, the sword would have pierced through his body and cut him into pieces. This was the power of the super monsters. Their speed was several times faster than ordinary people.